At the gate of Moda University, a young man of about 18 or 19 stands there impeccably handsome and striking. His short, slightly tousled hair brushes near the corner of his eye, and a roguish, mischievous smile occasionally tugs at his lips. He looks as though he has stepped straight out of an anime, as a flawless male idol. He holds a black suitcase in his hand, staring blankly at the 4 large characters, Moda University, on the gate, utterly confused. He keeps staring for more than 10 full minutes. Young man, you've been staring for over 10 minutes. Are you posing here or what? The middle-aged security guard at the gate cannot help grumbling. That guy standing at the gate is so handsome. Should I go ask for his WeChat? He's handsome, yes, but his brain doesn't seem quite right. I've watched him stand there like a fool for more than 10 minutes without moving an inch. Already 23 girls have gone over to ask for his WeChat, and he hasn't reacted at all. If you go, you'd be the 24th. What? Then I'd better not go. Senior, I'll go complete my registration first. Junior sister, allow me to escort you to the registration office, the senior says with a sly chuckle. Streams of new students come and go, discussing the vacanted Yi Qinyu as they pass. Yi Qinyu, lost in confusion, pays no heed to the voices around him. He is in the midst of receiving memories in his mind that do not originally belong to him. Suddenly, Yi Qinyu stomps his foot and curses under his breath. Damn it, I only made a vow and haven't got offended this badly. A single bolt of lightning straight up zapped me into another world. At that moment, an electronic voice suddenly echoes in his mind. Ding. Host detected. Godly tycoon system binding in progress. Binding failed. Just kidding. Ding. Binding successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the system's welcome gift. Would you like to open it? Yi Qinyu is not particularly surprised. As a veteran bookworm of more than 10 years, he knows full well that every transmigrator comes with a golden cheat. It seems his cheat is the top-tier leaderboard ranking system plugin. Grinning foolishly, he speaks in his mind. Open it. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 Googol RMB. The amount has been deposited into the Global Supreme Gold card. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 random human physical function upgrade. Do you wish to upgrade? Yi Qinyu asks doubtfully, what do you mean by human physical function index? The system's voice immediately explains random human physical function enhancement. 1 randomly selected physical attribute will be increased, including height, appearance, intelligence, strength, speed, stamina. Hurry up and use it. Yi Qinyu says at once. If it is to be used, it should be used now. Why save it for New Year's? Ding. Usage successful. Congratulations, host, your appearance has been enhanced. Appearance enhancement in progress. Enhancement progress at 10%, 30%. Boom. A sudden explosive sound rings out, and Yi Qinyu's head buzzes violently. What? Yi Qinyu feels as though 3 large question marks have popped up above his forehead. System, how did you suddenly blow up like that? Ahem. Host, your appearance, aside from those legendary readers, is already at the highest level. I tried to force an enhancement just now, and the system short-circuited. I nearly exploded completely. The system explains in a pitiful tone. In his mind, the system now sports an exploded hairstyle, its face smeared with soot. With every sentence it utters, a puff of black smoke escapes the corner of its mouth, comical beyond words. So this is what you look like. Yi Qinyu is speechless. Can this system really be trusted? Congratulations, host, you have obtained the globally limited edition sports car Black Knight Radiant Shadow, along with advanced driving skills. The car has been parked at a roadside parking space 300 meters from the university. Once the system finishes speaking, Yi Qinyu suddenly feels his pocket grow heavier. Reaching in, he finds an exquisitely styled black and gold car key and a bank card that looks extraordinarily impressive. Lowering his head, Yi Qinyu studies the card in his hand. The entire card is forged from an unknown material. On the front, an Eastern dragon carved meticulously from diamonds coils in relief, while on the back a fire phoenix sculpted from rubies spreads its wings vivid and lifelike, forming a motif of dragon and phoenix auspiciousness. At each of the 4 corners, a royal quality sapphire is inlaid. Aside from a single golden chip, the card bears only a few large characters in the lower right corner: Supreme Gold Card 01, and below that the cardholder's name, Yi Qinyu. System, what is so special about this card? It looks incredibly overbearing. Playing with the bank card between his fingers, Yi Qinyu cannot help asking. Host, this card is issued by the hidden financial consortium, the Rhodes family. There are only 10 such cards in the entire world, and every cardholder has the capacity to trigger a global economic crisis. Each card is crafted according to the specific requirements of its cardholder, and every one is unique. With this card in hand, banks across the globe will serve you unconditionally, and you may exercise every conceivable authority. Moreover, this card will never reveal any of your information, including the flow of your funds. You may spend as you please without fear of investigation by any police force. Its confidentiality level is 10 stars, 1 star higher than the other 9 cardholders. Listening to the system's explanation, Yi Qinyu lets out a long sigh of relief. He had been worried about suddenly possessing one Googol RMB, money with 100 zeros behind it. That kind of sum would terrify anyone, but now he feels completely at ease. Ding. This system is designed to forge you into a perfect godly tycoon. For every 10,000 you spend, you will gain 1 point of system credit, which can be used in the system mall to purchase any item you desire. The system's voice resounds in his mind. After hearing this, Yi Qinyu opens the system mall. Faced with the dazzling array of goods, he is stunned. There are so many items that he could not finish browsing them even in 3 days and nights. He simply filters out a few important ones to examine carefully. Physical function potion basic 100 credits. Designate one physical attribute. Each bottle increases it by 1 point. Combat technique basic 100 credits. Grants combat skills upgradable. Calligraphy mastery 500 credits. Calligraphy reaches the level of Wang Shiji. Music mastery 100 credits. Singing ability reaches perfection, and all musical instruments are mastered to grandmaster level. Hacker 500 credits. Currently the highest level of hacking technology on Blue Star upgradable. Lithography machine technology 100 credits. Grants complete technology for all lithography machines from 1 nanometer to 6 nanometers. Controlled nuclear fusion technology 100 credits. Grants complete controlled nuclear fusion technology. There are simply too many things, and Yi Qinyu does not look through them one by one. He closes the mall page and says, "System, open my personal status panel." A liquid crystal system screen that only Yi Qinyu can see appears before him. Host Yi Qinyu. Age 19. Height 183 centimeters. Appearance 9. 99 capped out readers at 10. Strength 3. Ordinary human limit is 10. Constitution 4. Intelligence 5. Identity Modu University freshman hidden. Yi Qinyu nods in satisfaction, then puts away the Diamond Dragon card and the car key. Dragging his suitcase behind him, he steps into Modu University, the campus that countless students dream of. Since he has crossed into this world, he will live out the version of himself he once only imagined, all the more so now that he holds a cheat in his hand. Yi Qinyu walked into the campus in a white t-shirt, black track pants, and white canvas shoes. One hand carried a suitcase while the other held a black school bag slung over his shoulder. At the corner of his mouth dangled a stalk of foxtail grass he had plucked at some unknown moment, while his short, slightly tousled hair drifted lazily in the summer breeze. In his eyes lingered a third of melancholy, a third of roguish amusement, and the remaining wild defiance, all fused into a pair of striking dual pupils. He strolled unhurriedly along the narrow campus path, and every girl he passed could not help but stare at this rakishly handsome boy for a long, while their expressions occasionally turning utterly smitten. Yet few girls dared step forward to ask for his contact information, for standing before him, they would unconsciously feel a sense of inferiority. On rare occasions when a girl confident in her looks approached to ask for his WeChat, Yi Qinyu declined them one by one. He continued with the foxtail grass between his lips, head slightly lowered, walking step by step along the path, the corner of his mouth now and then curling into a crooked, domineering grin. He did not know how long he had walked before the light ahead dimmed. Yi Qinyu lifted his head to find a quiet grove before him where sporadic gusts of cold wind stirred the trees into a soft, rustling chorus. He froze, suddenly realizing he had overplayed his act, and wandered here without noticing, utterly unsure. His muttered complaints faded into the stillness of the grove. Just then his phone rang, the sound echoing through. Yi Qinyu set down his backpack and reached into his trouser pocket for his phone. Seeing the incoming WeChat call, he realized it was his girlfriend Mu Zairu. His brows knitted as he murmured to himself, wondering why this girl was suddenly calling. He thought of Mu Zairu, a gentle, sweet, and delicate girl who loved trailing behind him all day long. They had first met in junior high, then entered the same high school together, and by chance were placed in the same class. It was not until the second semester of their second year of high school that she finally mustered the courage to confess to Yi Qinyu. Yi Qinyu did not refuse her, and so the two of them became a couple that everyone envied. Mu Zairu had been the school beauty of their high school, while Yi Qinyu was widely acknowledged as the campus heartthrob. When they publicly got together, countless hearts across the school shattered, boys and girls alike. Yet beyond jealousy there was even more admiration. In the end, Yi Qinyu was admitted to Moda University, while Mu Zairu, originally accepted by Kyoto Academy, chose instead the Music and Film Academy in Modu because of him. Without dwelling on it further, Yi Qinyu pressed the answer button. A moment later, a soft, sweet voice drifted through the line, calling his name, so sugary it seemed to melt straight into the ear. Before Mu Zairu could say anything more, Yi Qinyu cut her off. His voice dropped low as he said, "Zairu, don't speak yet. Listen to me. Let's break up." With that, he hung up the WeChat call, blocked her, and exited WeChat altogether. A seamless sequence of actions completed in less than 2 seconds, so practiced, it was almost painful to watch. He fell silent for a heartbeat, then chuckled, convinced that as the protagonist of an urban tycoon story, he would inevitably be betrayed at the start. Because he had read too many novels, he believed he had outguessed her and preemptively proposed a breakup to avoid yet another humiliating drama. Yi Qianyu tucked his phone back into his pocket, let out a playful laugh, and retraced his steps along the path. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory of the Music and Film Academy on the other side of campus, a 17 or 18-year-old girl was sitting at the edge of her bed. She wore a white dress, and her exquisitely beautiful jade-like feet rested lightly in a pair of pink sandals. A glossy strand of black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Her slender willow-leaf brows arched above eyes as gentle as flowing water, her fine straight nose and faintly flushed cheeks framed cherry-like lips. Her oval flower-like face gleamed like warm jade, her skin as smooth and pale as freshly fallen snow. Her figure was breathtakingly graceful. True to her name, Muzaru was as soft as the tender grass beneath a grove of cheesy trees. Now this gentle, adorable girl gripped her phone so tightly her fingers had gone white, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Her lips quivered, and in an instant large teardrops spilled like a string of broken pearls, sliding down her fair cheeks and falling onto her white dress, leaving scattered stains of sorrow. "Azira, why are you crying?" The other three roommates who had been tidying their beds heard her sobs, hurriedly set aside what they were doing and gathered around her, asking anxiously what had happened. One roommate pulled out tissues to wipe away Zyru's tears, yet no matter how she wiped, a new stream of teardrops kept welling up from Zyru's eyes. They simply could not be dried. Lin Ruishi finally continued wiping her tears as she asked with concern, "Zyru, what on earth happened? You were smiling just a moment ago, and in the blink of an eye you've turned into a little crying kitten." "I was just on the phone with my boyfriend. He told me he wanted to break up. I don't know why he suddenly doesn't want me anymore, but obviously. Zyru sobbed like a pear blossom in the rain, her lips trembling uncontrollably as she spoke. She wiped at her tears in desperation before finally burying her head between her knees, a sight that made one's heart ache. What kind of man is that? To cast aside such a beautiful girlfriend just like that? "Zyra, don't cry. A man like that isn't worth keeping." Another roommate burst out indignantly. "Scumbag," the last roommate declared, clenching her pink fists. She had struggled to come up with anything harsher to say, and in the end only managed those two words. But, I love only him. In this lifetime, I only like this one boy. I've liked him ever since junior high. No, I have to ask him clearly." Zyru raised her head, her eyes swollen and red, and quickly opened WeChat to type out a long message. Yet when she sent it, a glaring red exclamation mark appeared, piercingly bright. Her fingers trembled as she opened her contacts and found the entry marked, "This is my boyfriend dialing his number." The phone returned only a busy tone. She had been blocked. "He really doesn't want me anymore." Zyru finally broke down completely and burst into loud sobs. "Zyra, don't cry. Use my phone and try calling him," one roommate urged. Lin Ruishi handed over her own phone and patted Zyru's back soothingly. Thank you, Ruishi." Zyru choked out her gratitude. Zyru thanked her softly, then immediately keyed in Yi Qianyu's number on the phone. On the other side, Yi Qianyu was wandering back along the path with nothing particular to do when his phone rang again. He pulled it out to see an unfamiliar number, and without thinking much of it, pressed the answer button. "Hello, may I ask who's calling?" he said. "Qianyu, why do you want to break up with me?" "I don't want to break up with you," came Zyru's tearful reply. Hearing Yi Qianyu's voice, Zyru hurriedly poured out her grief. Wait, what? What is going on?" Yi Qianyu stood stunned for several seconds, utterly thrown off. "So I wasn't going to be betrayed from the start. Did I get it completely wrong?" Yi Qianyu murmured to himself, then cautiously asked, "Ahem. You haven't betrayed me, then run off with some rich second-generation heir. How could I ever abandon you for a wealthy heir? I've loved you, deeply, unwaveringly, since the very beginning." Zyru choked back tears as she spoke. "Ahem. Zyru, I was only teasing, just a light-hearted April Fool's joke." Yi Qianyu, realizing his misunderstanding, coughed awkwardly and hastily backtracked. Zyru nodded happily, then pouted slightly and whispered, "Brother Qianyu, please don't joke like that again. I'm truly afraid. I've cherished you since junior high, from the very first day." "All right then, I need to check in now. I'll treat you to dinner in a few days, and give your head a gentle pat." Seeing the student reception desk just ahead, Yi Qianyu bid her farewell. "Okay." Zyru replied obediently, then waited patiently until the call ended before setting down her phone. "Zyru, how did it go?" Lin Ruishi, spotting Zyru hanging up, burst out eagerly. "Hey, everything's fine. He thought it was April Fool's Day and was just joking." Zyru's tears dissolved into radiant laughter, her eyebrows arched playfully as joy lit up her face. "Still a cat?" Lin Ruishi scoffed, rolled her eyes, snatched back her phone, and resumed making the bed. "Rotten man. Cat." The other two roommates chimed in with matching disdain, then quietly returned to their own tasks. After wandering through the campus, Yi Qinyu finally located the student reception desk. Pulling his suitcase behind him, he approached a particularly attractive senior girl and politely bowed his head. Senior sister, hello. Could you tell me where the registration counter is? Lanning was absorbed in organizing documents when the light dimmed before her, and a voice deep and resonant rang softly in her ears. Curious, she lifted her gaze and met the sight of a youth whose elegance was both refreshing and arresting. Refined features, an air of effortless charisma, and a subtle, unassuming charm that defied definition. So handsome. How is such perfection even possible? Lanning was instantly captivated, her breath catching her thoughts, scattering into stunned silence. Senior sister. Senior sister. When she remained motionless, Yi Qinyu called again, then gently waved his hand before her eyes. Oh. Senior. Brother, please follow me. Lanning jolted upright, hastily swallowing her awe, and stammered out the words, her cheeks already burning crimson. Why on earth are you blushing like a tea kettle boiling over? Yi Qinyu silently mused, bemused. Soon they arrived at an open registration window. Lanning gestured toward a middle-aged man who appeared to be a faculty advisor and introduced, this is Instructor Hu's senior brother. Instructor Hu glanced up and found himself momentarily startled by the young man's extraordinary good looks. To his own astonishment, a faint, inexplicable flutter stirred within him. He shook off the absurd notion with a sharp mental rebuke, cleared his throat awkwardly, and adopted a stern professional tone. Freshman, hand me your admission letter. Yi Qinyu, oblivious to the instructor's inner turmoil, produced his letter and passed it over. Instructor Hu accepted it and tapped furiously at his keyboard, only to stare blankly at the screen moments later, its display utterly unresponsive. Shortly thereafter, Instructor Hu returned the admission letter along with a key and a slim booklet titled Campus Code of Conduct. Pointing to the key, he said, your dormitory is room 608, building 3 Plum Garden Residence. Pausing briefly, he indicated the booklet and added, read this thoroughly once you return. Don't let minor infractions cost you academic credits. There are 2 QR codes inside, one for your department's WeChat group, the other for your class group. Scan them. Having finished his instructions, Instructor Hu deliberately averted his gaze from Yi Qinyu's face, fearing that one more glance might unravel 40 years of steadfast bachelorhood. Yi Qinyu accepted the items with thanks, offered a courteous farewell, and followed Lanning out of the reception area. Senior brother, this is the campus electric shuttle. Just 2 yuan, and it'll take you anywhere on campus, including your dorm. I must welcome other freshmen now. See you later. Lanning pointed toward the sleek tram, then waved with a warm, but faintly strained, smile. Her eyes held quiet longing and reluctant resignation, as she too had wished to escort him herself. Who wouldn't yearn to linger near a boy whose beauty seemed forged by celestial hands? Though not peerless in grace, Lanning knew herself to be above average, graceful, poised, and undeniably lovely. Yet standing beside him, she felt an instinctive humbling inadequacy, as if a plain duckling stood before a prince born of myth. And so she let go. Thank you, senior sister. Yi Qinyu smiled warmly in gratitude, then boarded the tram and glided smoothly toward his dormitory. 5 minutes later, he arrived at building 3 Plum Garden. Wheeling his suitcase into the elevator, he ascended to the 6th floor. Room 608, that must be it. Yi Qinyu murmured to himself as he studied the room number, then froze upon hearing strange, muffled sounds from within. Is it big, eh? Big? Huge? Massive? Haha, am I fierce? Fierce. Absolutely ferocious. Good heavens. What on earth were these wild, unrestrained exclamations? Could his new roommates be a pack of rowdy, unfiltered jokers? Should he enter? If he did, wouldn't his appearance inevitably invite relentless teasing? Or worse? As his mind reeled in silent turmoil, his hand slipped, accidentally brushing against the doorknob. Click. The door swung open. 3 pairs of eyes snapped toward the entrance. Silence falling. There, framed in the doorway, stood a young man whose beauty verged on the supernatural. Hello everyone. Yi Qinyu shivered involuntarily under their collective stare and offered an awkward, nervous greeting. He stepped inside, relieved to discover they were merely playing League of Legends. A long, slow breath escaped him. Thankfully, no scandalous assumptions needed confirming. His 19-year-old innocence remained intact. Whoa, you're the last roommate, right? Not bad looking. Not quite my level, but close enough, declared a cheerful, self-assured young man. Short at roughly 1.7 meters, yet weighing a robust 170 gene. Without hesitation, he extended a friendly hand and introduced himself. I'm Gene Yuqian. You can call me Old Gene or simply Fatso. When it comes to friendship, wealth means nothing. Though truth be told, no one here is richer than me. Yi Xiaoyan offered the slender, bespectacled young man beside him, his voice soft, almost hesitant. I love programming. He carried himself with quiet, scholarly reserve. Xiananqing. The final roommate spoke only 3 words, concise, unadorned. broad-shouldered and physically imposing, his face bore the steady strength of resolve, but his features were utterly ordinary, vanishing effortlessly into any crowd. Hello everyone, my name is Yi Qianyu, and from now on we are brothers. Brothers should help each other. As the dormitory leader, I will take good care of you all. Stop, stop, stop. You may be the dormitory leader, but I am the dormitory leader. I will cover all the expenses. This is a school, and the leader should be chosen based on grades. I ranked first in the provincial college entrance examination, so I believe I can be the dormitory head. I will be the dormitory head. If anyone bullies you, I will resolve it. Let's draw lots to decide the order. Yi Qianyu rubbed his chin and suggested. Sure. The chubby Jean agreed first. I agree. Yi Qianyu took out 4 sticks of different lengths and gave one to each person. It seems like I will be the leader. What the hell? Am I actually second? Thus Yi Qianyu took the position of leader. Jin Yuqian was second, Yi Xiaodian was third, and Xian Nanqing was fourth. TSK. Xian Nanqing curled his lips and turned his head aside, clearly dissatisfied with his luck. As the dormitory head, I decide to treat you all tonight. You can choose whatever you want to eat. Make sure you don't skimp on the expenses. Yi Qianyu waved his hand and said with a smile. I heard there's a 5-star restaurant in Magic City called Jindu Restaurant, known for its exceptional taste, especially that dish called Flying Phoenix and Dragon Cry, which has been hyped online. I've wanted to try it for a long time. Shall we go today? I'll pay. Jin Yuqian proposed, fearing that his roommates would think it was too expensive and refused to go. Jindu Restaurant is too expensive. We shouldn't let you spend money. Oh, let's just find a casual place to eat, and we can split the bill. Yi Xiaodian gently spoke up. Looking at his attire, he seemed like one of those poor kids who were worried about spending too much money on the first day. How about some roadside barbecue and beer? Let's follow old Jin's suggestion and go to Jindu Restaurant. I've also heard it's exceptionally good, and I want to try it. I'm treating so old Jin, don't compete with me. Yi Qianyu had just received a substantial amount of money, and thought how could he be stingy? Of course he would go all. Alright, it's decided then. Let's clean up and go feast. Old Jin clapped his hands in delight. Yi Qianyu tidied up his bed as the bedding was uniformly distributed by the school. He arranged some daily necessities and cleaned up the room. In no time it was almost 5 o'clock and they could head to Jindu Restaurant. Jindu Restaurant is about a 10-minute walk from the school. How are we getting there? Driving. Who has a car? My car can only seat 2 people. If anyone has a car, let's share. Jin Yuqian looked at the 3 and asked. I have a car, but it's parked outside the school. How about this old Jin and old Sen go first, and I will follow with old C. Yi Qianyu said while putting his arm around Xian Nanqing's shoulder. Okay. Little Sam, let's go. Jin Yuqian raised an eyebrow and took Li Yong's hand to leave. Don't call me Little San. Zdib. Old Xia, let's go, Yi Qianyu said to Xian Nanqing. Soon Yi Qianyu and the other arrived at the street outside the school, unsure of where the car was parked. Yi Qianyu simply took out his car key and pressed it. Beep beep. Suddenly a pair of shining headlights illuminated from around the corner, and the 2 hurried to the front of the car. They froze for a few seconds as a sleek black sports car came to a halt before them, its scissor doors opening like bat wings, the sharp lines on the side resembling a steel beast just awakening, both imposing and flashy. Yi Qianyu recalled a classic advertisement: to become rich, open a shop, do business, and travel the world. People must venture and horses must be freed. It takes 1,000 days to build a ship and just 1 day to cross the river. The road is walked by people and things are done by humans. Congratulations on becoming the proud owner of a Lamborghini. May the brilliance of the Golden Bull Holy Shield illuminate your future career and prospects. May the black silk of the world stay for you, allowing you to feel the sound waves and become the most stylish one on this street. Let's experience the charm of sound waves together. Xian Nanqing, who had always been silent, also showed a hint of surprise in his eyes as he looked at Yi Qianyu with a strange expression. In an instant the surprise in his eyes disappeared. Old Xia, get in the car. Yi Qianyu, not noticing Xian Nanqing's strange expression, cheerfully patted his shoulder. Once in the car, Yi Qianyu gripped the steering wheel, feeling a surge of excitement. It was his first time driving a sports car. With advanced driving skills, knowledge about driving sports cars flooded into his mind. Virum. With a roar of the engine, the car sped towards Jindu Restaurant like a cheetah. Why haven't the others arrived yet? Yi Xiaodian, standing at the entrance of the restaurant, glanced at the 2 who had not yet arrived and asked. Before Jin Yuqian could answer, the roar of a sports car approached from afar. The car stopped in an empty parking space not far from them, and Yi Qianyu and Xian Nanqing got out of the sports car. Suddenly Jin Yuqian's plump figure dashed over like a black shadow. Just as Yi Qianyu was about to speak, old Jin Wei. Before he could finish, Jin Yuqian ignored him and ran past him, rushing towards the sports car with an excited expression. His chubby hands continuously caressed the car's body, as if he were fondling a girlfriend, exclaiming, "This is a Lamborghini Night Shadow worth 90 million, and only 3 of these sports cars are limited worldwide. What the hell? I've always dreamed of having this sports car, and today, I actually saw it." Hearing Jin Yuqian's exclamations, especially when he mentioned the price of 90 million Yi Xiaodian, and Xian Nanqing were also stunned and turned to look at Yi Qinyu. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, Dad, Grandpa. Yi Xiaodian counted on his fingers. Lose S88888. I heard a few days ago that the Shun family auction house sold a license plate that was bought by a mysterious person for 120 million. To this day, no one knows who that person is. It turns out that mysterious person is actually you, old Yi. Jin Yuqian exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide in disbelief. Just a license plate, and it's worth over 100 million. The plate is more expensive than the car. Moreover, license plates starting with S are not common, as there is an unwritten rule nationwide that A is the highest. However, some prestigious families introduce S plates to highlight their status. Anyone bold enough to use an S-grade license plate must be quite wealthy and certainly holds a very distinguished status. The three of them looked at Yi Qinyu with brightened eyes. None of them were fools. They understood that this new roommate they just met must have an extraordinary background, and they all acknowledged him as the leader. All right, old Jin, let's go eat first. Yi Qinyu smiled slightly. Old Yi, I didn't realize you were so wealthy. I won't hold back then. Jin Yuqian reluctantly left. A group of four entered the hotel, and at that moment a middle-aged man in a suit walked over, bowed, and respectfully said, "Welcome to the Golden Capital Hotel. I am the manager, Qin Jin. Manager Qin, please give me a private room." Yi Qinyu stepped forward, shook hands with Qin Jin, and then said, "What type of private room would you like? We have 3 types: heaven, earth, and human. The minimum consumption for the human room is 30,000, for the earth room is 50,000, and for the heaven room is 100,000. Manager Chun was not impatient despite the four appearing to be students. He explained respectfully. After all, it was a 5-star hotel, and its reputation was solid, unlike in novels where one would be met with cold sarcasm. "They'll take a heaven room." Yi Qinyu immediately blurted out, without a second thought. "All right, esteemed guest, please follow me." Manager Chun led the four to a luxurious private room. Upon entering, the dazzling light made it hard to open their eyes. Upon closer inspection, the gold-plated walls, bright red carpet, and deep purple sofas were striking, along with the crystal chandelier that refracted light, exuding luxury. Wow, truly a 5-star heaven room. The scent of money is evident at first glance. Old San Yi Xiaotian exclaimed, feeling amazed at seeing such a scene for the first time. "Hello, here is the menu for our restaurant. The items at the front are exclusive to the heaven room. Please place your order." At this moment, Manager Chun handed a menu to Yi Qinyu. Yi Qinyu placed the menu down and said directly, "No need to trouble yourselves, just bring out the specialty dishes of your restaurant." "All right, this is our finest guanyin tea. Please enjoy while you wait." Manager Chin finished speaking and exited the room. Are you all planning to go to the bar after eating? I've heard that there is a bar in Magic City called Romantic Bar, ranked among the top 3, especially with the beautiful dancers inside. "No problem." Yi Qinyu nodded. I don't drink much, but if you all are going, I'll accompany you." The studious Yi Xiaotian clenched his fist, looking determined. "Good." Xian Nanqing replied with one word. About 20 minutes later. Knock knock. The door to the private room sounded, and after 3 seconds, 18 young and beautiful waitresses in kipeos entered, each carrying exquisite and expensive dishes. Indeed, the heaven room had such beautiful waitresses. At this time, a young woman, seemingly the head waitress, walked over gracefully, hands clasped at her waist, and smiled as she announced the dishes. "For esteemed guests, this is the rock candy snow swallow. Steamed yellow fish. Buddha jumps over the wall. Bamboo fungus liver soup. Taisher 5 snake soup. Caviar." As each dish was served, Yi Xiaotian swallowed hard. The cost of these dishes could cover his family's expenses for a whole year. The thought of consuming a year's worth of expenses made him feel uneasy. "This is the last dish, and also our restaurant's signature dish, Flying Phoenix Dragon's Cry. All your dishes are served. Oh, would you like some drinks?" The young head waitress smiled professionally, looking at the four and inquiring. "No, thank you." Yi Qinyu politely declined, remembering they would be heading to the bar later. "All right, sir." The young head waitress finished speaking, led the other waitresses out of the private room, and left 2 waitresses at the door. "Come on, guys, don't be polite." Seeing the waitresses leave, Yi Qinyu quickly called out and moved his chopsticks with lightning speed. "Damn, old Yi, you're not following the rules, sneaking an attack. Put down that big leg of lamb." Jin Yuqian shouted, quickly grabbing chopsticks to go for another leg of lamb. But suddenly, whoosh, a pair of chopsticks snatched it away even faster. Upon closer inspection, it was the taciturn Xian Nanqing. "Damn, Olfer, I thought you were a quiet one, but it turns out you're quite the sly one." Jin Yuqian's eyes widened, staring at Xian Nanqing without blinking. Xian Nanqing leisurely gnawed on the lamb leg, glancing at the frantic Jin Yuqian. "This lamb leg is quite good, exquisite flavor. If you want to kill someone, you must first crush their heart." Jin Yuqian could only sulkily sit down and gnaw on the lamb leg next to him. Yi Xiaotian sat there in a daze, suffering from decision paralysis. Glancing at this, and that unsure of which to eat first. In the end, he only scooped a bowl of snake soup and began to savor it slowly. After the dishes and tea had gone through several rounds, the four leaned back in their chairs, rubbing their full bellies. "Old Yi, are we still going to the romantic bar after eating so much?" Jin Yuqian asked while picking his teeth with a toothpick. "Who told you to eat so much?" Yi Qinyu replied speechlessly. "Isn't it because the food is so delicious? For someone like me who has tasted delicacies from all over the world, the dishes in this restaurant are indeed delightful." Jin Yuqian patted his big belly. Yi Xiaodian and Xian Nanxing nodded in agreement, affirming that Jin Yuqian was right. "Old Jin, do you know who owns this hotel?" Yi Qinyu also found the dishes of this hotel to suit his taste and curiously asked. If possible, he would consider buying this hotel to use as his future cafeteria. Jin Yuqian pondered for a moment and said, "It should be the property of the Shangwan family." "Old Yi, why? Do you have thoughts about this hotel?" Yi Qinyu nodded in acknowledgement of Jin Yuqian's question. "Indeed, I am a bit interested. Can you tell me more about the Shangwan family?" "Old Yi, you really have ideas. The Shangwan family is one of the 4 great families in Magic City." Jin Yuqian poured a cup of hot tea and began to introduce seriously. "The 4 great families of Magic City are the Qin family, the Xun family, the Cui family, and the Shangwan family. Although the Shangwan family ranks last, their family assets amount to over 500 billion, mainly involved in tourism and the hotel industry. The Golden Capital Hotel is also a facade of the Shangwan family, with 50 chain stores across the country." The more Jin Yuqian spoke, the more excited he became. He glanced at Yi Qinyu and chuckled. According to last year's valuation, this Golden Capital Hotel in Magic City is worth about 2.3 billion RMB. After hearing Jin Yuqian's words, Yi Qinyu took a sip of tea and nodded. "Indeed, I have thoughts of puffed." Jin Yuqian spat out a mouthful of tea, looking at the calm Yi Qinyu in surprise. Cough. "Old Yi, are you joking?" "Do I look like I'm joking?" Yi Qinyu put down the teacup and smiled at Jin Yuqian. "Ugh." Jin Yuqian was taken aback, unsure how to respond. "This is over 2 billion, not just 200 bucks. Even I couldn't use it casually. Where did this roommate get such divine power? Could it be from one of the 8 major families in Kyoto? But none of them have the surname Yi. Could it be? Do. At that moment, all 4 of their phones rang simultaneously. Taking out their phones, they found a message from the class group. "All members, hello to all of you freshmen. My name is Shangwan Qinyu, and I am your sophomore senior, and also your class advisor responsible for your daily affairs. I hope to communicate well with you in the upcoming semester. Now I am notifying all members of Class 3 of the Finance Department to gather at room 302 of Teaching Building B at 8:30 tonight. I have some matters to discuss with you." After reading the group message, Yi Qinyu joked, "It seems the plan to go to the bar later is going to be ruined. It doesn't matter if we go to the bar or not, we can always go next time." Jin Yuqian waved his hand dismissively, not taking it to heart, and then looked at Yi Qinyu with a cheeky grin. "Old Yi, this Shangwan Qinyu is the daughter of the Shangwan family, who I've heard she is a renowned beauty in Modu. She actually is our class advisor. With your background strength and looks, you might have a chance with her." At this moment, Yi Xiaoyan, who was focused on eating, suddenly raised his head. He wiped the grease from his mouth with a wet towel, adjusted his glasses, and said earnestly, "Shangwan Qinyu entered Modu University with a score of 725. She is one of the 3 campus beauties, currently a sophomore in Finance Class 5. Her father, Shangwan, he is the current CEO of the Jindu Group, and her mother, Mengwan, comes from a scholarly family." After finishing his long-winded explanation, Yi Xiaodian went back to eating. "Eating is the way to go. Oh, everything here costs a month's salary, and wasting it would be disgraceful." However, the other 3 were no longer calm, and looked at Yi Xiaodian collectively. Jin Yuqian exclaimed, rushing over to Yi Xiaoshan's side, looking at him as if he were a freak. "Xiaoyan, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You usually seem so gentle, but you're actually a stalker." Uffed. Yi Xiaodian choked and sprayed food all over Jin Yuqian's chubby face. "Jin can't you speak properly? What do you mean I'm a stalker?" Jin Yuqian wiped his face in frustration and replied, "If you're not a stalker, how do you know so much about Shangwan Qianya's family background?" "TCH. It's just checking a bit of information. It's really simple. I'm actually a hacker, just broke into a system to see what information is so surprising." Yi Xiaodian raised his head and posed in a very showy manner. "You say I'm fat, and you still have the nerve to breathe heavily. But how did you check Shangwan Qianya's information in advance?" Jin Yuqian rolled his eyes and continued to ask, "Ahem. Isn't it a must to check the gossip of campus beauties when entering a new school? As Modi University is a well-known university, of course, I had to see how beautiful the campus beauties are." Yi Xiaodian said in a low voice, his face turning red as he spoke, his voice getting softer until it was barely audible. His head was buried in the leftover food on the table because he was so embarrassed. "Oh." Yi Qinyu and the other side then looked at Yi Xiaodian with disdain, collectively saying, "So you're a quiet pervert. This made Yi Xiaotian bury his face even deeper. Today he really lost a lot of face. At this moment Jin Yuqian rubbed his hands and picked up a towel to clean Yi Xiaotian's face, asking lewdly, Xiaotian, do you have a photo of Shangguan Xinyu? Is she as stunning as they say? When it came to this, Yi Xiaotian lost his previous shyness and had a look of eagerness. She really is very beautiful, especially those long legs. It's simply amazing. Really, wow. He. In an instant, the entire private room was filled with the lewd laughter of two old perverts. Yi Xinyu looked at these two lewd fellows, speechlessly wondering what kind of old perverts had appeared in his dormitory. Luckily, there was still one who was normal. When he turned to look at Xie Nanxing, he saw him sitting seriously with a cup of tea. But, old Xie, can you try to act a bit more like it? Your whole butt is almost on the other person's seat, and your ear is almost pressed against their face. As the saying goes, when a bodhisattva falls into a dive vat, it infects two people. Yi Xinyu checked the time. It was just 8 o'clock, and then he stood up and said, let's go back to school. Oh, we still have half an hour. We'll see them in person then. The four of them walked out of the private room and went to the bar counter. Manager Chen approached with a beaming smile. Have you all finished eating? Yes, it was quite good. Oh well, come back often next time. Let's see how much we owe. Yi Xinyu replied politely. Haha, thank you for your feedback. Shall we please calculate the cost for the Tianjinho 666 private room? Manager Chen first returned a salute, then looked at the infatuated cashier at the bar and said, oh hello, your total expense is 203,000 yuan. Realizing this, Xiaoli quickly flashed a professional smile and respectfully said. Manager Chen said, just wipe off a zero. The total for the guests is 2,000. Wait, did you just wipe a zero off the main artery? Ahem. Thank you, Manager Chen. Yi Xinyu silently complained, and then thanked him. He was quite satisfied with this middle-aged man. He then took out WeChat and directly transferred 2,000. Although he didn't care about these tens of thousands, he still gladly accepted the good intentions of others, not adhering to the notion of no gain without effort. 2,000 yuan received on WeChat. With the payment, a system voice echoed in Yi Qianyu's mind. The host has spent 2,000 yuan and earned 2 points. As it is the host's first consumption, a reward of a consumption gift package will be given to the host. Would you like to open it? Open, Yi Xinyu said without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a complete understanding of financial knowledge now implanted in the host's mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a functional potion initial X1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a building Tongguang No. 1 Wangi. Related items have been placed in the system's backpack. Let's go. Yi Xinyu did not immediately check the system rewards, but directly took the three friends out of the Jin Yuqian ran ahead to Xie Nanxing, tossed a set of keys, and said, Old 4, let's switch. If you drive my car, and you'll ride an old yes car. Xie Nanxing looked at Jin Yuqian, speechlessly took the keys, and with a few revs revealed a Lamborghini, which he estimated would cost over 10 million. Wait, old Jin Yu, with your big belly, driving a Lamborghini. Aren't you afraid of being squeezed? Why don't you buy a big Benz or something? Xie Nanxing was instantly speechless, looking at Jin Yuqian as if he were an idiot. I just like sports cars, although it's a bit cramped, I can still manage it, hee. Jin Yuqian scratched his head and chuckled foolishly, then tiptoed and draped his arm around Yi Qianyu's shoulder, saying, Old Yi, let's go, let me sit in the night shadow. This car has been my dream car for a long time. Take it slow. Don't you mind being on tiptoes? Damn, being tall is impressive. Please take your time. Welcome to visit again next time. Chen Jin bowed and watched the two cars' taillights slowly disappear. As the general manager of a 5-star hotel and a direct subordinate of the Shangguan family, he did not need to be so subservient. The main reason was still that Lu S88888 license plate. Others might not understand the true significance here, but having worked closely with the Shangguan family for years, he clearly understood the terrifying nature of this license plate. Without thinking too much, he hurried to a corner and took out his phone to make a call. After 3 rings, a middle-aged voice came through. Xiao Jin, what's the matter? Chen Jin immediately became serious and said, Manager, he just now a young man came to our restaurant for a meal. He was driving a car with the Lu S88888 license plate, the mysterious person from the auction not long ago. There was silence on the line for 10 seconds before the middle-aged man's serious voice came through. Do you have any useful leads? Chen Jin quickly replied, Manager, that young man should be a student from Modi University. Oh, judging by his appearance, he seems to be a freshman just starting. The middle-aged man instructed in a deep voice, that's fine, I understand. There's no need for excessive investigation. Just inform me when he comes to the restaurant again for a meal. Okay, Manager. Chen Jin hung up the phone after 3 seconds, wiped away a cold sweat, and then walked back. Vroom vroom. 2 sports cars entered the campus, their roaring sound attracting the attention and envy of surrounding students. Wow, you guys look, it's a sports car. One of them is a Lamborghini, which I recognize, but what's that even cooler black sports car next to it? I've never seen it on TV before. At this moment, a stylish, bespectacled boy stepped forward, adjusting his hairstyle, and began to explain, "Let me, the knowledgeable one, enlighten you. That black sports car is called the Night Radiance, with only 3 units produced, globally priced at 90. One was bought by the son of an oil tycoon, another obtained by the British royal family, and the last one surprisingly appears here. Who is the person driving it? My goodness. 90 million. The driver can't be a freshman we just met. I've never seen this car before. Moreover, this Lu S88888 is the most terrifying part. This license plate is even more valuable than the car itself." The crowd buzzed with discussion, but no one dared to step forward, only able to watch from a distance. Thus the 2 cars slowly drove into the campus parking lot. By the time the 4 of them reached the classroom, it was nearly 8:30. At this time the classroom was almost full, and several groups were chatting or boasting among themselves. When they saw Yi Qinyu and the other 3 enter the classroom, they all stopped talking. Everyone looked at the 4 of them, especially at Yi Qinyu. He was simply too handsome. "Hey guys, that tall guy in the middle is just too handsome. He must be the campus heartthrob of the freshmen. Indeed, I think not only among freshmen, but throughout the entire school. It's mainly his aura. None of the handsome guys I've seen can compare to him. Confirmed I can't reach this male god." Yi Qinyu and his 3 companions chose to sit in the last row. Just after sitting down, Jean Pongzi, the flamboyant one, said, "Brothers, I just took a look around. There are more wolves than meat. If you want to be single, you need to act quickly." Yi Xiaodian whispered to Jean Yoqian, "Brother Jean, I heard that dating in college requires a full wallet. I'm just a poor loser. I'd better buy a WW instead. Oh, I'm not good at chasing girls." Yi Xiaodian whispered to Jean Yoqian, "Brother Jean, I heard that dating in college requires a full wallet. I'm just a poor loser. I'd better buy a WW instead. Oh, I'm not good at chasing girls. The money you spend chasing girls." Yi Xiao Ocean's eyes lit up, touched. He grasped Jean Yoqian's hand and said, "Foster father." Alas, Yi Qinyu and Xian Nanxing rolled their eyes at the 2 and shifted slightly away. So embarrassing, it was just too embarrassing. At that moment, with a creaking sound, the front door was opened. A stunning figure walked into the classroom. Immediately, all the male students in the classroom went wild. Screams erupted. Yi Xiaodian even banged on the table and shouted, "Boss, foster father, shall see this girl is Shangguan Qinyu. I didn't expect her to be even more beautiful in person than in photos. Exactly, I didn't expect the daughter of the Shangguan family to truly be as beautiful as rumored." Jean Yuqian nodded repeatedly in praise. Even the usually taciturn Xie Nanxing agreed with their words. Yi Qinyu glanced at her. In surprise, his eyes filled with astonishment. Because the girl who just entered was indeed a bit beautiful. Her skin was as white as snow, her features were picturesque, and her long black hair flowed like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her deep bright eyes framed a pair of beautiful pupils. Shangguan Qinyu infringement delete. Her figure was slim and graceful, with beautiful curves, dressed fashionably and appropriately, exuding a noble and elegant aura. Wearing black denim shorts, her long fair legs were exposed in the open air. As soon as she appeared, she captured everyone's attention. She walked slowly to the podium, holding a folder, looked at all the students in the classroom, smiled slightly, and her voice rang like a silver bell. "Hello, freshmen. My name is Shangguan Qinyu. I am fortunate to be your class instructor for this semester, and I hope to spend a wonderful semester with you." After finishing, she flicked her bangs and continued, "For the time to come, I will be responsible for your daily life management, the review and allocation of scholarship funds, and for counseling, scheduling classes, dormitory management, and team building activities." "Good legs," Yi Qinyu accidentally shouted out loud while staring at her long legs. The classmates also shouted out loud, applauding enthusiastically. Shangguan Qinyu smiled and nodded at Yi Qinyu, leaving a deep impression on this freshman, who was the first to applaud her not only in looks, but also in character. Shangguan Qinyu extended her hand and gestured downwards. "Dear students, if you encounter any difficulties in life, feel free to find me. I hope everyone can care for and respect each other, treating this place as your own home." Before Shangguan Qinyu could finish speaking, Yi Qinyu stood up with his 3 companions, striding towards the Shangguan Qinyu said in surprise, "Hey, several students, where are you going? Why are you leaving without saying goodbye?" Yi Qinyu asked in confusion. "Instructor, didn't you just say to treat this place like our own home? I'm already at home. Do I still need to say goodbye when I go out?" Shangguan Qinyu stood there stunned. The eyes of the entire class were similarly fixed on Yi Qinyu, as if they had seen a ghost. What kind of thought process is this? Shangguan Qinyu silently complained in her heart. The good impression she had of this handsome boy who led the applause vanished in an instant. Coming back to her senses, Shangguan Qianyu's expression stiffened, and she furrowed her brows, saying, "Classmate, what I meant was to treat this place as your home, not to act as if it were your own home casually." Oh. Yi Qinyu nodded in response, saying, "So that's how it is noted." After saying that, he sent his 3 sons back to their seats, leaving them all speechless. The last time they were this speechless was during the previous incident. Shangguan Qinyu took a moment to calm her emotions and continued, We will have military training for half a month starting the day after tomorrow, and tomorrow you will come to this classroom to collect your uniforms. Upon mentioning military training, a collective wail rose from the students across the school. Once the cries had subsided, Shangwan Qianyu revealed a faint smile, though there was a hint of schadenfreude in her expression. She said, "Military training is an unforgettable moment in university life. I hope everyone won't be too upset. There's one more thing." At this point, Shangwan Qianyu looked around and said, "Now please introduce yourselves, and we will select a class leader. Since we have military training the day after tomorrow, it would be great to have someone who can share the responsibility with me. You start from the back to the front." Shangwan Qianyu said, her gaze dangerously fixed on Yi Qianyu, who was sitting in the last row. Letting you tease me just now. Cough, cough. Hello everyone, my name is Yi Qianyu, and I come from a small mountain village in Hangqing. My family is very poor. Since I was young, my mother has told me that the children of poor families must take on responsibilities early. Sorry, I couldn't hold back. Yi Qianyu looked speechlessly at Shangwan Qianyu on stage and had no choice but to stand up and introduce himself. However, by the end, the whole class was left in shock, staring at Yi Qianyu. Jin Yuqian and the others. What? He's pretending. How can a family in hardship afford a limited edition sports car worth 90 million? How can a family in hardship casually afford a meal costing 200? How can a family in hardship have a license plate reading Lu S88888? You're talking nonsense and making a fool of yourself. Huh? Jin Pongzi was the first to burst out laughing, slapping the table with a loud bang, his voice resembling a duck's quack. Following that, Yi Xiaotian also joined in the laughter. Even the usually stern Xian Nanxing couldn't hold back, breaking into a big grin. Ultimately, the whole class erupted in laughter. This is too funny, this guy. I can't take it anymore, I'm dying of laughter. This boy is not only handsome, but also so humorous, I'm in love. Don't be infatuated, he's not someone we can pursue. Yi Qianyu looked at everyone with a helpless expression, insisting that he wasn't lying. In his memory, his family indeed lived in a small mountain village. While their circumstances weren't particularly dire, they were barely making ends meet. If it weren't for the fact that he had crossed over and gained a system, he would truly have been a person from a poor background. Shangwan Qianyu finally managed to suppress her laughter and pressed her hand down, saying, "Cough." This classmate Yi introduced himself humorously. Next, Jin Yuqian quickly stood up for his introduction, saying, "Hello everyone, my name is Jin Yuqian. You can call me Old Jin or Fatty, who I don't care about whether my friends are rich or poor anyway." About half an hour later, everyone had finished their introductions. Only then did Shangwan Qianyu stand up and say, "The self-introductions have concluded. Now we will elect a class leader. Those who wish to be class leader should be proactive. This is also a form of training for yourselves, as you can add class leader to your resumes later on." As soon as her voice fell, all the girls in the class collectively looked at Yi Qianyu. Yi Qianyu thought, "What are you all looking at me for? I have no interest in being class leader. Being the class leader in college is a thankless job." He then stood up and raised his hand, saying, "Class guy." Just as Yi Qianyu intended to say he refused, Shangwan Qianyu replied with a bright smile, "Since classmate Yi is so proactive and the majority of the class recommends you, then you shall be the class leader." Everyone congratulated classmate Yi. After that, the whole class began to applaud, especially the trio from the dorm, who clapped even harder, looking at him with expressions of schadenfreude. Class guide. Yi Qianyu wanted to speak again, but was interrupted by Shangwan Qianyu. "All right, the class meeting is over. Everyone should go back and rest early. Remember to check the group messages, and come here tomorrow to collect your uniforms." Without waiting for anyone to respond, Shangwan Qianyu was the first to open the door and leave, not leaving a trace of clouds behind. Aiming for speed. It was tough, her fist had become hard. Yi Qianyu felt like he was about to grind his teeth to dust watching Shangwan Qianyu's departing figure. He muttered angrily, "Shangwan Qianyu, you're great. Next time I'll make sure. I mean, your dad won't be able to save you." Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa at a desk, Shangwan, he was seriously reviewing documents while holding a thermos of goji berry tea. Suddenly, a loud sneeze escaped. "It's not even cold today. Why did I suddenly sneeze? Is my body really weak? No, I need to drink more goji berries." In the classroom, Jin Yuqian threw an arm around Yi Qianyu's shoulder, teasing, "Class leader Yi, you've been played. That girl, I will definitely get back at her." Yi Qianyu swatted away the hand on his shoulder and strode out of the classroom, prompting another round of laughter from the three boys. Walking along the campus path, Yi Qianyu suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked his first consumption reward yet, so he found a secluded spot to sit down and review it. After reviewing, all the financial knowledge in his mind was instantly unlocked. In that moment, all knowledge about finance, whether from books or the international financial system, became clear. This knowledge was as innate to him as breathing. It was the kind you could never forget. He then looked at the functional potion, silently thinking, "Use. Please choose a direction to enhance. Strength, ding. Primary functional potion, used successfully, strength 1. As the system's voice fell, Yi Qianyu felt a warmth enveloping his body. Although it was just a slight increase, the sensation was distinctly different. He then took out a key and a red booklet from the system backpack, which read, Tan Palace No. 1 A Building 1 Real Estate Ownership Certificate Holder Yi Qianyu. Then Yi Qianyu took out his phone to check the information about Tan Palace No. 1. The area was approximately 3,000 square meters with an estimated price of 1.18 billion last year. This year it had surpassed 1.2 billion, and just the renovations cost a small fortune. After reviewing the information, Yi Qianyu felt no fluctuations of emotion, expressionless, as he stored the items back in the system backpack. Suddenly a WeChat message popped up. Upon opening it, he saw it was a message from his younger sister. Searching through the memories in his mind, information about his sister surfaced. Her name is Yi Yunxi, fragrant like flowers with eyes as radiant as the tide, which is the origin of her name. She is 15 this year and has just entered high school. In his impression, his sister is sweet in appearance, has always liked to cling to him, and is very obedient. At school, she is also an exemplary student, able to achieve first place in every exam. Every time she receives her results, she always asks him for praise. Thinking of this, Yi Qianyu couldn't help but smile looking at the information in his hand. He could easily imagine his sister lying on her bed, swinging her little legs, happily messaging him. Bro, have you arrived at school? How's your roommate? Are there any handsome ones? I want to introduce one to my newly made friend. Ha. Yi Qianyu rolled his eyes and replied, your brother is doing great at school. The roommate relationship is also good, but there are no handsome ones because there's your brother to compare with. Also, stop thinking about all this nonsense all day long. Studying well is what matters. Don't fall in love early. Think about these things when you get to university. Not long after, she replied instantly, ha. Bro, although you are narcissistic, you are indeed not wrong. With you to compare against, no one is more handsome than you. Comparatively, how can I look at other boys? They are all too low grade. Yi Qianyu was completely speechless by his sister. What's up? Is your brother so handsome that it raises your standards for looking at boys to a celestial level? After thinking for a moment, he replied, your brother is very lucky. Today at noon, I went to the lottery store with my roommate and bought a scratch card. Your brother hit the jackpot, winning 500,000 and after taxes received 400,000. Yi Yunxi sent 3 laughing emojis saying, bro, it's not April Fool's Day today, stop kidding me. But when she received a bank message for 200,000, she was stunned for a long time, finally saying, aw, bro, are you serious? Did you really win? Yi Qianyu replied, I've already transferred it to you. How could it be fake? Wait a minute and talk to mom and dad. Don't be too surprised. I plan to keep 200,000 for starting a business in college. Okay, big brother. Silly laugh. Yi Qianyu didn't transfer several million at once, first fearing that his family would be surprised, and second, it would be hard to explain where the money came from. Instead, he decided to gradually transfer the money to them. Why are there no points? This doesn't count as a transaction. Oh, otherwise I could just transfer to my alternate account and infinitely accumulate points. The system can't have such a bug. Yi Qianyu thought to himself, and then typed, alright, no more chatting, it's almost 10, hurry and go sleep. If you have any issues, come to your brother. He will always stand behind you. Okay, bye big brother, good night. Yi Qianyu put away his phone, glanced around, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Where the hell did I run off to again? The invincible me is lost again. After nearly an hour, he finally found his dormitory just 1 minute before the door closed. Yi Qianyu entered the dormitory panting and heard Jin Pengzi and Yi Xiaodian playing League of Legends. Even Xian Nanxing was awkwardly trying to learn how to play. Jin Lauer, can't you catch something? I've already been killed by them several times. Are you playing a blind monk and you're blind too? Damn. You ungrateful brat, you call me your adoptive father when you need something, but call me Lauer when you don't. You little rascal. Lao, see your cat is stepping on my head, hurry and make it step on me. Xian Nanxing, meow. Yi Qianyu. What kind of wolfish words are these? And Xian Nanxing, you a 7-foot tall man, a robust figure playing as a little cat. They'll give you an 8. 2, and the remaining 8 points will be gifted to you in the form of 666. When they saw Yi Qianyu push the door open, the previously noisy voices immediately stopped. They all looked toward the door, revealing sly smiles. Yo. The night monitor is back. So late, were you discussing life with some little sister? The yin-yang master has to be Eugene Lao. Yi Qianyu pouted, and then took out a change of clothes and headed to the bathroom. Early the next morning, the group chat was buzzing with messages. Shangwan Qianyu, Yi Qianyu, has the night monitor gotten up yet? Organize and distribute the military training uniforms to the classmates later. 1 minute. Shangwan Qianyu, Yi Qianyu, please reply upon receipt. 10 minutes. Shangwan Qianyu, angry, an hour later. Shangwan Qianyu, Yi Qianyu, it's almost 10 o'clock, are you still not up? Are you ignoring the sunlight? Angry. 3 minutes. Shangwan Qianyu requests to add you as a friend. Do you agree? Woken up by the noise, Yi Qinyu opened his phone to see all of Shangwan Qianyu's messages tagging him, starting with a 1 in the group. Then he directly muted the group chat, realizing he had forgotten about it last night, which was a dereliction of duty on his part. He then accepted Shangwan Qianyu's friend request. Just after accepting, Shangwan Qianyu sent a message. Yi classmate, the sun is already shining on you, but why are you still not up? As class monitor, you need to set an example and fully assist me. Later at 11, go to the classroom to distribute the military training uniforms. I have to go to a class monitor meeting. Yi Qinyu immediately replied. How about you just remove me as class monitor? I don't want to be this so-called class monitor. Shangwan Qianyu sent a pouting emoji and said, no way, I won't remove you as class monitor. This semester you'll obediently help me with my work, Yi Qinyu sent a playful emoji and said, little girl, be careful, I might spank you. While rushing to the meeting place, Shangwan Qianyu read the WeChat message, and her face instantly turned red. Cursing silently, she typed TCH. Who can't talk big? If you have the guts, come hit me. After saying that, her face turned even redder as she hurriedly turned off her phone screen and ran to the meeting place. Yi Qinyu looked at the messages, smirking. Little girl, this is what you said, don't beg for mercy later. He then stopped replying, patted the bed railing, and said, brothers, later help me distribute the military training uniforms. Jin Yoqian, night monitor, we stayed up all night last night, we're not going. The class monitor called for the class monitor, not for us. Yi Xiaoan, not going, I want to sleep, I just dreamed of my fragrant treasure. Xiananqing, not going. Yi Qinyu lightly said, once I acquire the Jin Du Hotel, you can flaunt it as you want. Suddenly the three in the dormitory had no sleepiness left and opened their eyes wide. With a leap, they stood up. Adoptive father, we're going now. Immediately they got dressed, washed up, and relieved themselves, all in a matter of 3 minutes. One more second would be a disrespect to the Jin Du Hotel. Once the task was completed, Yi Qinyu lay back down and resumed his nap. Just now it seemed like he dreamed of a British princess. Continuing to sleep, hoping to progress further. Zzz, the man's ultimate skill, falling asleep in 3 seconds. When Yi Qinyu woke up that night, it was already noon. The 3 sons in the dormitory had not yet returned. Determined, he got up to wash up, dressed, and went to relieve himself. The desire to relieve himself was as strong as ever, showing no signs of diminishing. After finishing, he shook lightly, pulled up his pants, and stepped outside. He planned to buy some luxurious clothes like those worn by the wealthy in TV dramas, curious about why such clothing could command such exorbitant prices, not only to earn points. He then went to the basement, driving his Black Knight Shadow sports car, attracting envious glances and discussions, with many speculating about which big shot he was. Yi Qinyu arrived at the National Gold Center, the top shopping mall in the Magic City, and parked in the basement. Surrounded by luxury cars, sports cars that are usually rare were everywhere here. Lamborghinis and Ferraris were parked in abundance, and even several cars worth tens of millions could be spotted. Even BMWs and Land Rovers felt out of place, unable to blend in. Yi Qinyu opened the car door and stepped out, wearing white casual shoes as he made his way to the 4th floor, intending to fill his stomach first. The National Gold Center in the Magic City is one of the 6 top shopping malls, achieving sales of around 10 billion in just half a year, setting the ceiling for malls in the Magic City. It is a cluster of luxury brand stores with high-end brands like LV, Cartier, Hermes, Dior, and Chanel found everywhere. Every piece of clothing costs tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Custom-made outfits can exceed $1 million. The jewelry inside each costs over $1 million, truly a gathering place for the wealthy. Today Yi Qinyu was dressed in a white shirt, casual long pants, and white sneakers. The top 2 buttons of his shirt were undone, revealing his fair collarbone and pronounced Adam's apple. Although his entire outfit cost less than 300, with his looks, even ragged clothes would appear precious. His handsome face still exuded an intoxicating aura, composed yet slightly rebellious, with captivating eyes that held a hint of mischief. Passers-by, whether girls or elegantly dressed wealthy women, looked at him with infatuation, as if starving wolves gazing at a lamb. They assumed he was some young heartthrob and threw out offers, hoping to take him under their wing. Yi Qinyu politely declined them all, quickly heading to the 4th floor to buy a baked cake to satisfy his hunger. Only you would come to the most luxurious shopping mall in the Magic City just to eat a baked cake, my brother Yi. This baked cake actually cost 52 yuan. Yi Qinyu muttered under his breath. It was merely a complaint, not a sign of being stingy. Money for him was just a number, and he had no interest in it. While munching on the baked cake, Yi Qinyu entered a Gucci luxury clothing store on the 3rd floor. As he munched on the cake, he was not met with ridicule from salespeople or female customers like in novels. Instead, many female sales associates eagerly approached to assist him. It made sense, as employees of such a prestigious mall and globally renowned luxury brand store could not possibly have a lowly attitude. They were all carefully selected, possessing excellent professional qualities. And most importantly, good looks equated to justice. One sales associate around 24 to 25 with a serene appearance smiled and approached Yi Qinyu saying, "Sir, welcome to Gucci. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask, and I will answer them all." "I'm just browsing," Yi Qinyu replied vaguely while taking a bite of the cake. At that moment, a wealthy lady in her 40s or 50s walked in adorned in jewels from head to toe. Every possible place she could wear something was covered. Her thick makeup and robust figure suggested she weighed around 180 pounds, resembling a landlord character from a TV drama. Accompanying her was a slick young man dressed decently. The only unfortunate aspect was that she had a delicate young girl clinging to her like a pet. "So this is a young person with a bad stomach." Hearing the voice, Yi Qinyu turned around and said, "I'm talking about you, you fat woman. You are the heavy. With your fat face and big ears, you think you can support me. What are you dreaming about? Should I buy you a mirror so you can see?" Ha ha. Yi Qianyu's words made everyone around cover their mouths and snicker. "You?" Li Tai was furious, nearly bursting a blood vessel as he panted heavily in place. The oily-faced young man beside her kept patting her chest to calm her down, and once he thought she was calm enough, he sweetly scolded, "Who are you calling fat? This is called being voluptuous, do you understand? Hurry up and apologize to my dear North baby, or you can forget about leaving this door." "Oh." Yi Qinyu looked at the oily-faced young man and teased with a smile, "Who do you think you are to speak? Just eat your soft meal quietly, and be a good little dog, stay in your place." You. One sentence made the oily-faced young man breathless. He hated being called someone who eats soft meals. Although he really does eat soft meals, it is also because of his own abilities. Usually those who say he eats soft meals are just envious, saying that sour grapes are sour. In his youth, he didn't know how to appreciate a mature woman and mistakenly regarded a girl as a treasure. "What's wrong with eating soft meals? It can save me 30 years of detours." In the end, it evolved into a scene where the wealthy lady and the oily-faced young man helped each other pat their chests. This attracted the curious glances of customers around, who rationally watched the drama unfold. "Xiaohu, if you serve him today, you can wait to be fired tomorrow." From behind, Li Tai shouted sternly, "I can't deal with this young man, but can I handle you, a mere saleswoman? You made me lose so much face today, you won't have it easy either." Li Tai's words made Xiaohu pause, then he took a deep breath, as if making a decision. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Yi Qinyu. "You fat woman with your little platinum membership, do you really think you can have someone lose their job? Do you even have the right to get a key? How many keys can you make? Don't think just because you're a platinum member that you have any capability." Then he looked at Xiaohu and smiled. "Don't worry, she can't do it." It seems Yi Qianyu's smile infected her, and she nodded, saying, "Sir, no matter what, I will serve you well today. If you want to see any clothing, I can recommend some for you." Saying that, she led Yi Qinyu to a relatively affordable section suitable for teenagers. "Hee. You're just a mere platinum member. Do you have any special privileges? I spend at least 10 million here every year. Who can't boast? I've seen many people like you." From behind, Li Tai continued to insult, looking disdainful. "Dear North baby, calm down. Let's see how he embarrasses himself. Why, I bet he can't afford even one piece of clothing." The oily-faced young man comforted Li Tai's hefty frame. "Useless thing, I spend so much money, and this is what I get." Li Tai swung her arm and said coldly. Then she quietly stepped closer to see how Yi Qinyu would embarrass himself. "Aye, dear North baby, it's my fault. I'll go back and learn how to retort. Wait for me." The oily-faced young man still followed along eagerly. This drew disdainful looks from those around. Eating soft meals to this extent is something they commonly see, but today they were truly enlightened. "Sir, these are more suitable for teenagers. They are not only well-fitted, but also reasonably priced." Yi Qinyu touched the fabric, which felt more comfortable than ordinary clothes. Upon seeing the price, it typically ranged from 20,000 to 100,000. He shook his head, indicating it wouldn't do. "Do you have anything else?" Xiaohu thought it was too expensive and led Yi Qinyu to the cheapest section, where each piece of clothing was around 10,000. Li Tai laughed derisively. "Haha. I thought he was something, but it turns out he's just a loser out to see the world. Kid, I'll give you another chance. If you follow me, I'll give you a pocket money of 80 to 100,000 if I'm in a—" Yi Qinyu frowned and said with disgust, "What are you barking about? Go take a dump in the toilet. I'm still eating, feeling nauseous." After saying that, he ignored her and looked at Xiaohu, saying, "That's not what I meant. I meant, do you have anything more off?" Xiaohu was stunned for a moment, thinking she was hearing things, and stuttered, "Sir, do you mean something more expensive?" "Yes." Yi Qinyu nodded with a smile. "How about this area around 100,000? Xiaohu led Yi Qinyu to another specialty section. "Is there anything even more expensive? The most expensive kind?" Yi Qinyu still shook his head. If you can't afford it, just say so. Why pretend like you can?" The oily-faced young man had just checked out professional retort phrases on his phone and immediately tried to use one, wanting to seize the opportunity to show off. Yi Qinyu merely replied lightly, "Stupid lickspittle." This instantly silenced the oily-faced young man. Xiaohu coughed lightly and said, ahem. Sir, if you want the most expensive, it can only be custom made by a professional designer for you. That's fine. Yi Qinyu nodded. After all, he wasn't in a hurry to wear it at school. He mainly wanted to spend a bit to earn some points. Whether he wore it or not didn't matter. Sir, each piece of custom-made clothing starts at over 1 million, and the price varies based on materials. It takes a month to complete, and an initial deposit of half is required. That's fine. Yi Qinyu nodded again. Then. Please wait a moment, I'll call the store manager to measure you. Xiaohu ran to the counter and made a phone call. Soon a young man in his 30s arrived at the store. Upon seeing him, Li Tai hurriedly approached to complain, exaggerating what had happened earlier and even threatening to fire Xiaohu. The young man merely nodded lightly and then approached Xiaohu saying, Xiaohu, what's going on? How did you end up in conflict with Li Tai? Xiaohu respectfully called out to Manager Yi, briefly explaining what had just happened. Then he brought Manager Yi to Yi Qinyu and introduced, Sir, this is our store manager. The young man, upon noticing the unique aura of the teenager before him, realized this youth was not a poor loser. One's aura cannot be faked. He then extended his hand, offering a business card with a smile. Hello, my name is Xin, and I am the store manager here. You can call me Manager Yi. I am also the general representative of the Gucci brand in Magic City. If Yi Qinyu knew his thoughts, he would surely retort, what aura could he possibly have? Isn't it just having money in his pocket that makes him feel confident? Without thinking too much, he took the business card, showed a smile, and shook his hand, saying, Hello, my surname is Yi. Young Master Yi, are you here to customize private clothing? Manager Yi asked first, and then said, Xiaohu should have informed you about the regulations for private customization, but there's one more thing. Our chief designer from the head office just happens to be working in Magic City for a while. If you're interested, you can have our chief designer create a design for you, but the price will be double. That's fine. Yi Qinyu calmly replied. Very well. Please follow me, he'll take your measurements. Xin gestured, leading Yi Qinyu toward the private fitting room of the Gucci boutique. Behind them, the two figures, one stout, one slender, stood momentarily stunned, their thoughts short-circuiting. After a long pause, the slick-haired young man murmured softly, Old Master Bei, rest assured. This fellow is surely bluffing. He's definitely faking it. Li Tai remained silent, merely nodding grimly, before continuing to wait in place. Inside the fitting room, Xin produced a French tape measure and meticulously recorded Yi Qianyu's dimensions from head to toe. Bust 118 centimeters. Hips 98 centimeters. Waist 77 centimeters. Arm length 118 centimeters. Not even his wrists or upper arms were spared. Every measurable part of his body was recorded, except notably his groin area. After repeated calibrations over 15 minutes, the process concluded. Xin then captured comprehensive angle-free photographs of Yi Qianyu's entire physique. Mr. Yi, thank you for your cooperation. Your full set of measurements has now been completed. Closing his laptop, Xin rose to his feet. It's my pleasure, replied Yi Qinyu calmly, not impatient, but quietly acknowledging that excellence commands its price. Now, Mr. Yi, which designer would you prefer and which garment samples? Here are all our available designers and collections. Xin slid forward a thick leather-bound portfolio. Yi Qinyu accepted it and began leafing through with quiet concentration. Half an hour later, he closed the book and said, I'll choose the chief designer you mentioned, and these. He proceeded to select over a dozen casual ensembles, prioritizing comfort above all, totaling approximately 30 million yuan. Then, recalling future formal engagements such as galas, he added 2 of the most expensive bespoke suits, valued at 20 million yuan. Upon reviewing the selections, Xin was visibly taken aback. For a fleeting moment, he wondered whether this young man might indeed be the person Li Tai had described. Yet the serene composure in Yi Qianyu's demeanor instantly dispelled that notion. His tone grew markedly more solemn. Mr. Yi, are you certain you wish to purchase so many pieces? Their combined value exceeds 50 million yuan. Yes. Yi Qinyu gave a slight, unhurried nod, the deep stillness of his eyes betraying neither haste nor hesitation. These garments will require 1 month to complete. The 2 suits, however, will take 2 months. Xin paused, then spoke frankly. I'd like them delivered within 15 days. If feasible, I'll return for future orders. A faint smile touched Yi Qianyu's lips. He wished to wear them by then, to experience firsthand how custom-tailored attire differed from ordinary clothing. Agreed. We'll do our utmost to fulfill your request. Our bespoke service requires a 50% deposit. Shall we proceed? Xin gritted his teeth inwardly. It was merely overtime. Someone else would shoulder the workload. The burden of production fell squarely upon the chief designer. He quickly raised his greatest concern: payment. After all this effort, he couldn't afford a last-minute withdrawal. Very well, let's settle the account outside. Yi Qinyu nodded and strode briskly out of the fitting room. He's out. He's out. As the two emerged into the boutique's main hall, onlookers, far from dispersing, grew more numerous and animated, watching intently. Whether rich or poor, humanity's fascination with spectacle remains immutable. Well boy, you've been holed up in there quite a while. Finally dared to step out. Li Tai's voice dripped with sarcasm. Yi Qinyu didn't deign her a glance, passing her as though she were empty air, heading straight for the reception counter. Xin double-checked the ledger before presenting the invoice. Mr. Yi, your total for the bespoke wardrobe comes to 51.2 million yuan. For you I offer our most exclusive rate, 50 million yuan. A 50% deposit amounts to 25 million. He had effectively erased the cost of an entire apartment in a Tier 5 city. An extraordinary gesture, yet Yi Qinyu nearly choked. This single gesture had just deducted 120 points from his personal account. Still he nodded gravely. No need for a deposit. I'll pay the full amount. Please provide your bank details. As Yi Qinyu entered the account information, the surrounding crowd held its breath, eager to witness whether this handsome young man truly possessed extraordinary means, or was merely a pretender playing dress-up. The slick-haired young man whispered reassuringly into Li Tai's ear, "Old Master Bei, relax. He'll likely claim his card is frozen or depleted. That's how it always goes in novels. It's textbook trope." Li Tai ignored him, her gaze locked unblinking on Yi Qinyu's every movement, cold sweat already soaking through her black blouse unbeknownst to her. Then came the announcement over the intercom. Account ending in 8866 has received 50 million yuan. Li Tai staggered, then collapsed onto the floor with a startled cry. Ouch. What? This young man truly transferred 50 million yuan instantly. He wasn't pretending at all. Who is this dashing young gentleman? Handsome, wealthy. Does he happen to need a companion? Today that portly woman has kicked a steel plate. A youth capable of transferring 50 million yuan on the spot must command immense influence and pedigree. Murmurs swirled around them, each sentence intensifying Li Tai's pallor and dampening her brow further. Mr. Yi, where shall we deliver your order upon completion? Xin beamed as he addressed Yi Qinyu. Yi Qinyu considered briefly. Deliver them to Tiangong No. 1 Villa No. 1. He retrieved the villa's key, flipped it over, and pressed its engraved base firmly onto a sheet of white paper, leaving behind the official seal, unique to Tiangong No. 1. Each key was individually crafted, irreplicable. Present this to the gatekeeper. They'll grant your team entry. As Xin accepted the paper, his pupils contracted sharply. He stared incredulous at the young man before him. He hadn't imagined this youth was the sovereign of Tiangong No. 1, the legendary tower sovereign. Even CEOs of Fortune 500 enterprises had failed to acquire it. Tiangong No. 1 belonged to the Shen family, and the tower sovereign suite was expressly non-transferable, reserved exclusively within the Shen lineage. To have acquired it from the Shuns implied that Yi Qinyu's status matched, or even surpassed, their own. Xin's deference deepened. Even his address shifted accordingly. Young Master Yi, rest assured. I'll personally brief senior management and prioritize your order's completion. Very well, I must depart now. Please ensure Hu Xiao receives her commission. Her service was exemplary. Understood, young Master Yi. Xin bowed respectfully. Beside him, Hu Xiao trembled with emotion, gazing gratefully at Yi Qinyu's retreating silhouette. Her commission on 50 million yuan amounted to 5%, 2.5 million yuan, equivalent to 2 decades of her salary. Yi Qinyu walked slowly toward Li Tai and her companion, never once glancing down at the woman seated helplessly on the floor. Finishing the last bite of his steamed bun, he met the slick-haired man's evasive gaze and spoke with quiet detachment. There's no shame in relying on another, but surrendering your dignity as a man for the sake of dependency. That disgusts me. Tread carefully, little mouse. Without turning back, he strode out, resolute, unhurried, and utterly unshaken. After seeing Yi Qinyu leave, Li Tai finally caught her breath while still on the ground. She cursed under her breath, then grabbed the hand of the oil noodle boy, preparing to get up. The oil noodle boy finally reacted after hearing her. With a sudden jerk of his arm, Li Tai fell back to the ground, crying out in pain, "Ouch! What are you doing, Xiaoyu? How dare you throw me down? Do you still want your pocket money for next month?" Hearing this, the oil noodle boy suddenly yelled, "Shut up, you fat hag. I've had enough of you." After saying that, he flung his clothes and left in a huff. Though his back seemed manly, tears streamed down it. Whenever someone passed by, he immediately put on a righteous expression, and after they left, he would switch back to a teary-eyed look, changing his demeanor more fluidly than a master of disguise. Meanwhile, Li Tai continued to curse angrily like a shrew shouting on the street. "If you leave, don't bother coming back. I supported you with food and clothing, and this is how you repay me. I don't believe it. I can find another pretty boy who will listen to me. I've wanted to dump you for a long time, you short and weak one who can't satisfy me." Xin frowned at Li Tai, who was on the ground, and looked disdainfully at her, saying loudly, "From now on, put her on the Gucci blacklist. No Gucci products will be sold to her permanently. I will also inform my colleagues to add her to the unfriendly list. After hearing Yizin's statement, Li Tai was completely panicked. She relied on her Gucci Platinum membership to squeeze into the circle of wealthy wives. As the saying goes, the more one lacks something, the more one will flaunt it. Her gold and silver jewelry all over her body was proof of that. If she were blacklisted by all luxury brands, she would be kicked out of that circle. Li Tai hurriedly got up from the ground, grabbing Yizin's arm, pleading, "Shopkeeper, please don't blacklist me. I was wrong today, I apologize. I have to curry favor with the people you offended. They can ignore you, but I must show my stance." Exin glanced at her coldly and said, "Security, please escort her out." Before long, a group of security guards came and escorted her out of the Guajin Center. The onlookers, seeing that it was over, also began to leave. However, today's events would remain fresh in their memories, especially that mysterious young man, and everyone speculated about his identity. Some guessed he was the son of a chairman from one of the top 100 companies globally. Others said he was the illegitimate child of someone from one of the 4 prominent families in the Magic City. Some even speculated that he was the son of a hidden financial magnate. Conversely, discussions stirred up. The narrative split into two. A voice from the system echoed in his mind, "Congratulations, host, for spending 50 million yuan and earning 5,000 points. Congratulations, host, for triggering a hidden reward, earning 25 of Gucci's shares with related documents placed in the system backpack. System, your internet speed is a bit slow. Host, it was just your moment of glory. Ooh, I couldn't disturb you. You're so considerate." Yi Qinyu praised, then continued, "Why are you rewarding me with this nonsense? I can buy it. Aren't you just causing trouble?" He felt troubled. According to Gucci's current market value of $33.8 billion, it was approximately 233.3 billion yuan. This 25 stake would be worth over 6 million points. Wasn't this system just messing with him? Since it was a reward, he could only reluctantly accept it. After checking the information, he realized that his 25 shares would make him the second largest shareholder of Gucci, just behind the first shareholder with 34.4. Thinking about finding a time to acquire the remaining shares, he wanted to be the first, not the second. After all, he wasn't lacking money at the moment. Without overthinking, he casually tossed the plastic bag into the trash can, glanced at the time, and saw it was only 2 in the afternoon, still early. He pondered for a moment, feeling like something was still missing from his outfit. Then he remembered he still needed a watch. The poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. He needed to buy a watch to play with. Without much thought, he headed straight to the first floor and randomly found a Vacheron Constantin store. He originally wanted to go to Patek Philippe, known as the king of watches, but after thinking it over, he still entered this Vacheron Constantin store. As the second in the watch industry, it also had its unique charm. Low-key, without ostentation, with depth, without flaunting wealth. Upon entering the store, the female salesperson, seeing the extraordinarily handsome and charismatic man, felt a spark of excitement and collectively said, "Welcome to Vacheron Constantin. Just get me any salesperson." Yi Qinyu stepped forward, glanced around at the relatively pleasing female salespeople, and waved, saying, "The tall one, cough, cough. The beautiful lady, it's you." The tall lady revealed a professional smile, walked gracefully to Yi Qinyu, and politely said, "Hello, sir, my name is Wang Lily. You can call me Shaoli. What do you wish to be called?" "I am Yi. Do you have any precious watches here?" Yi Qinyu asked. "Yes, may I ask what price range you are looking? The more expensive, the better. Ideally, something like your store's treasure." Yi Qinyu got straight to the point without... He thought about saying he'd take everything, but that would make him feel low-class. That would make people think he was crazy. He didn't want to be seen as a nouveau riche who only knew how to rack up points. Casually spending money while earning points was the essence of a wonderful life. "Yes, we happen to have a store treasure." Shaoli nodded, then reported to her supervisor. After the supervisor glanced at Yi Qianyu's demeanor, he nodded in agreement. Before long, Shaoli emerged from the back room with a heavy aluminum box and approached Yi Qinyu. She then carefully opened it, revealing a stunning black watch. Shaoli gently took the watch out and softly introduced, "This is the Vacheron Constantin Traditionnel 0001P wristwatch, priced at 20 million, with only 10 pieces, limited worldwide, just released this January. The diameter is 37 millimeters with 30 gemstones. The case is made from advanced rare materials, the strap is crocodile leather, and the crystal is made from sapphire glass." Yi Qinyu took the watch and put it on his wrist, rotating it back and forth, feeling quite comfortable. This startled Shaoli. Such an expensive watch couldn't be damaged. "Mister, you please be careful with that." Shaoli wanted to remind the handsome young man to be cautious. But before she could finish, he interrupted, saying, "They'll take this one. Give me the account number." "Huh? You mean you're buying it?" Shaoli was stunned, taking a long time to respond, still uncertain as she asked, "Would you like to think it over again? This is 20 million, not 2,000. Yi Qinyu was speechless, nodding seriously. "I'm sure. Give me the account number." "Oh, please wait a moment. I'll go get it right now." Shaoli hurriedly ran to her supervisor, explaining the situation, and the supervisor also looked bewildered. It seemed like it hadn't even been 5 minutes since this all started, and he was already buying it. Even faster than buying groceries. The manager immediately approached Yi Qianyu and offered a smile as he confirmed, "Once more, sir, are you certain you wish to purchase this Vacheron Constantine Patrimony Reference 001P wristwatch?" "Yes, I am absolutely certain." Yi Qianyu nodded firmly. "Very well, sir. Here is our bank account." The manager retrieved an account slip from his inner pocket. Yi Qianyu entered the number and completed the transaction. Account ending in 7765 has received 20 million yuan. Having settled the payment, Yi Qianyu strode out of the store without hesitation, leaving the entire staff momentarily stunned. A portly man who had long admired the timepiece stared after Yi Qianyu's retreating figure and exclaimed in disbelief, "Whose young master is this?" He walks and spends less than 5 minutes and buys Vacheron Constantine's crown jewel, as if he were picking vegetables at a market. Hearing this, the female sales associate standing nearby first glanced enviously at her colleague, Xiao Li, then turned to the portly man with playful exasperation. "Mister, you've been eyeing this watch for a full month, and I've personally assisted you for every single day of it. So, will you buy it or not?" Inspired by the young man's decisive purchase, the portly man clenched his teeth and declared, "Fine, I'll buy it. How much?" The saleswoman instantly lit up with excitement. "Mister, you the Vacheron Constantine Patrimony Collection Ref. 585100 is priced at 1.57 million yuan, but for you I'll offer it at 1.5 million. Agreed. Transfer the funds immediately." As Yi Qianyu stepped out of the Vacheron Constantine boutique, a system chime resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have spent 20 million yuan and earned 2,000 points, bringing your total balance to 7,000 points. Hidden reward activated. You have acquired a 10% equity stake in Vacheron Constantine. Relevant documentation has been placed in your system inventory." Yi Qianyu accepted the reward without hesitation. He opened his phone and checked Vacheron Constantine's market valuation, approximately $58 billion US. 10% of that equated to roughly 40 billion renminbi. Factoring in his existing holdings, including 1 Googol units in Gucci, he had just become a billionaire overnight. In a single day, through a few casual purchases, he had effortlessly ascended to billionaire status. He arrived at the parking lot, opened the door of his high-yowing sports car, and slid inside. His intention was to elevate all his physical capabilities to the absolute human limit. System purchased 7 vials of basic physiological enhancement serum to max out all attributes. Congratulations, host. You have purchased 7 vials of basic physiological enhancement serum costing 7,000 points. Your remaining balance is 0 points. Serum administered successfully. Strength increased to 10. Constitution increased to 5. Intelligence increased to 6. Speed increased. A cascade of notifications followed, and Yi Qianyu felt himself transcend, sensing a profound holistic transformation. His 8-pack abs became sharply defined, his oblique lines more pronounced. His entire bearing grew more striking, his features more refined, his aura deeper and more enigmatic. System display my personal profile. Yi Qianyu commanded mentally. The interface appeared. Host Yi Qianyu. Age 19. Height 183 centimeters. Appearance 9.99. Maximum value, e-reader scale 10. Strength 10. Human physiological limit. Constitution 4. Intelligence 5. Identity first-year university student in Moda hidden. Stop right there. Don't run. Please, don't run. Before Yi Qianyu could fully assess his newly enhanced attributes, shouts erupted from outside the car window. He glanced out and saw over a dozen black-clad men pursuing a young girl ahead of them. She appeared 14 or 15, barely 5 feet tall, adorably petite with twin braids bouncing playfully against her temples. Her eyes sparkled with lively charm, her nose was delicately sculpted, her cheeks faintly flushed, her lips luscious and rosy, her complexion porcelain pale and luminous, her frame slender and graceful. Glancing back at her pursuers, she stuck out her tongue with a mischievous grin. "Nyanya, go home already. No need to chase me anymore." The black-clad men pressed on relentlessly, yet carefully avoided touching her. Footsteps thundered, thud, thud, thud. They encircled her tightly. Their leader stepped forward and pleaded, "Please, return with us." "No way." She shook her head emphatically, then darted her gaze around, spotting a sports car idling nearby. A sly smile flickered across her lips. Without hesitation, she darted to the vehicle, wrenched open the door, and slipped inside. Yi Qianyu stared, utterly bewildered, at the tiny figure now seated beside him. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Get out." He shot her a sidelong glance and pointed toward the door, signaling her to leave. Yi Ningxin barely managed to shut the door when a deep magnetic voice reached her ears. She looked up and gasped inwardly, "Wow, what a stunning young man." MMPH. She hastily retracted a droplet of saliva and laughed awkwardly. Ah. "Hello, handsome big brother." Yi Qianyu replied flatly. "Who or what exactly are you?" Some little winter melon that just popped out of nowhere. Hell, little winter melon. Her eyes widened in stunned disbelief. Yi Qinyu glanced pointedly at her flat chest. Grade A, unplayable. Humiliated by his gaze, she recoiled as though struck by a crushing blow. It's not like I can control it. It's natural, seriously. She puffed out her chest defiantly and planted her hand. Ignoring her, Yi Qinyu gestured toward the ring of black-clad men surrounding the car. You still have the nerve to chat. Show them some courtesy, get out. And don't even think about dragging me into your mess. He reached for the door handle to eject her, but Yi Ningxin seized his arm, her voice trembling with feigned desperation. Big brother, please don't abandon me. Those fierce, terrifying men out there intend to abduct me. How could you bear to let such a lovely girl fall into their clutches? Tears welled up in her eyes, genuine looking, her eyelids reddening, as if she were truly on the verge of tears. Yi Qinyu stared speechless. What a consummate actress you are. Yet he didn't dismiss her claim outright. If it were true, walking away would leave her truly vulnerable. At that, he stepped out of the car, closed the door behind him, and frowned sternly. Abducting a minor in broad daylight. What sinister intent lies behind this? The black-clad men blinked, confused. What on earth? We're merely escorting our young mistress home. Since when did that become abduction? Yi Ningxin stared, flabbergasted. Me. A minor. I may look, well, slightly petite, but I'm legally 18. Wah. Yi Ningxin, infringing deletion. Kid, I advise you not to meddle in other people's affairs or else. The leading man, thinking the youth might pose a threat to the young lady, kindly warned him. Oh, or else what? You over a dozen big men are bullying a little girl, aren't you ashamed? Leave quickly, or I will call the police. Knight Qinyu faced a group of black-clad men, without any hint of retreat. Instead, he gestured by putting his hand near his ear, mimicking a phone call to the police. Kid, I advise you not to interfere today. The leading man signaled the others, who understood and orderly took their positions, demonstrating well-trained discipline. What if I insist on intervening? Knight Qianyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Then we shall be rude. Brothers, the old man has ordered us to bring the young lady back. Go. Remember not to injure anyone. At the command of the leading man, everyone charged forward. Let's see how strong a human at max level is. Knight Qinyu chuckled. After all this build-up, he finally had the chance to act. He had long noticed that this group was not merely a bunch of kidnappers, but rather a team of well-trained individuals. Otherwise, with that little girl's delicate appearance, how could they have chased her for so long? They were probably afraid of hurting her, and were just playing with her. The remaining black-clad men rushed towards him, first intending to capture Knight Qinyu. However, unexpectedly, the chests of the first few men were kicked hard, and they instantly flew backward, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. What the hell? Report. I used too much force. Seeing his kick send someone flying several meters away, Knight Qinyu was startled and quickly apologized. Truly, it was the power of max level, the limit of humanity. The big men were also taken aback, not expecting that the seemingly frail man before them could unleash such immense power. One by one, they lost their earlier nonchalance and became particularly serious. One man swung his arm from the side, attempting to catch him off guard. Knight Qianyu's max-level reflexes kicked in. He quickly crouched down to dodge the attack. Turning back, he punched the man in the stomach. Ugh! A mouthful of sour water was spat out, and he immediately lay weakly on the ground, clutching his stomach and moaning. PFF. Ugh. Bang. Soon the ground was littered with black-clad men, each one retching on the ground. Although they weren't injured, it still hurt a lot. Only the leading man remained, now drenched in sweat. Just as he was about to charge forward for a decisive battle, he was stopped by Knight Qinyu. Hey, that's enough, brother, there's no need for that. After saying this, Knight Qinyu opened the car door and got in. Inside the car, Yi Ningxin looked at him with starry eyes. Wow, you're so handsome, big brother. Especially that kick bit was simply too cool. The more Yi Ningxin spoke, the more excited she became, gesturing with her hands. Knight Qinyu looked at her speechlessly, as if he were gazing at a little friend. Virum. Starting the car, he drove out of the basement. Passing by the big man, Yi Ningxin rolled down the window and said to the leading man, Hey, tell my grandpa that I want to study here and will return later. After saying this, she ducked back into the car and rolled up the window. Dahei watched the car disappearing from view, feeling helpless. He then took out a phone and dialed. After 3 rings, the phone was answered. On the other end was a strong old man's voice. Dahei, have you brought my precious granddaughter back? Dahei immediately stood straight, speaking respectfully. I'm sorry, old Yi, we failed to bring the young lady back. The old man, referred to as old Yi, paused before asking, Tell me what happened. Dahei hurriedly recounted everything that had just happened, relaying the young lad's words verbatim. On the other end, old Yi's voice was filled with surprise. Oh, you mean that young man is so powerful? You all are elite special forces whom I've specifically selected from the army, and yet you were defeated by him in one encounter. Are you joking with me? Dahei wiped off his cold sweat and quickly replied. I wouldn't dare. Everything I said is true without a hint of falsehood. All right, then you few should secretly protect my precious granddaughter in Modu and ensure that she is not harmed in the slightest. You can mobilize the official forces of Modu as you see fit. Also discreetly investigate that young man's background, but do not provoke him. And one more thing, do not let any man with impure motives or character come near my precious granddaughter. Dahei stood at attention and saluted, responding, "Understood, sir." Far away in the Yi family's estate in Kyoto, an old man with white hair hung up the phone, angrily staring at the group below, cursing, "Look at you guys talking about a marriage alliance, scaring my precious granddaughter to the point of fleeing to Modu overnight. Hurry up and cancel that marriage alliance. Oh, what makes that kid from the Wu family worthy of my grand—" One middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses quickly stepped forward and said, "All right, father, please don't be angry. If you get upset, it won't be good for your health. I'll immediately cancel this decision." Yi Zhenxing is your daughter. How can you make such reckless decisions? You're really driving me mad. Yi Zhenhua slammed the table as he scolded. Yi Zhenxing wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking pained as he said, "Father, I had no choice. The Wang family has a Wang Youwei who is rumored to lead the Wang family to the top among the 8 major families in 10 years. They have always been enemies with us, so I was just being cautious. If we marry into the Wu family, even if the Wang family becomes the best, they won't be able to threaten us. Plus, I've carefully selected that kid from the Wu family is superior in both appearance and character compared to the others. How dare you mention that? I've heard that Wu Xiaofan from the Wu family leads a chaotic nightlife, and I'm still alive. The Yi family will not allow them to trample over us. Since Shiner wants to study in Modu, let her attend Modu University. Tell Yi to take good care of his niece, and if my granddaughter suffers even the slightest grievance, that principal will have to be replaced." Yi Zhenxing immediately replied, "All right, father, I will handle it right away." Inside the car, Night Qianyu glanced at Yi Ningxin, who had taken off her shoes and was resting her feet on the seat. Her fair little feet swayed casually, especially those white stockings that caught Night Qianyu's eye, making him drive somewhat unsteadily. The only drawback is that she was a bit lacking in the chest department. He casually asked, "Little Wintermelon, what's your name, and where are you planning to go?" Yi Ningxin wrinkled her delicate nose, revealing her little tiger teeth as she pitifully said, "I am not Little Wintermelon. My name is Yi Ningxin. I don't know where to go." "What is your name, handsome?" "My name is Yi Qianyu. Are you a middle school student?" Yi Qianyu casually replied while driving. "I'm not a middle school student. I'm an adult, just turned 18. I just look a bit younger." "Haha, I was just joking, don't be angry." Seeing her cute expression, Yi Qianyu couldn't bear to tease her. He smiled and gently ruffled her hair with his long fingers while driving. Feeling Yi Qianyu's hand on her head, Yi Ningxin was stunned for a moment, staring blankly at the man beside her. This feeling was unprecedented and very gentle. Without realizing it, Yi Ningxin became a bit dazed. She started to giggle. Is this girl really daft? Yi Qianyu raised an eyebrow, silently mocking her, before quickly focusing on driving. When she felt that the gentle hand was no longer on her head, Yi Ningxin finally reacted. Her face turned slightly red, but quickly returned to normal. With her eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, she said, "Brother Qianyu, which university do you attend? They'll come to your school to check in later." Yi Qianyu turned his head slightly to glance at her, and replied, "I'm a freshman in the finance department at Magic City University." Upon hearing this, Yi Ningxin's eyes suddenly lit up. "Wow. Brother Qianyu, you're actually studying at Magic City University." That's perfect, because I actually wanted to visit that university." "Visit?" Yi Qianyu noticed a flaw in her logic and asked in confusion, "Magic City University is a nationally renowned university. Do you think you can just stroll in casually?" Yi Ningxin tilted her head and flashed him a sweet smile. Sunlight poured through the window, illuminating her dimples, warm and sweet. "Of course. The president of Magic City University is my uncle, so going there feels like coming home." As she spoke, Yi Ningxin's head involuntarily lifted, filled with pride. After hearing her words, Yi Qianyu looked at the smug little girl and couldn't help but smile slightly. I see, since you call me brother, then we are family. Your uncle is my uncle too." Really, Brother Qianyu?" Without realizing the seriousness of the situation, Yi Ningxin looked happily at Yi Qianyu, her big eyes blinking rapidly. "Of course it's true." Yi Qianyu nodded earnestly. Joking aside, if he had an uncle who was a president, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted at school? He could fail classes if he wanted, skip lectures if he chose. The more he thought about it, the more affectionate his gaze towards Yi Ningxin became. This made Yi Ningxin shyly lower her head, her face turning red to the ears. Why is he looking at me like that? So shy." During their casual conversation, the car entered Magic City University. Yi Qianyu parked the car, and they both got out. Yi Ningxin waved goodbye to Yi Qianyu and said, "Brother Qianyu, I have to go now. I need to talk to my uncle first, then he'll come find you to play." "Okay, go ahead." Yi Qianyu smiled slightly and nodded. After hearing his response, Yi Ningxin bounced as she jumped, her twin ponytails swayed along. Dung. Duong. Duong. Watching her leave, Yi Qinyu couldn't help but smile before heading towards the dormitory. After such a long time, his dorm mates were probably back. Once he entered the dorm, he saw the three of them intensely playing League of Legends. Yi Qinyu felt speechless and impressed. Didn't these three ever get tired? Seeing the dorm door pushed open, Jin Yoqian, who was commanding the team, said, "Hey, Yi, your military training uniform is on your bed. Don't forget what you promised us." Old 3 and Old 4, slow down, I'm not there yet. Wait for me to arrive before engaging in team fights. Yi Qinyu walked straight to his bed, where 2 sets of military training uniforms were casually tossed. Opening one, he found it was similar to an army-style training uniform, fitting nicely on him. Especially with Yi Qianyu's current physique, he looked like a fine soldier. After showing off for a moment, he folded the military training uniform neatly and set it aside, lying down to rest. Just then, ding ding, his phone vibrated continuously. Upon opening it, he saw a message from Muzuru. There were 3 photos in total, accompanied by the text, "Qinyu, here are our newly issued military training uniforms. Do you think they look good?" Yi Qinyu admired them seriously for a moment, occasionally making a clicking sound. Muzuru was the type of delicate girl. The military uniform added an air of heroism to her, blending softness with strength, and paired with her sweet smile that drew people, and everyone would feel a sense of affection. "They look great. Mizuru is truly the most beautiful girl." Yi Qinyu unhesitatingly praised her. "Oh my, saying such sweet things will make me shy." Muzuru sat on the edge of the bed looking at her phone messages, her face slightly reddening. Then she quickly typed a message, "Qinyu, are you also going to have military training? I remember that Magic City University and our university belong to the same military organization and have military training at the same time. Yes, it starts tomorrow and lasts for half a month. Remember to apply plenty of sunscreen during military training. Don't get sunburned. If you feel tired, just tell the instructor." Yi Qinyu earnestly reminded her. In his memory, Muzuru had always been delicate and fragile, and such rigorous training, like military training, seemed a bit challenging for her. "Okay, I'm not as weak as you think. I'm only weak in front of you, hee." Muzuru pouted and retorted. However, she felt very happy inside. Being cared for by someone she liked was something to be joyful about. "Alright, I'll take a rest for a bit." "Okay, you rest. There's one more thing. After military training, I want to organize a dormitory gathering with my roommates to get to know each other." "Okay, let's talk about it after military training." JPG 08K, closing WeChat, he checked the time. It was 4 p.m. Preparing to lie down for an hour before heading out to eat. Lying in bed, he reflected on the events of the day in the basement. He gained a profound understanding of his full power. With his strength at level 10, those men in black should be at level 8. Between levels 5 to 9, the limits of humanity are not something everyone can reach. It becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses. Gradually, Yi Qinyu unintentionally fell into a deep slumber. "Old Yi, wake up. It's already 5:30, time to get up and eat." A loud voice echoed in Yi Qianyu's ear, causing his eardrum to throb painfully. "Could you not shout so loudly?" Yi Qinyu grumbled as he dug at his ear. I saw you sleeping so deeply I was afraid I wouldn't be able to wake you." Jin Yuqian awkwardly scratched his head, but his eyes revealed a mischievous smile. Unfortunately for him, Yi Qinyu caught him and turned to grab a pillow, smashing it hard against his forehead. "Damn it, I think you did it on purpose. There's always someone trying to harm me." After a brief scuffle, Yi Qinyu got up, dressed, and asked, "Where are we eating tonight?" "Let's just go to the school," Yi Xiaodian interjected. Xia Nanxing, standing by, nodded in agreement. "What about Eugene, fatty?" Yi Qinyu turned to Jin Yuqian. "I'm fine with anything. Wherever you guys want to eat is good for me." Jin Yuqian shrugged nonchalantly. "Alright, then let's go to the cafeteria." Yi Qinyu snapped his fingers and led the way. "Old Yi, the cafeteria is to the right. You're going the wrong way." The 3 behind pointed weakly in a direction. Yi Qinyu twitched his mouth, cleared his throat, and silently changed direction. As long as he wasn't embarrassed, the embarrassment fell upon others. The student cafeteria in Modu has a total of 5 locations, each situated in different areas of the school: the Chinese food area, on the east Western food area, on the west seafood area, on the south fast food area on the north, and a high-end area in the center. Yi Qinyu and his 3 friends did not go to the high-end restaurant, but chose the Chinese food area nearby instead. The reason was simple: it was close to the dormitory, just about a 5-minute walk. It was still the hot summer season, and all around were various youthful girls walking to and fro. No wonder it's a university. There are so many beautiful girls. Exactly. Look at that one with curves in all the right places. Ooh, just by size, she must be a 36C. Quick look over there. Her legs are so long and fair. Oh wow. Yi Qinyu felt a headache coming on as he watched the 2 next to him continuously comment. Even the usually honest Xia Nanxing chimed in occasionally. "This is bad. Close proximity breeds familiarity, and the 4th one is going to be led astray by these 2 fools." Yi Qinyu inwardly complained, his eyes never stopping as they wandered over the long legs that passed by. Wow, so tantalizing. In no time the four arrived at the cafeteria observing the sea of students devouring their meals, and Yi Qinyu couldn't help but feel nostalgic reminiscent of his high school days back on the Blue Star. Most university students come from ordinary families, and even at Modi University, it's no exception. Therefore the Chinese food and fast food areas have the most students. The four casually found a seat, and then the third and fourth members went to fetch meals. It was no contest, after all they were the youngest. Before long the two returned carefully holding 2 trays. Here, Xian Nanxing handed a tray to Thank you. Yi Qinyu expressed his gratitude as he looked at the tray, which contained 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and 1 soup. A serving of sweet and sour pork, a spicy stir-fried meat dish, a stir-fried eggplant, and a bowl of egg and pickled vegetable soup. After tasting the dishes the flavors were decent, neither particularly delicious nor hard to eat. The cafeteria food was generally uniform and could not compare to freshly cooked meals in restaurants. After casually eating a few bites he scrolled through his phone while waiting for the other 3 to finish. Beep, beep. A phone call came in from an overseas number. Without a second thought, Yi Qinyu hung up. It's obviously a scam call. Yi Qinyu pouted. Soon after the phone rang again. Oh wow, another one. Is telecom fraud also trending overseas now? Yi Qinyu said to the 3 still eating. I'm going out to take a call. Oh. The 3 kept their heads down and focused on eating, responding with absent-minded murmurs. Yi Qinyu stepped outside the cafeteria to answer, curious to see how overseas scams operated. On the other end of the line a voice spoke in Chinese. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Yi? Yi Qinyu asked suspiciously. Oh hello, I am Roman, the general manager of Gucci. I just received word that you have acquired 25 of our company's shares. Do you have some time? Our shareholders would like to discuss the transfer with you. The male voice on the phone respectfully explained his identity. Sorry, I don't have time right now. Just forget about the transfer. I don't want to manage company affairs. I just want to receive dividends every year. Yi Qinyu refused without hesitation. What a joke. He had so much money he didn't know where to spend it. How could he have time to manage these matters? All right, Mr. Yi. I've informed our general manager in Modu Isin. You can reach out to him with any questions, and he will assist you throughout the process. All right, is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up first. Yi Qinyu nodded. Nothing else, Mr. Yi, please feel free to attend to your matters. Roman's respectful voice came from the phone, waiting for the other end to hang up first. Yi Qinyu hung up and was about to enter the cafeteria when, at that moment, his phone rang again. Yi Qinyu raised 3 question marks. Usually he would only receive a call every few days, but today there were so many consecutive calls. Looking at the phone, it was a local Modu number. He couldn't help but think too much and directly answered. Moshi, who is this? What do you want? A voice of a man in his 40s came through the phone. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Yi? My name is Gu Shang, the general manager of Vacheron Constantine in Modu. I just received word from headquarters that you have acquired 10 of Vacheron Constantine's shares. The respectful voice of Gu Shang came through the phone. I'm calling to discuss any questions you may have. I will do my best to assist you. Alright, I understand. I don't have any questions for now, Yi Qinyu acknowledged, accepting his goodwill. In the future, while in Modu, he might have to deal with some upper-class issues. Having one more contact could be beneficial. Whether it was Isin or this Gu Shang, although they were only general managers, they stood behind Gucci and Vacheron Constantine. In Modu's upper-class circles, they still held a certain status, even if they could not compare to the top 4 families of Modu. However, their positions allowed them to sit at the same table as some first-rate decision-makers. Whenever any issues arose, they could always be entrusted to resolve them. Yi Qinyu hung up the phone and headed toward the cafeteria to check whether the 3 voracious eaters had finished their meal. Just as she turned around, she saw all 3 strolling out of the cafeteria, each leisurely picking their teeth with a toothpick, utterly satisfied. Have you finished eating? Yi Qinyu asked. Full up. Let's head back to the dorm. Jin Yuqian patted his belly and declared. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. All 4 phones chimed simultaneously. Opening them, they found a group message from Shangwan Xinyu. All members assemble in our original classroom at 6 p.m. for an introductory meeting with the military instructor. Punctuality is mandatory. Looks like you won't be heading back just yet. You'll have to go to the classroom first. Yi Qinyu teased, barely concealing her amusement. Fine, let's change course then. Jin Yuqian sighed deeply. They entered the classroom and resumed their usual seats. Classmates gathered in clusters, chatting animatedly. The ambient buzz of conversation was so loud that none of them noticed the 4 entering from behind. Let me tell you, Wei Qingyu's family is absurdly wealthy. They own a grand villa right in the heart of Yeah, absolutely. Last night we held a party at his place and got thoroughly drunk. When I got up to relieve myself in the middle of the night, guess what I discovered? What did you find? Tell us, quickly. Hee. I realized his toilet seat was solid gold. One classmate, noticing Wei Qingyu's grimacing expression, blurted out, Wei Qingyu, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Wei Qingyu's lips twitched. His face darkened as he snapped, damn it, no golden toilet. You peed into my elder sister's saxophone last night. No wonder she complained this morning about a foul stench. Turns out it was you. This is too much. I can't breathe. Looming last night you were one match away from breaking through to eternal diamond rank. So why did you rage quit and curse your teammate? Was it really because his Kai Wenji went 0-8? Of course not. I just thought he was catastrophically incompetent. I simply needed to vent. When playing Honor of Kings, remember this: fallen stars can be reclaimed, lost honor points can be restored. But once a person stops being cursed, you may never meet them again. A true talent. It was only now that Yi Qinyu realized how extraordinary her class truly was. Every single student brimmed with singular brilliance. At that very moment, a striking figure strode into the classroom. It was their homeroom teacher Shangwan Qinyu. Today she wore a fresh ensemble. Yesterday's attire replaced by a youthful campus-style outfit. She wore a crisp white t-shirt paired with a sleek black skirt. Her slender, flawless legs, clad in sheer black stockings, drew lingering glances. Truly like perfection incarnate. Stepping lightly in white canvas shoes, she ascended the podium and delivered a few brief ceremonial remarks. Moments later, she clapped her hands once. A tall, broad-shouldered young man entered. His posture erect, his skin sun-kissed, his physique powerful. Shangwan Qinyu beamed warmly as she introduced him. Allow me to present your new military instructor, Instructor Wang Jian. For the next 15 days, he will lead your training regimen. From this moment onward, you are under his command. Let's welcome him with applause. Clap, clap, clap. The students erupted into enthusiastic, spirited applause. Once the applause subsided, Instructor Wang Jian marched to the podium, rendered a sharp military salute, then spoke in a calm, impassive tone. Students, over the coming fortnight, our roles will be instructor and trainees. But more than that, I hope we'll forge a bond of mutual respect and friendship. I trust these 15 days of military training will become an unforgettable chapter in your lives. Clap, clap, clap. The applause surged again, louder, warmer, more resonant than before. Wang Jian lowered his hands, gently scanned the room, and asked, before we proceed, I'd like to know, does anyone here suffer from chronic illness or congenital heart disease? Please step forward now, as such students may be exempted from training. Seeing no response, he nodded approvingly. Excellent. Seems everyone is in peak physical condition. Then allow me to outline tomorrow's schedule. Just then a slender student in the front row raised his hand and asked suddenly, Instructor Wang, supposing one has no medical condition, is there any way to opt out of training? Wang Jian didn't frown. He merely smiled faintly. Since this student has asked, I'll offer a challenge: answer my question correctly, and I'll grant this student exemption from training. As Wang Jian prepared to pose his question, a handsome young man rose abruptly from the back row. Instinctively, Wang Jian asked, Student, why have you stood up? Yi Qinyu responded solemnly, reporting instructor, I've cramped up. I'm standing to stretch. And without another word, he left his seat and walked calmly toward the classroom door. Wang Jian, Student, where are you going? The session isn't over. Please return to your seat immediately. Yi Qinyu grinned broadly. Instructor, the question you posed has already been answered correctly. So technically I'm exempt from training. As for your second question, where am I going? That falls within the scope of personal discretion. But since you asked so sincerely, I'll oblige. I'm returning to my dormitory to sleep. The entire class froze, staring at Yi Qinyu, as if he were some unearthly anomaly. Was this even allowed? Brilliant. Oh, old Yi, you're nothing short of legendary. I've learned everything. Shangwan Qinyu watched Yi Qinyu's retreating figure, gritting her teeth in silent fury. She regretted appointing him class monitor, genuinely fearing he'd warped the moral compass of finance class 3 beyond redemption. Strolling across the lively campus, Yi Qinyu felt buoyant, humming a cheerful tune under his breath. My uncle is the university president, military training. Not in this lifetime. Isn't watching others sweat far more entertaining? Ugh, time to think of ways to spend money. Even if someone handed me cash, I wouldn't touch it. What a damn mess. Yi Qinyu pondered how best to spend his fortune and earn merit points, yet found himself strangely vexed. When penniless, he daydreamed endlessly about lavish spending. Now flush with wealth, he was paralyzed by indecision. Clearly the swiftest, most effective path was founding a venture capital firm. Recalling standard capitalist strategy, operating discreetly from the shadows, identifying promising ventures to fund, or even acquiring companies outright, he settled on the plan. With that, Yi Qinyu pulled out his phone and dialed Gushang, CEO of Jaeger LeCoulter. The call connected after a single ring. Hello, Mr. Yi. Long time no speak. I need a favor. Yi Qinyu stepped into a quiet garden pavilion and continued the call. Gushang, how could it be long time? Hadn't they spoken just one chapter ago? Yet he dared not protest, only bowed his head respectfully. Mr. Yi, please proceed. Do you happen to know any property owners selling commercial office buildings? I wish to purchase one. A pause lingered on the line before the reply came. Understood, Mr. Yi. May I ask, do you have specific requirements for the building? Yi Qinyu paused for 10 seconds, then replied, First, the location must be in Shanghai's most prestigious district. Second, the pricier the better. Third, it should be fully furnished and still unsold. Fourth, excellent natural lighting, ventilation, structural safety, and fire protection systems are non-negotiable. Fifth, I require outright purchase, not lease. That's all. Very well, Mr. Yi. They'll call you to confirm at the appointed time. Gu Shang replied, then waited for Yi Qinyu to hang up. Yi Qinyu offered a brief word of thanks before ending the call. If Gu Shang proved competent, he might later consider mentoring him, perhaps even appointing him CEO of a company. He dismissed the thought and headed back toward his dormitory. The next day at 6 a.m., freshmen still deep in slumber were roused by their drill instructors for military training. The 3 roommates of dormitory 608 rose groggily dressed, washed, and used the restroom, completing the entire routine in under 5 minutes. Hurry up, Jean Lao. Don't dawdle. We'll be late. Coming. Why is the zipper on this training uniform so stubborn? You refuse to lose weight. Now look at you. Let's go. Your cap's crooked. Old Xia, that sly dog, slipped away without us. Yi Shaodian dashed after him. Before rushing out, Jean Lauer glanced back at Yi Qinyu, still asleep. Lao Yi, are you absolutely certain you want to attend training? Yi Qinyu murmured sleepily. No. He'll wake up later and watch you train. Jean Yuqian stared silently for a beat, then bolted from the dormitory in frantic haste. At 9 a.m., Yi Qinyu was jolted awake by a WeChat voice call from Shangwan Qinyu. Mr. Yi, though you're exempt from training as class monitor, you must personally supervise on-site. Rubbing his drowsy eyes, Yi Qinyu asked, Teacher Shangwan, might I respectfully request you revoke my position as monitor? Shangwan Qinyu paused, then retorted, Absolutely not. For as long as I oversee your semester, you're stuck with it. HMPF. Yi Qinyu stepped down from his bed, dressed calmly, and remarked, You claim him unfit for the role yet refuse to relieve me. What's that if not occupying a stall without relieving oneself? Shangwan Qinyu fell speechless, then replied with a teasing lilt, What nonsense are you spouting? Who mentioned such a thing? Ugh, you're insufferable. Yi Qinyu chuckled softly and teased, Do celestial maidens truly never relieve themselves? I find that hard to believe. I've heard they don't merely go, they pause midstream, then splash water everywhere. Tisk tsk. She stood frozen for several seconds, then clenched her teeth, her voice flustered and faintly embarrassed. Finally she blurted out, How dare you say such things? You're truly unbearable. Hurry over. On a day this scorching, you must help me shoulder some responsibility as monitor. She hung up abruptly. Yi Qinyu sighed inwardly. How had the conversation escalated so quickly? Setting down his phone, he headed to the restroom to relieve himself and freshen up. On the sports field, Shangwan Qinyu wore a white Chanel sheath dress, its cinched waist accentuating her slender figure until it seemed barely graspable between 2 hands. Her hair was loosely pinned at the nape, while wisps of bangs clung damply to her fair forehead, lending her an unexpectedly delicate allure. Nearby freshmen found their focus shattered. Of every minute, 59 seconds were spent glancing furtively in her direction. The drill instructors could only sigh helplessly. They couldn't very well demand, Student, please step aside. You're disrupting discipline. Instead, they imposed punishments, delivering the freshmen's first life lesson, the philosophical truth that only by banishing thoughts of romance can one draw a blade with true mastery. Shangwan Qinyu stood beneath a broadleaf tree cooling herself, and having just hung up in flustered indignation, muttered softly to herself, her cheeks tinted faintly pink. You are the one who relieves himself. You and your whole family. What a dreadful boy. Yi Qinyu slipped into a blue shirt and quarter-length shorts, then strolled leisurely toward the field. Wandering idly across the field, he cradled half a chilled watermelon, ambling past each regimental. Exhausted student's breath ragged and limbs heavy glared at him with unmistakable murderous intent. Yet Yi Qinyu paid them no mind, occasionally nodding at a formation or offering quiet, appraising commentary as though inspecting troops as a senior official might. Indeed, while hundreds trained and disciplined rose, he alone roamed freely, drawing the attention of countless young women. A man of worldly sensibilities, Yi Qinyu reveled unapologetically in surface charm, even weaving effortlessly between instructors and cadets. His grin seemed to whisper, See, I'm exempt. Envy eating you alive, isn't it? Whenever an instructor lunged to reprimand him, he sidestepped with effortless grace. Then with a wink, the principal is my uncle. If you lay a hand on me again, I'll tell him straight away. With that, he dusted off his trousers and sauntered off, leaving instructors utterly exasperated. His entire demeanor radiated irreverent audacity. After circling the entire field, he finally approached his own finance department Class 3 formation. He stopped beside Wang Jian and clapped his shoulder. "Lao Wang, how's training going?" His tone carried the air of a superior officer. Wang Jian's mouth twitched. He was the elder here. Exhaling sharply, he shot Yi Qianyu a deadpan glance. "This is a training zone. Non-participants please retreat to the sidelines." "Students, well done, keep it up. Military training builds character and strengthens the body. Alas, I'm exempt. Otherwise, as your monitor ID stand with you. How I envy you." The students stared blankly. Wang Jian stared blankly. Shangguan Qianyu stared blankly. How could anyone be so shamelessly brazen? Yi Qianyu departed immediately, lest the collective glare curdle into outright assault. He settled beside Shangguan Qianyu and took her hand firmly in his. "Why stand there like a statue? Don't you feel the heat? Sit here." Startled Shangguan Qianyu recoiled like a startled bird and plopped onto the grass. Owing to her background, no young man had ever dared approach her, let alone make physical contact. Yet today, within 2 days of meeting him, this junior had taken her wrist with such natural ease. Tilting her head, she gazed upon Yi Qianyu's striking, enigmatic face, especially those deep, mysterious eyes, and for a fleeting moment found herself utterly entranced. 3 seconds later, she snapped back to awareness, her face flushing crimson, her pulse quickening. She lowered her gaze and made a token effort to twist her wrist free, but failed. Drawing a slow breath, she lifted her eyes forward, shimmering with shy light, and whispered, "Aren't you going to let go?" Yi Qianyu smirked. "It's just a handshake. Why so flustered? Have you never held a boy's hand before? Surely not your first time." Then with effortless composure, he closed his warm, broad palm around her delicate, boneless fingers, his touch humming faintly like static electricity. "There. Haha, so how does it feel to hold hands with me?" Yi Qianyu is just that kind of person, following his heart's desires. If he is interested in something, he will pursue it without hesitation, undeterred by any other reasons. For instance, right now, he feels an impulse to hold her hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he did just that. In his past life on Blue Star, he was a little rogue, bold in both words and actions. Indeed, he was once the yellow-haired youth riding a ghostly bike who couldn't even scrape together $5. Moreover, now that he possesses a system, if others had a system, they would probably have taken action long ago. Even if he is a rogue, he is still a handsome and wealthy rogue. Shangguan Qianyu was startled by Yi Qianyu's action. What are you doing? Let go quickly. There are so many people on the playground who will see us." Yi Qianyu chuckled and released his grip, thinking that even a rogue must possess some refinement. Feigning surprise, he said, "What's wrong? Why are you shy now? You aren't curious about me and falling for me, are you?" "No way, no way." Shangguan Qianyu blushed, stretching out her small hand to pinch the flesh at Yi Qianyu's waist. "Hissa." Yi Qianyu took a deep breath, wincing from the pain. This girl is really ruthless, pinching so hard. Indeed, this move is an innate skill for all girls. Seeing Yi Qianyu's expression, Shangguan Qianyu chuckled, her smile as fleetingly beautiful as a blooming flower. She pretended to be angry, puffing her cheeks and rolling her eyes as she shot him a glare. "Humph. Who told you to act like a rogue? And who would be curious about you? Who would fall for you? That's just a dream. You're so annoying, I wouldn't want that." Yi Qianyu scooped a piece of watermelon into his mouth, smacking his lips as he comfortably said, "That's how novels and dramas portray it. You really shouldn't fall for me. It would lead nowhere unless Hua Shouyao comes for me. I already have a girlfriend." He. Shangguan Qianyu felt an inexplicable tug at her heart. Does he really have a girlfriend? Ugh, what am I thinking? What does his girlfriend have to do with me? But, does he really have a girlfriend? Ugh, who would like him? Anyone who does is a dog. While she was lost in thought, Yi Qianyu suddenly scooped a piece of watermelon and stuffed it into her mouth. "What are you staring blankly for so long? Eat some watermelon. It's both cold and sweet. Don't spit it out." Shangguan Qianyu's eyes widened as she watched Yi Qianyu scoop watermelon and bring it to her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Did he just indirectly kiss her? What? In the end, Shangguan Qianyu couldn't decide whether to spit it out or swallow it, so she merely chewed the watermelon in her mouth and gulped it down. It's indeed quite cold and sweet. No, you. Shangguan Qianyu stared into Yi Qianyu's eyes, struggling to find her words. "What do you mean? Just say it's not bad. Come on, have another bite." Yi Qianyu smiled slightly and scooped another piece to put in her mouth. Once there was the first time, there would be countless more. "Give me another bite." "No more for you, I'm running out." "Hurry and give it to me. I want more." All the classmates watched in shock, their eyes wide open at the ambiguous scene between the two under the tree. What the? Is Qianyu the school beauty now dating a boyfriend? Why is it that scoundrel from before? How could the school beauty fall for such a guy? Does she like bad boys? Have you seen how handsome this guy is? He is several times more handsome than my brother Cohen. I believe any girl would fall for him. This scene left the trio of dorm mates stunned, feeling an urge to kneel in admiration. Jin Yuqian exclaimed, old Yi is truly remarkable. In just 2 days he has managed to win over Shangwan Qinyu. Yi Xiaodian remarked, is it really that simple? No way, I must make him my godfather when I return. Xian Nanxing added, I need to take notes. Step 1 in chasing girls is to buy a watermelon. As the group whispered among themselves, the instructors shouted in unison, if you don't take military training seriously and like to talk, is that it? Everyone stand straight. Stand in military posture for 15 minutes. Whoever moves gets an extra minute. The students lamented in unison, having no choice but to obey the instructors. One by one they stood under the sun, remaining still. The instructor asked, feeling touched. The students replied, dare not move. While everyone was standing in military posture, a small figure came rushing from afar, twin ponytails swaying. It was the little lowly Yi Ningxin they had met yesterday. Brother Qinyu. Her voice was soft and sweet, devoid of any harshness, making it very pleasant to hear and evoking a strong desire to protect her. Yi Ningxin ran over and naturally linked her arm with his, looking up with an exceptionally sweet smile. Today Yi Ningxin was wearing a black Lolita dress, her delicate legs wrapped in white stockings and her feet adorned with small black shoes. Coupled with her adorable and beautiful smile, she looked just like a lowly character stepping out of an anime. Yi Qinyu stood up and looked down at the lovely Yi Ningxin, indeed finding her very cute and endearing. He couldn't help but think of a line, height doesn't matter as long as you're cute, strength doesn't matter as long as you're charming. This is a lowly, and she is mine. Wearing a dress with cat ears, small mouth, and big eyes. Short hair is cute, long hair is elegant. Can share snacks and play sweet games. No gossip to disturb, no bloodshed to suffer. School is truly fascinating. Cough, cough. Yi Qinyu gently rubbed her little head and asked, how did you find your way here? Yi Ningxin enjoyed the head pat, squinting her little eyes and smiling mischievously. I came to watch the military training and to find you to play. Yi Qinyu sat down again, smiling as he asked, aren't you a freshman too? Why aren't you participating in military? Yi Ningxin proudly raised her head and crossed her small waist, saying, the principal is my uncle. Do I still need military training? If my grandfather finds out, my uncle will be in trouble, haha. Nearby Shangwan Qinyu twitched her mouth at this, feeling that this statement sounded so familiar. At this moment Yi Ningxin noticed a very beautiful sister sitting next to them. She walked up to Shangwan Qinyu, bent down to look at her, lightly tapping her chin with a finger, and gently asked, are you the beautiful sister who is brother Qianya's girlfriend? Shangwan Qinyu was a bit stunned by the question and quickly waved her hands, no, I'm not his girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Yi Ningxin smiled sweetly, hee, so it turns out you're not. That means I still have a bit of hope. Shangwan Qinyu looked at the small, adorable figure before her. She couldn't help but drift her gaze towards the pair of cups on the other's chest. Then she lowered her head to glance at her own softness. Versus. Read, does that annoying Yi Qinyu have a preference for this type? With that thought, Shangwan Qinyu quickly shook her head. What am I even thinking? Yi Ningxin flashed a shallow smile at Shangwan Qinyu, but the smile carried a hint of menace. It seemed to say, don't set your sights on my Qinyu brother, or else. Shangwan Qinyu was not one to be intimidated by a little girl, and she shot back a glare. She provocatively pushed her chest forward, which directly struck Yi Ningxin with a heavy blow. Yi Qinyu sensed the odd atmosphere and pulled Yi Ningxin's small hand, dragging her to sit on his other side. Be good, sit here and watch their military training. Yi Ningxin obediently nodded and said, okay. Then she looked at the watermelon in Yi Qianya's arms, lightly tapping his arm with her finger. Qinyu brother, I want to eat some too. Yi Qinyu smiled at the cute little girl and scooped a spoonful for her mouth. Such a big piece, so cold. Yi Ningxin puffed out her cheeks as she chewed, finally swallowing with it. She then revealed a sweet smile, smack, smack. So sweet. I want some too. Shangwan Qinyu, not knowing what came over her, leaned in and opened her small mouth. I want to eat too. Yi Qinyu was at a loss. What are you making a fuss about? In the end, he still scooped a spoonful and stuffed it into her mouth. After feeding the left side, the right side was already open and waiting for more. This left Yi Qinyu with a black line on his forehead. He hadn't even eaten enough himself. However, this scene left the surrounding classmates once again gaping. Someone sent a meme of a stunned pig falling off its chair. Damn, did this guy save a galaxy in his past life? How come he has girls on both sides? Wow, that little girl is so cute, she's simply melting my heart. Obviously a scumbag. What? Then it's all good. But this scene, seen from the perspective of Jin Yuqian in the military training squad of finance class 3, nearly made him sit down in shock. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and murmured with a trembling voice, my goodness. How did this little lady end up in Moda University? Wasn't she supposed to be in Kyoto? No way, I need to hide. I can't let her see me. But oh my, there's no way to hide. It's simply impossible to What's wrong with this old Yi? How did he manage to hook up with this little devil? Damn it, I've never seen her this well behaved. Remembering the fear he once felt under this little devil's command, his plump body involuntarily trembled slightly. It was too terrifying, simply too terrifying. Yi Xiaodian looked at the trembling Jin Yuqian beside him and asked in confusion, Jin Air, why are you trembling? And why are you mumbling to yourself? Upon hearing this, Jin Yuqian finally reacted and coughed ahem. I'm fine. What's wrong with me? I'm doing great. Under the big tree. Yi Qianyu placed the last spoonful of watermelon into his own mouth and let out a refreshing sigh. Then he stuffed the remaining half of the watermelon rind into Yi Ningxin's arms. Xinxin, go throw this in the trash can. Yi Ningxin obediently nodded. Then she stood up, hugging the watermelon rind, bouncing happily towards the distant trash can. This scene made Jin Yuqian doubt whether it was an illusion. When Yi Ningxin returned swinging, her twin ponytails bouncing with each step. Yi Qianyu stared at the way her ponytail swayed and couldn't help but recall a children's song, humming it subconsciously. Let us row our boat, the little boat pushes through the waves. Shangguan Qianyu tilted her head to look at Yi Qianyu and nudged him with her arm, asking, what song are you singing? Nothing. Why are you asking so many questions? Yi Qianyu replied lightly. This left Shangguan Qianyu speechless, giving him a fierce glare before turning away. Fine, don't say it. I didn't want to know anyway. At this moment, Yi Ningxin returned to her place, smoothing her skirt as she sat down. Qianyu, brother, and back he. Yi Qianyu once again tousled her hair, praising her so good. This made Yi Ningxin very happy, giggling. While they were chatting, two small tricycles entered the playground. They drove neatly to the front of Finance Class 3 and stopped with the drivers getting out to unload the watermelons and drinks. Without a doubt, everything was chilled. Seeing this, Yi Qianyu stood up and walked towards the squad. The items he had ordered before coming had arrived. The two girls beside him also stood up, following Yi Qianyu to the front of the squad. Before the instructor could say anything, Yi Qianyu pointed to the watermelons and drinks on the ground and waved his hand. Classmates, you've worked hard. Take a break and have some watermelon and drinks. In future military training, whether in the morning or afternoon, there will be food. And these sanitary pads, each of you take a pack to cushion your shoes. It will be much more comfortable. At this moment, the students of Finance Class 3 were slightly stunned and then erupted in cheers. While the class leader is indeed the class leader. I want defo acknowledge this class leader. Class leader is awesome. Voice break. Before, the class leader was the only one holding watermelon in front of me, and I cursed him so harshly. Now thinking back, I really wasn't a decent person. Class leader, if you need anything, just say the word. Yi Qianyu, say it. The students of Class 3 rushed forward, each holding half a chilled watermelon and a bottle of drink, finding a space to rest. Wang Jian, standing aside, did not stop them, and also wanted to find a place to rest when he saw Yi Qianyu handing him a bottle of cold drink. Instructor Wang, have some and take a break. Then he pointed to the small tricycles nearby. These are for the other instructors. Oh, let everyone have some watermelon and take a break. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian smiled, slightly nodding at the young man in front of him, appreciating his thoughtfulness. Then he turned to the students sitting on the ground eating watermelon and shouted, everyone take a 20-minute break. You can move freely, but do not disturb the training of other classes. Yes, instructor. Fortunately, I had the foresight to choose him as class leader, otherwise we wouldn't have watermelon to eat. It's simply fantastic. This scene from Finance Class 3 completely broke the defenses of the other students still in military. Each one was filled with envy and jealousy, especially the girls in the class who gazed at the handsome figure in the distance with starry eyes, saliva almost dripping from their mouths. Sigh. I'm so envious of the students in Finance Class 3, truly envious of them having such a good class leader. Why is there such a huge gap between class leaders? Is this the legendary class leader from someone else's class? Class leader, we want to eat watermelon too. Class leader. The other class leaders. I really give up. Oh, I might as well not be a class leader. Yi Qianyu led the two girls over to where the three roommates were sitting. Seeing Jin Yuqian hiding at the back with his head bowed, he asked with a puzzled tone, Jin Pengzi, why are you stuck so far back? Are you not feeling well? Why are you trembling like a sieve? Jin Yuqian blurted, can't see me. Can't see me. Look. Huh. He stammered, then forced out a laugh. Aha. I'm fine. Jin Yuqian turned his head, wearing an expression more awkward than tears. He then looked at Yi Ningxin standing beside Yi Qianyu and trembling managed to say, ah, Yi. Before he could finish, Yi Ningxin shot him a fierce glare, clearly warning Jin Pengzi, if you dare blabber, they'll chop you up. Frightened, Jin Pengzi immediately shut his mouth and complained piteously, Yi godfather. Yi Qianyu, is this kid suffering heat stroke, randomly calling people his father? At that moment his phone buzzed. Yi Qianyu took it out and saw it was Gushang calling. He glanced at the others and said, I'll take this call. He'll walk toward the big tree. Seeing Yi Qianyu leave, Yi Ningxin gave Jin Pengzi a look and slipped away to a quiet corner. Jin Pengzi caught on and meekly followed her. Yi Ningxin stopped and turned an unreadable smile on her face as she regarded Jin Pengzi. He trembled and stammered, Aunt Yi, what brings you to Modu? Yi Ningxin shed her earlier sweetness and fixed him with a dangerous smile. Mind your own business, will you? Jin Pengzi, a word of warning Don't reveal my identity in front of my brother Qinyu. You know what I can do. She made a small fist to emphasize her threat. Jin Pengzi hurriedly promised, I swear I won't say a word. Seeing this, Yi Ningxin reverted to an innocuous air and said, alright, I'm not going to eat anyone. Is there any need to be so afraid of me? You, the illustrious eldest scion of the Jin family, how can you behave like a timid woman? Jin Pengzi muttered, you may not devour people, but you're scarier than that. He still forced a reply, yes, little Aunt Yi, you are right. Yi Ningxin crossed her arms and emphasized, also from now on, don't call me any Andish title. Call me classmate Yi. If I'm pleased, I won't mind telling my father and arranging some cooperation with your branch of the family. I imagine you came to Modu for school mostly to escape your sister, right? At those words, Jin Pengzi's expression instantly sobered, abandoning his usual frivolity. Are you serious? He asked. I'm serious, Yi Ningxin replied. You know my standing in the Yi family. Oh, when I say it's settled, it is. Yi Ningxin nodded, her face solemn. Jin Pengzi agreed, good. Enough, let's go back before they grow suspicious. With that, she walked back on small steps. When the two returned, Yi Xiaotian glanced at them and asked warily, what were you doing? Sneaking around like that? Yi Ningxin laughed. First, I was just sneaking with this fatty to pry into brother Qianyu's matters. Jin Pengzi nodded vigorously, yes, that's right. Hearing this, Yi Xiaotian leaned in lecherously, if you were trying to find out about our Yi boss, you should have come to me. Little sister, let me tell you about Yi boss. Yi Xiaotian then jabbered on, laying out everything about Yi Qinyu from the past few days. He even mentioned that Yi Qinyu mumbled in his sleep, which sent Yi Ningxin into delighted laughter. Nearby, Shangwan Qinyu pricked up her ears to eavesdrop, occasionally covering her mouth to snicker. Under the big tree, Yi Qinyu answered his phone. Hello. Gu Shang's voice came through. Mr. Yeah, I made some inquiries last night and finally found an office building that suits your needs. Yi Qinyu smiled faintly. Thank you for your trouble. Tell me about it. Gu Shang explained earnestly. Mr. Yi, after careful comparison, I selected the best option. It is a high-rise on the commercial street of Nanjing West Road in Modu, 38 floors tall, completed 3 years ago. In both quality and style, it is uniquely distinguished. Yi Qinyu asked calmly, what's the price and who is the seller? Mr. Yi, the seller is the Shangwan family, one of Modu's 4 great houses. This commercial building belongs to Shangwan, his private holdings. He purchased it 10 years ago. He had hoped to develop it into his own private office tower, but later financial problems stalled the project. Had to be honest, I have a little selfish motive. Shangwan, he has been a friend for years and mentioned he might sell, so I recommended it to you. But Mr. Yi, I assure you the building's safety measures and construction are rock solid. There will be no... When Gu Shang mentioned Shangwan, his name, Yi Qinyu instinctively looked toward Shangwan Qinyu standing in the distance, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Shangwan Qinyu seemed to sense it. She turned, and their eyes met. Her cheeks flushed, she shot him a scolding glance, then hurriedly averted, her face flustered. Yi Qinyu withdrew his gaze and asked, how much is the asking price? Gu Shang replied, originally Shangwan, he quoted 17.5 billion, but since I introduced you, he is giving you a 500 million discount. Very well. Meet at Jindu Hotel at 6 tonight to transfer the contract. Please relay that. Gu Shang, astonished, asked, Mr. You want you inspect the building in person before deciding? Yi Qinyu said coolly, no need. All right, I'll convey your message to Mr. I am the class monitor and still need to supervise the students. I've got to go, he added, then hung up. Gu Shang was bewildered. Class monitor. Supervising students. Is that more important than a deal worth billions? What sort of wealthy heir is this buying an office tower worth billions as casually as shopping at a market? Yi Qinyu ended the call, slipped his phone into his pocket, and felt quietly pleased. An effortless way to convert it into millions in credit. He returned to the group in a buoyant mood. Yi Ningxin sprang to his side and naturally linked her arm through his brother Qinyu. You're back. You've all met, right? Yes. Your roommates are so entertaining. They told me you talk in your sleep. Yi Qianyu's expression darkened. Yi Xiaotian flinched in embarrassment. Too careless. We forgot to salute. At the end of the break, Instructor Wang blew his whistle. Students' rest is over. It's time for training. All right, everyone, we'll practice marching in step now. 1 to 4 for afternoon. Yi Qinyu didn't go to the playground to watch her adorable classmates undergo military training. Firstly, it was simply too hot in the afternoon, and secondly, she was planning to visit the bank. She intended to prepare a few black cards, as there would be many occasions requiring transfers in the future. Using her own supreme gold card would certainly lead to complications. So in the afternoon, she chatted with Muziru for a while. She reminded her not to push herself too hard during military training and to inform the coach if she felt unwell to avoid heat stroke and such. Muziru earnestly replied, got it. Then she chatted with Yi Ningxin for a bit, discussing the lazy king's status in Sheep Village before informing Shangwan Qinyu that she wouldn't be going to the playground in the afternoon. Shangwan Qinyu asked, what are you doing this afternoon? Yi Qinyu replied, going to pick up girls. Are you coming? Shangwan Qinyu retorted, no, angry. Yi Qinyu said, if you're not going, then don't get mad. What's the matter? Are you jealous? Shangwan Qinyu replied, who would be jealous of you. Yi Qinyu said, just kidding, I'm going to talk business with your dad, a deal worth several hundred billion. Shangwan Qinyu scoffed him, I don't believe that. Yi Qinyu shrugged. Now even saying the truth seemed unbelievable, so she didn't respond, and closed her phone to take a nap. When she woke up, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Yi Qinyu stretched lazily and sighed in satisfaction, so comfortable. I slept for 3 or 4 hours. Truly the best season for sleeping. Back in high school, I could sleep a whole day. Yi Qinyu didn't rush to go out. She first scrolled through short videos and watched a live stream. It seems giving gifts counts as a form of consumption. Hee, I've thought of another way to earn points. Yi Qinyu murmured to herself, but didn't spend money on gifts. Instead, she got up, dressed, and prepared to leave the school. Since she was going to discuss business with Shangwan, she dressed a bit more formally. She chose a black shirt paired with black casual pants, and even washed her hair during her spare time. After putting on her Vacheron Constantine 0001P watch, she went out. With her grooming, Yi Qinyu appeared even more fresh and refined, attracting the attention of passing senior sisters. However, no one approached to ask for her WeChat, as they felt unworthy. Yi Qinyu arrived at the parking lot, went to her car, and started it to prepare to drive out. Just then a dark figure jumped out from the bushes. Ow! The gray wolf is here. Yi Ningxin exclaimed, revealing her little tiger teeth. Yi Qinyu slammed on the brakes, rolled down the window, and said helplessly, what are you doing here? Why were you hiding in the bushes? Aren't you afraid of being bitten by mosquitoes? Yi Ningxin opened the car door, climbed into the passenger seat, and giggled, hee, brother Qinyu, didn't you say you were going out? I just kept an eye on the time and waited for you here. I was thinking of hiding in the bushes to scare you, but I ended up waiting for an hour. Look, I have a big bump on my hand. She pouted, extending her delicate little hand with a tone of grievance. Yi Qinyu took her small hand, and indeed there was a bump. He gently scratched it for a moment, looking at this adorable and aggrieved little one. He smiled slightly. Well, who would hide in the bushes? That's not normal behavior. Yi Ningxin puffed out her cheeks and said, I'm the one who's not normal. Then she smiled widely, propping her chin with both hands, and asked, what are you going to do, brother Qinyu? Yi Qinyu restarted the car, turned on the air conditioning, and replied, going out to discuss a business deal worth several hundred billion. Yi Ningxin looked at Yi Qinyu's handsome profile, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Wow. Brother Qinyu, you're amazing. You're really going to discuss a deal worth several hundred billion? Yi Qinyu was puzzled. You actually believe that? Yi Ningxin nodded seriously, of course. Brother Qinyu, you're so capable. Several hundred billion is a piece. Looking at this little girl who believed everything he said, Yi Qinyu wondered if her thoughts were that innocent, or if she simply lacked the concept of several hundred billion. What was the difference between her and a little friend who could be easily tricked home with just a lollipop? If Jin Yuqin knew what Yi Qinyu was thinking, he would definitely give him a big thumbs up. Huh. Innocence. Come on, buddy, don't you want to think about what you're saying? When Yi Qinyu arrived at the largest bank in the center of the Magic City, the East Asia Bank. This bank is controlled by a mysterious financial group from East Asia with its influence felt globally. The bank does not accept ordinary people's deposit services and only serves customers with assets exceeding 100 million. Every customer wishing to conduct business there must have their information scrutinized, and only those who meet the criteria can qualify to conduct business at this bank. An asset of 100 million is merely the minimum for a 1-star customer. To upgrade to 2 stars, one must possess 1 billion in assets. Each additional star requires a 10-fold increase in assets. However, once qualified, one will enjoy exceptional privileges. For example, the loan amounts can be 30% higher than other banks and interest rates can be lowered by 30%. Don't underestimate this 30%. When the amounts are large, that 30% can be an astronomical figure. Customers above 3 stars enjoy even more superior treatment. Thus, this has led to the fact that possessing an East Asia Bank card has become a status symbol among the wealthy. Yi Qinyu and her friend got out of the car and entered the East Asia Bank lobby. At that moment, a bank staff member approached smiling and asked, hello sir, what business are you here for? Yi Qinyu politely replied, I'm here to apply for a card. Can I speak with your president? Given that she needed to apply for several black cards, this process would take quite a while. To get it done quickly, she needed to speak with the highest authority. The smiling bank staff's expression suddenly became a bit stiff. Sir, our president is very busy. If you want to apply for a card, I can assist you with that. Yi Qinyu realized her request might have been a bit presumptuous, so she smiled and said, how about you give me your president's phone number? I'll call him directly. I'm sure he'll come. Sir. Before the bank staff could finish, a middle-aged voice interrupted. Do you think you can meet President Suasun? Even the heads of first-class families in the Magic City treat President Suasun with great respect, yet a young pup like you thinks you can meet him. Young man, don't take yourself too seriously. Yi Ningxin, who had been standing silently by the side, was displeased. She stepped forward and said fiercely, what are you two barking like dogs for? Especially you, bald uncle, looking so ugly. Who are you trying to scare? Hurry back and put on a mask. Mr. Jiang, hearing this, was furious. Where did this yellow-haired girl come from? The adults are talking, what business do children have interrupting? Don't you have any manners? His name was Jiang Yixing, a businessman who had just squeezed into the second-tier families. He had stumbled upon good fortune working under the third master of one of the four great families of Modu, the Chui family, and had gained a little benefit. Being fortunate enough to be in charge of the real estate business had significantly increased his worth. This also led him to develop an arrogant and overbearing personality boosted by the reputation of the third master of the Xia family. Seeing a little girl daring to insult him to his face today nearly made him choke with rage. At that moment, a man beside him said, "Mr. Jiang, please don't be angry, I'll handle this matter." He then turned to the bank staff member and sternly said, "Little Ben, how are you handling your job? The bank has rules. Strangers must verify their assets before entering. Did you check?" The bank staff member who was receiving Yi Qianyu felt a pang in her heart, thinking to herself that she couldn't say she came to receive such a handsome young man. Little Ben stammered, "Su, I didn't." Su scolded angrily. "You received someone without verifying their assets. Are you trying to lose your job? What kind of random people think they can apply for a card? Who are they? A little brat like that should hurry and scram." Upon hearing this, Yi Qianyu's eyes turned cold as she walked up to Su without saying a word and slapped him across the face. Smack! With a loud sound, Su was sent flying, crashing into a chair behind him. "Ouch!" Yi Qianyu frowned tightly and said slowly, "Remember to speak properly next time. This is just a small— You dare to hit me? Security, security!" Su shouted, covering his swollen face, looking at Yi Qianyu with some fear. Yi Qianyu ignored him and directly sent a WeChat message to Gu Shang asking for the phone number of the president of Dongya Bank. Gu Shang replied immediately, sending the president's number within 3 seconds. After dialing the number, it rang twice before being answered. "Hello, may I ask who this is?" The voice was young, probably around 30, and although it had a slight British accent, it was not too heavy. Yi Qianyu simply said, "My name is Yi Qianyu. Come see me in 3 minutes." After finishing, she hung up, took Yi Ningxin's hand, and found a seat to sit down. Meanwhile, in the rooftop office, Sun was startled and quickly flipped to the last page of a confidential document. This confidential document had been personally handed to him by the clan leader when he took over as the president of the largest East Asia bank in China. Upon seeing that there were no details on it, just a line of text, and a photo that read the most mysterious supreme gold card holder named Yi Qianyu, Ethan broke out in a cold sweat, quickly put away the confidential document, and ran downstairs as fast as he could. Thud, thud, thud. Outside the door, a group of fully equipped security guards rushed into the lobby surrounding the two. "Damn it, kid, you've caused trouble today. You dare to hit me. You will pay the price. Hurry up, beat him up for me." Facing the surrounding security guards who were glaring at her, Yi Qianyu was not afraid at all, though instead, she had the leisure to browse short videos. Meanwhile, Yi Ningxin, sitting beside her, was eager to see her brother Qianyu hit someone again. Seeing the security guards still not making a move, Su shouted, "Hurry up and hit him. What are you all standing there for? You bunch of useless fools, do you still want to keep your jobs?" The faces of several security guards turned ugly at his words, but there was nothing they could do. Work was important. The head of the security team steeled himself and said, "Su, we don't have the authority to hit people. Our duty is to protect and maintain order." He then looked at Yi Qianyu, who was sitting in the chair, and said, "Sir, you hitting someone has disrupted the order of the bank. Please leave. Thank you for your cooperation." Yi Qianyu smiled slightly, wanting to take some money, but after rummaging in her pocket for a long time, she found not a single coin. She then softly asked Yi Ningxin, "Xin, do you have any cash?" "Yes. Here you go, brother Qianyu." Yi Ningxin nodded and then pulled out a thick stack of cash from her small bag, which she estimated to be over 20,000. Yi Qianyu, wait, how does such a small bag hold so much cash? And why do you carry so much cash with you? Without thinking much, she took the cash and beckoned to Su. Su, confused, stumbled over, not waiting for him to. Then there was another loud smack. Ouch! The other half of his face visibly swelled up. "You?" Yi Qianyu said faintly. "I have obsessive compulsive disorder. It feels uncomfortable to look at. Now both sides are perfectly symmetrical. One slap, 1,000. This is your medical fee." After saying that, she threw the 2,000 on Su. Then, looking at her watch, she walked over to the security captain, patted him on the shoulder, and smiled slightly. "Wait 1.5 minutes, and we'll leave on our own." She then sat back down and resumed watching short videos. The atmosphere around them became tense, and everyone fell silent. The air seemed to freeze, making it hard to breathe. The short 1.5 minutes felt like it lasted a century. As the last 10 seconds approached, Yi Qianyu turned off her phone, turned around, and was ready to take Yi Ningxin and leave. "Mr. Yi, please hold on." Suddenly, a young man's voice came from behind. The newcomer was a man around 30, quite handsome. Dressed in a suit with slightly curly hair and gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, he looked refined, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Seeing the newcomer, Mr. Jiang immediately put on a fawning smile, walked over and extended his hand, saying, Haha, it turns out to be President Ethan. What brings you here? Ethan didn't even glance at Mr. Jiang, directly sidestepping him and walking past. This left Mr. Jiang awkwardly holding his hand out, feeling extremely embarrassed. Seeing that the newcomer was his president, Sue hurriedly ran in front of Ethan, crying out, "President Ethan, you have to stand up for me. This kid came to our bank to cause trouble and even beat me up like this." Ethan looked at him in confusion and asked, "Who are you?" Sue, with a mournful expression, replied, "President Ethan, I'm Xiao Su." Upon hearing this, Ethan first glanced at the sullen-faced Yi Qinyu, then at Sue. Realizing something was wrong, he immediately kicked him away with a powerful kick. "Ouch!" Sue cried out in pain as he flew backward. Ethan's expression turned serious as he walked up to Yi Qinyu and bowed, saying, "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, but it was my employee who disturbed you. This is all my negligence. Please forgive me." "What?" Seeing this, the onlookers were collectively astonished, petrified, shocked. Looking at the obsequious bank president, it felt as if he were dreaming. What he saw was none other than the president of Dongyao Bank. Even the heads of first-rate families in Modu would personally receive such a figure. How could such a person bow and apologize to a young man? What was even more surprising was what the young man said next. "I'm pleased that you could arrive within 3 minutes, but I am quite displeased with the work attitude of your employee." "I understand, Mr. Yi. I will handle this matter and definitely provide you with a satisfactory response." Upon hearing this, Ethan quickly bowed respectfully. He then raised his head, his expression turning extremely grim, and his gaze towards team leader Su became. He said coldly, "From today onwards, the employment relationship between team leader Su and our bank is terminated, and I will inform all enterprises in Modu that you no longer need to remain here." As soon as he finished speaking, team leader Su, disregarding the pain on his body and face, crawled to. He clung to Ethan's thighs and kept begging, "President Ethan, please give me another chance. I promise I won't dare to do it again. You can't do this. Oh, I have elderly above me and children below me." Before he could finish, Ethan kicked him away, his tone icy. "If you offended me, there might still be a glimmer of hope, but the people you offended are untouchable. Throw him out." "Yes." Several security guards quickly responded. They had long found this person displeasing. Without further ado, they grabbed his arms and dragged him out. Ethan then turned his gaze to the already drenched in cold sweat Jiang Yixing. When Jiang saw Ethan looking at him, his heart suddenly raced, and he awkwardly smiled. "President Ethan, I have something else. I'll be leaving now." Just as he turned to leave, Ethan's voice, devoid of warmth, echoed behind him, "Cancel all business dealings with Jiang Yixing and give you 3 days to clear all debts otherwise." Jiang Yixing's expression twitched, then he turned around, his face turning fierce. "President Ethan, that's too much." Ethan sneered disdainfully. "Too much? I see it as not enough. If you keep complaining, be careful of a Chunjing news appearing tomorrow." Jiang Yixing's gaze turned even darker, and he slightly nodded. "President Ethan, considering the favor of Master Chui, Sen, can we just let this go?" Upon hearing this, Ethan burst into laughter, as if he had heard a joke. "Jiang Yixing, do you think that just because you have entered the second-tier circle you have forgotten who you are? Even if Master Chui Sen were here, would he dare to say a single word?" At that moment, Jiang Yixing finally realized the terrifying background of Ethan, knowing that even his own master had to show some respect. Instantly, he trembled all over. Cold sweat the size of soybeans erupted from his forehead, flowing down his plump face, his complexion turning pale, and his tongue stiffened, unable to utter a word. The more he thought, the more terrified he became, and he suddenly dropped to his knees, repeatedly knocking his head. "President Ethan, please spare me, I beg you." Seeing Ethan unmoved, he turned to the side, where Yi Qinyu was coldly watching the show, crawling over to knock his head. "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry I spoke out of turn earlier. I was blind to my own ignorance. Please let me off the hook. Mr. Yi, please spare me, I beg you." Yi Qinyu looked calmly at the Jiang Yixing on the ground, resembling a dead dog, and waved his hand. "Take him away. It's a bit ear-splitting." "Understood, Mr. Yi." The security captain and the other guards promptly threw him out. At this moment, Yi Ningxin, sitting in her chair, lowered her head and typed rapidly on her phone. "Tell Aunt Hong, there's a fat bald man named Jiang Yixing. His eyes and mouth are dirty. I don't like him. Get rid of him." After that, she put away her phone and skipped over to Yi Qianyu's side, quietly behaving like a good little sister. Ethan, constrained in demeanor, approached Yi Qinyu again and bowed. "Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize. How do you feel about my handling? If you're not satisfied, I can." As he spoke, Ethan's eyes turned fierce and he ran his hand across his neck. The implication was if you were not satisfied, then you would never see them again. In Yi Qianyu's eyes, it became, "No, buddy, it doesn't have to be that way. Are all British people this tough? If I'm not satisfied, why would you kill yourself?" He waved his hand dismissively. "No need, it's unnecessary." He then asked, "Your name is Ethan?" "Yes, Mr. Yi. My full name is Rossi Ethan, and I rank 5th among the younger generation of the Rossi family." Ethan introduced himself. The Rossi family is considered noble in the UK and belongs to a first-rate family, their status slightly lower than that of the 8 great families of the capital. Moreover, a little-known fact is that the hidden financial tycoon supporting the Rossi family is the Rothschild family. The head of the Rossi family has 5 sons, all of whom have inheritance rights according to family rules. The condition for inheritance is that the capable one takes charge, and as the youngest, Ethan has the fewest supporters in the family. To obtain inheritance rights, he can only seek other means. Having the supreme gold card Yi Qianyu is his best chance to become the family head. As long as he serves this young man well, his rise to the position would be a certainty. With the support of Yi Qianyu holding the supreme gold card, everything his other 4 brothers do will become few. Yi Qianyu nodded, slightly glancing at the dazed Xiaobin standing in the distance, saying that girl is quite good. The team leader position can be given to her, and the security guards can also be promoted and given a raise. Understood, Mr. Yi. I will definitely do as instructed. Alright, time is of the essence. Let's discuss this in your office. After saying that, he took Yi Ningxin's small hand and walked toward the elevator. The 3 of them arrived at the president's office, where Yi Qianyu sat directly in the office chair. Ethan, standing at the desk like an employee, asked Mr. Yi and this lovely little girl, what would you like to drink? Coke, please. Chilled. Yi Qianyu said casually. Ethan, Coke. Do the big shots have different taste? Meanwhile, the obedient Yi Ningxin raised her hand high. I want yogurt. Okay, please wait a moment. Ethan nodded awkwardly and then went to prepare. After a while, he brought in a glass of chilled Coke and a cup of, here you go, enjoy. Yi Qianyu took the Coke, took a sip, and let out a refreshing sigh. Alright, let's get down to business. I'm here to apply for a few black cards. I hope you can complete this within half an hour, is that okay? Zosin shook his head, repeatedly thumping his chest in assurance. No problem, Mr. Yi. Yes, Mr. Yi. Ethan continued, may I ask, Mr. Yi, what specific requirements do you have? Yi Qianyu pondered for a moment and said, then let's get 20 black cards and 100 storage cards, each for 1 million, 10 million, and 1 billion. Set the password to 000001. Remember to stick it on the back of the card, that will be all. He thought of his family, friends, and the women in his life who might need them, so he decided to get a few more. If someone else were to apply for a black card, the process would be very complicated, but those who possess a supreme gold card have no such worries, as they are fully at your service. Alright, Mr. Yi, please hold on for a moment. Ethan nodded in agreement without any refusal. Even if the owner of a supreme gold card wanted to take over the East Asia Bank in Magic City, Ethan would not hesitate to hand it over. When Ethan stepped out of the office, the entire East Asia Bank paused its operations, and all the staff began to get busy. Meanwhile, Yi Qianyu leisurely sipped on a cold cola. At this moment, Yi Ningxin, having finished her yogurt, tiptoed to Yi Qianyu's side and softly asked, Brother Qianyu, why are you applying for so many cards? Yi Qianyu smiled slightly, gently wiping the white cream from the corner of her mouth, then ruffled her little head. It's nothing much, just for fun. Hearing this, Yi Ningxin burst into laughter. Ha, Brother Qianyu, you're so funny, who plays with this? Then her little eyes blinked and twinkled. Hey, Brother Qianyu, I secretly ran out. My card was frozen by my dad, and I only have 20,000 left on me. Now it's just like poof. Gone. Can you give me one? Hee. Of course. Yi Qianyu readily. Thank you, Brother Qianyu. Muah. Yi Ningxin happily wrapped her arms around Yi Qianyu's neck and kissed him on the cheek. After kissing, Yi Ningxin realized, and her face turned crimson to the roots of her ears. She lowered her head in silence, steam visibly rising from her head. Yi Qianyu's lips twitched as he thought, you're blushing like a teapot. It's me who's being taken advantage of. Truly a steam princess. Yi Ningxin giggled, knowing she'd dare to do it again next time. Half an hour later, Ethan hurriedly entered the office holding a stack of storage cards. He placed the cards on the table, slightly bowed, and said, Mr. Yi, all the cards you applied for are here. We have made special bank cards for you. The yellow ones are for 1 million, the blue ones for 10 million, the red ones for 1 billion, and the black ones are the black cards. Thank you for your hard work. You can leave now. Yi Qianyu stood up, stuffing all the cards into Yi Ningxin's arms, telling her that children should work more. Yi Ningxin obediently followed behind, unable to control her youthful exuberance, yet managing to handle billions in deposits. Mr. Yi, take care. If you need anything in the future, you can find me, and I will do my best to help you. Ethan respectfully bid farewell to Yi Qianyu, and as he watched the taillights of the departing car, his expression turned heavy, as if he had made a significant decision. He murmured to himself, this is my opportunity. Oh, I must build a good relationship with this young man. This is my only chance to attain the position of clan leader. Then his gaze sharpened as he dialed a number. Aja Sink, Su Ming, and Jiang Yixing. The voice on the other end simply said one word, yes. Jiang Yixing thought, if I'm being poked in the eyes and having my tongue cut, how can I survive this chapter? Little Su replied, Brother Jiang, don't worry, I'm here with you. On the other side, Yi Qianyu placed all the cards in the car's storage compartment, but as he closed it, they were already transferred to his system backpack. He casually pulled out a black card and tossed it to Yi Ningxin, who was sitting beside him. Here. Just swipe this card whenever you want to buy something. Seeing it was a black card, Yi Ningxin showed no surprise or refusal. Instead, she happily tucked it into her little bag. Just then Gu Shang called, saying he and Shang He had arrived at the Golden Capital Hotel and were waiting for him. Yi Qinyu assured them he would arrive in 3 minutes. He then pressed the accelerator and sped towards the Golden Capital Hotel. At the entrance of the Golden Capital Hotel, 2 middle-aged men were already waiting. Virum, a black knight shadow, slowly drove up to the entrance of the Golden Capital Hotel and stopped in the prime spot. Yi Qinyu stepped out of the car. His handsome face and tall stature made him the center of attention. Gu Shang, having seen Yi Qianyu's photo and documents, immediately smiled and welcomed him. Hello, you must be Mr. Yi, right? Yi Qinyu looked at the middle-aged man before him and recognized him as Gu Shang. He smiled, shook hands with him, and said some polite words. You must be General Gu. You look younger than I imagined. Gu Shang laughed heartily. Mr. Yi, you're joking. You're the true young talent. I'm already old. Then he took Yi Qinyu to Shang He and introduced him seriously. Mr. Yi, let me introduce you. This is Shang He, the executor of one of the 4 great families in Magic City. Then he looked at Shang He and continued, Mr. He, this is the Mr. Yi who intends to acquire the office building I mentioned. Don't be misled by his youth. He recently acquired 10 of our Vacheron Constantine shares. Upon hearing this, Shang He was slightly surprised and scrutinized the young man before him, growing more astonished with each glance. He exuded a stable aura mixed with youthful recklessness, elegance blended with mature calmness, and the fact that he could calmly meet Shang He's gaze was already surprising. Having held a high position for many years, Shang He had developed an extraordinary presence. Even ordinary clan leaders would not dare to meet his gaze, let alone a young person. Yet this young man dared to look directly into his eyes, which made Shang He regard him with a new perspective. Most importantly, this young man was remarkably handsome, far surpassing all the young talents he had ever seen. While Shang He was assessing him, Yi Qinyu also casually surveyed Shang He. Standing at the forefront was a man dressed in a black suit, sporting a traditional 3/7 hairstyle, with a smooth and fair face, exuding a sharp and cold handsomeness, clearly not someone to be trifled with. It made sense an executor from one of the 4 great families in Magic City wouldn't hold this position without some skill. Yet the overall impression he gave was one of elegance and refinement. Yi Qinyu secretly thought no wonder he could father such a beautiful daughter as Shang Qinyu. Just looking at her father was enough to see the handsome genes at play. Uncle He, you flatter me greatly. I've much to learn from you, a seasoned businessman with decades of experience. Yi Qinyu smiled humbly, offering sincere mutual praise without a trace of arrogance. Haha, don't sell yourself short. Every word I spoke was the unvarnished truth. Shang He nodded approvingly at the young man, once more impressed by his composure, patience, and lack of conceit. At that moment, Gu Shang interjected warmly, Mr. Yi, Director Shang, let's step inside, enjoy a meal, and talk at our leisure. Oh dear, I've been remiss. Come, young Master Yi. Please forgive my oversight. Let's go. And I've instructed the kitchen to prepare several exquisite dishes in your honor. Shang He chuckled and gestured for them to enter, when suddenly a young woman's voice rang out from behind. Brother Qinyu, wait for me. These shoes are terribly difficult to wear. I've only just managed to get them on. She bounded over, skipping lightly, and slipped her arm through Yi Qinyu's. Without hesitation, he flicked her forehead with a playful tap. I told you to take them off. You're acting like a child. Ouch, that stings. Yi Ningxin clutched her head, pouting with wounded innocence. Shang He turned, and his lips twitched faintly. Isn't this that little girl from the Yi family of Jingdu? Could this young man be connected to them? Yet he recalled no such figure in the Yi family's records. Could he perhaps be an illegitimate son? He dismissed the thought and led the group into the largest private dining suite. Please make yourselves comfortable. This is Matai Vintage 1983. Would either of you care for a glass? Shang He held up the bottle with a courteous smile. Director Shang, I'm afraid I must decline. I still need to return to campus tonight, and I drove here. Next time I'll certainly join you for a proper toast. Yi Qinyu replied politely. Very well, consider it settled. You won't slip away next time. For now, I'll drink tea in your stead. Shang He raised his cup and drained it in one smooth motion. Yi Qinyu lifted his own, clinking it gently against Shang He's before sipping. 3 rounds of tea were served, 5 delicacies graced the table. At last they turned to business. Young Master Yi, are you certain you wish to acquire my office building? Wouldn't you prefer to conduct due diligence first before making such a decision? Shang He asked, his tone turning grave. No need. I trust you implicitly, Uncle He, and Senior Gu recommended you highly. As my trusted employee, I place full faith in his judgment. Therefore, I have absolute confidence in your integrity. No verification is necessary. Yi Qinyu said, lifting his teacup and taking a quiet, deliberate sip. His words served a dual purpose, affirming his genuine commitment to the purchase, and subtly bestowing credit upon Gu Shang, honoring his recommendation. Gu Shang blinked momentarily stunned, then gazed at Yi Qianyu with newfound warmth and deepening respect. Shang Wanhe too studied the youth with sharper, more solemn attention. This young man was extraordinary, not merely in intellect or courage, but in the rare audacity to acquire a project worth over 10 billion yuan so decisively. Even Shang Wanhe himself would scrutinize every detail meticulously before signing any contract. Very well, young Master Yi. Gu Shang and I had agreed upon 17 billion yuan, but seeing how profoundly you trust me, I cannot treat you unfairly. Let us consider this friendship sealed. I'll sell you the building for 16 billion yuan. Shang Wanhe reached for the contract to amend the figure, only for Yi Qianyu to swiftly snatch it away. No, please, absolutely not. Let's keep it at 17 billion. Damn, it nearly cost me another 100,000 points. What is it with these people? Dropping billions as if tossing spare change. Shang Wanhe. Gu Shang. Wait, why did you refuse? It's not 10 yuan, it's 10 billion. Just like that, refused outright. Shang Wanhe and Gu Shang stood dumbfounded, except for Yi Ningxin, who remained blissfully absorbed in her meal, utterly oblivious to the transaction unfolding around her. Ah, young Master Yi, are you absolutely certain you wouldn't reconsider? Shang Wanhe asked again, uncertainty edging his voice. No reconsideration needed. Let's proceed as originally agreed. Though if you feel uneasy about the price, there is something else I wish to discuss with you before coming here. Yi Qianyu tore off a crab leg and continued calmly. I'd also like to acquire your hotel. I dined here yesterday. The cuisine perfectly suited my palate, so the idea took root. Would you consider parting with it, Uncle He? Uff. Shang Wanhe spat out his tea. Cough, cough. Young Master Yi, are you jesting? Yi Qianyu poured fresh tea for him, a faint, unruffled smile playing on his lips. Uncle He, do I strike you as someone who jokes about matters like this? I simply find the food excellent, and its proximity to our university makes it ideal as our regular dining venue. I've done my research. The Jindu Hotel is currently valued at roughly 2 billion yuan. I propose acquiring it alongside the office building, rounding the total to 20 billion yuan. How does that sound, Uncle He? Shang Wanhe paused, reflecting deeply for a long moment, then nodded. Agreed. Ha ha ha. Uncle He, let's toast. Yi Qianyu raised his teacup, lightly clinking it against Shang Wanhe's, then drank it down in one graceful motion. Excellent. Pleased to do business with you. The pleasure is entirely mine. Swiftly, the Jindu Hotel was added to the contract, and Yi Qianyu signed his name without hesitation. Shang Wanhe summoned a waiter. Bring Chunjin here, with an MS terminal. Right away, Director Shang Wan. Moments later, Chunjin entered quietly, holding a device resembling a POS machine. Director Shang Wan, the MS terminal is ready. Yi Qianyu withdrew a black card from his pocket and handed it to Chunjin. Manager Chun, could you please process a transfer? Certainly, sir. How much shall I transfer? Chunjin asked courteously. Yi Qianyu replied coolly, 20 billion yuan. His tone was as casual as naming a sum of 200 yuan. Sir, did you say how much? Yi Qianyu repeated unruffled, 20 billion yuan. Chunjin's eyelid twitched. He glanced instinctively at his employer, receiving a firm nod from Shang Wanhe, before gingerly accepting the card and inputting the staggering figure. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100 millions, billions. He verified the digits 12 times, meticulously counting each order of magnitude. He devoted every ounce of his focus, terrified a single tremor might add an extra zero. Fortunately, the transfer executed flawlessly, exactly 20 billion yuan. Only then did he exhale long and deeply. Those few minutes stretched like an age. His back was soaked with cold sweat. Wiping his brow, Chunjin extracted the black card and presented it to Yi Qianyu with reverent precision. Sir, the transfer is complete. Please keep your card safe. His voice now carried even greater deference. After all, who was this young master who moved 20 billion yuan as effortlessly as paying for lunch? Thank you, Manager Chun. Yi Qianyu acknowledged, accepting the card. Then Shang Wanhe turned to Chunjin. Chunjin, this Jindu Hotel now has a new owner. You've managed it superbly for years. Entrusting it to others would unsettle me, but I have full confidence in you. Continue your stewardship here. From this day forward, young Master Yi is your new employer. Ah, very well, President Shang Wan. He then turned to Yi Qianyu and smiled faintly. President Yi, I never expected that after meeting you last night you would become my new employer today. Rest assured, I will dedicate myself to managing this hotel for you. Yi Qianyu rose, patted his shoulder, and laughed. Don't be so formal. Continue as you always have. My sole requirement is conscientiousness and responsibility. Work diligently, and I, Yi Qianyu, will not treat you unfairly. From now on, all employees' wages will be doubled. Chunjin immediately broke into a radiant smile, thinking this new boss was rather agreeable. Thank you, President Yi. He'll share the good news at once. Chunjin bowed and hurriedly left the private room. At that moment, a system voice echoed in his mind, congratulations. The host has spent 20 billion and received 2.0 exchange points. For the first time, 10 billion spending a hidden reward was granted the low-level eye of detection. Low-level eye of detection can view a person's basic information. Congratulations! The host has obtained a Lamborghini Blue Flame parked in the basement of Tangong No. 1 Villa. Relevant documents have been stored in the system inventory. Congratulations! The host has acquired Dark Knight Security Company. All company personnel owe absolute loyalty to the host. After reviewing the system rewards, Yi Qianyu was slightly astonished at the sheer magnitude of the gifts. He then activated the Eye of Detection named Shangguan He. Identity: eldest son of the Shangguan family of Modu, current family executor CEO of Jindu Group. Wife Meng Wan. Daughter Shangguan Qianyu. Favorability 60. He next scanned Gushang, name Gushang. Identity: head of Jiang Shidandan in China. Wife. Son. Favorability 65. System: how is favorability divided? The system replied favorability is divided into enemy, indifferent, ordinary, fondness, mutually dependent. Ordinary is pegged at 50. If someone harbors murderous intent toward you, their score becomes negative. If favorability rises above 95, they may sacrifice their life for you. Hearing the explanation, Yi Qianyu realized he could also indirectly detect those who bore hostility toward him. He then searched the web for information on the Lamborghini Blue Flame. The car was described as one of only 88 worldwide with a market price of 67 million, achieving 0-100 km/h in merely 2.7 seconds. Its top speed could reach 350 km/h, earning it the sobriquet Blue Enchantress. Not bad. We can take turns driving, Yi Qianyu murmured, then checked the final reward. Dark Knight Security Company, an enigmatic foreign security outfit whose true backers remain unknown. Though called a security company, its members were all mercenaries selected through the harshest trials, each a master of their particular field. Their number totaled 1,000, and their reputation abroad was ubiquitous. Did he truly now command a private force of 1,000? Possessing such a fearsome contingent would make even the world's foremost militaries take notice. Most important of all, these people pledged absolute loyalty to him alone. Having this mysterious power behind him would lay a solid foundation for his future endeavors. Although the system assured his safety, a few covert guardians would not be unwelcome. A magnate of such staggering wealth ought not to be seen without bodyguards. Even when venturing out, a retinue of black-clad guards would lend an air of gravitas and deter trouble. He glanced at his phone. It was nearly 8. His roommates were probably returning to the dormitory. Yi Qianyu rose, shook Shangguan He's hand, and said, "Uncle He, it's getting late. I should return to school." Shangguan He grew increasingly pleased, regarding him like a prospective son-in-law. He patted Yi Qianyu's shoulder and smiled. "Very well, my honorable nephew Yi Qianyu. When time permits, let's socialize more often. I have a daughter of breathtaking beauty. She would suit you well. When the opportunity arises, I'll introduce her to you." Hearing that, Yi Qianyu gave an awkward laugh. "Ahaha. If there is a chance, surely. For now, I must take my leave. Safe travels, young nephew. Be careful on the road." "Thank you, Uncle He." Just as Yi Qianyu stepped out of the private room, he remembered he had forgotten something and returned inside. He strode back and scooped up Yi Ningxin, who was still hunched over her snack, with unabashed relish. "Still eating? Let's go." Yi Ningxin wailed, pleading, "Please let me have one more bite." She flailed her legs, but being too short, it made no difference. Before leaving, she snatched the half-eaten Oreo into her hand. "Shangguan He, Gushang." Yi Qianyu buckled Yi Ningxin into the passenger seat and then sped away. Chen Jin and the waiting staff saw them off at the entrance. "Farewell, President Yi." Inside the private room, only Shangguan He and Gushang remained. Shangguan He resumed his seat and looked at Gushang. "Brother Gu, do you know anything of Yi Qianyu's background?" Gushang shook his head quickly. "Brother He, I do not. I only received orders from headquarters yesterday stating that a mysterious young man purchased 10% of Jiang Shidandan at a 50% premium. Headquarters instructed me to obey him. Beyond that, I was given no information." At those words, Shangguan He's brows furrowed anew. Who exactly is this young man? Gushang pondered for a moment, evidently uncertain. "Brother He, do you suspect he is connected to the 8 great families of Jingdu?" Shangguan He stroked his chin, nodding, and then shaking his head. "It is possible, but not certain. I have met the promising scions of those houses, and none match his temperament." He added, "That said, illegitimate offspring are not unheard of among such families. Still, one thing stands out: this youth is unusual. Even the most talented heirs would not appear as serenely composed as he does." Shangguan He chuckled softly. "Brother Gu, we've known each other for 10 years. Allow me a piece of advice. If you wish to advance, make this young man your benefactor. By my judgment, the boy's future potential is boundless. Seize this chance tightly, and you will be rewarded." Gushang lifted his teacup, rose, and clinked cups with Shangguan He. "Thank you for the counsel, Brother He." Yi Qianyu drove across Huangpu Bridge as the city lights streaked by like lightning. He glanced at Yi Ningxin, still gnawing on her cookie, and said dryly, How can such a small frame hold so much? Without looking up, she replied, hee hee, a small body with a big belly. Yi Qianyu cast a wry glance at her unremarkable figure and retorted bluntly, eating so much does not seem to make you grow. Yi Ningxin stared at the half-eaten cookie and pouted, wah, I'm just this small, what can I do about it? Brother Qianyu, you only know how to bully me. The two returned to school, each greeting their friends before heading back to the dormitory. Before leaving, Yi Ningxin reminded that she should be called next time they go out. So embarrassing. This girl is simply socially awkward. I need to avoid her when going out from now on. When Yi Qianyu returned to the dormitory, surprisingly, the three boys weren't playing games at all, sprawled out across their beds. Oh, what's this? The three online gaming addicts have turned into couch potatoes. Hearing the voice, Jin Yuqian slightly lifted his head and lamented, Old you don't know, this afternoon several classes next door were jealous that we had snacks and drinks, and they all came to our class to provoke us. I thought this wouldn't work, so our class challenged all 5 of their classes. Upon hearing this, Yi Qianyu became intrigued and asked, what did you compete in? Jin Yuqian, who had lost his previous lethargy, became animated and excitedly said, the boys competed in push-ups, whichever team lasts the longest wins. However, those several classes actually broke the rules and teamed up to challenge our class. Yi Qianyu looked at Jin Yuqian, who was sitting on the bed, his face full of flesh, spitting saliva everywhere, and said speechlessly, competing in push-ups seems to have nothing to do with you, right? Then he glanced at Yi Xiaodian, who was lying flat on the other side, and added, a fat one and a skinny one, how come you two are so exhausted lying on the bed? Hearing this, Yi Xiaodian protested, slapping the bed and standing up indignant. Old you can insult my looks, but you can't insult me as a couch potato. It's because we were cheering that we are this tired. Yi Qianyu. Isn't that still a couch potato? So did you guys lose in the end? Yi Qianyu took off his clothes, removed the watch from his wrist, casually tossed it on the table, and said lightly, fortunately, we still had to rely on Xiao Si in the end. Usually Xiao Si doesn't speak, but he's the most reliable one when it comes to doing things. Jin Yuqian laughed, unable to close his mouth, patting his chubby belly, and said, Old you don't know, Xiao Si single-handedly took down more than 20 boys from the other side, without letting out a single sound, and they left in disgrace. Upon hearing this, Yi Qianyu was slightly taken aback. He glanced at Xian Nanxing, who was on the bed, not breathing, not sweating, and not panting. Using the eye of insight, named Xian Nanxing, identity freshman at the University of Magic City, unknown father, unknown mother, unknown. Favorability 75. After reading the information, Yi Qianyu was speechless. It was indeed the most basic eye of insight, capable only of revealing surface information. So he asked the system in his mind, System, can the eye of insight be upgraded? Replying to the host, the current version cannot upgrade the eye of insight. The system must be upgraded first. Then how many points are needed to upgrade the system version? 1 million points required for system 2. 0 upgrade. Alright, upgrade it. Deducting 1 million points, the host has 1 million points remaining. System 2. 0 upgrade, starting estimated time 10 minutes. 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 5, 0, 1. Wow. Just then Jin Yuqian accidentally glanced at the watch on the table. He gasped, not bothering to put on his shoes, and ran directly to the table to carefully pick up the watch and examine it closely. After a long time, Jin Yuqian looked at Yi Qianyu, who had just returned to his senses, and asked uncertainly, Old you wouldn't say this watch is the Vacheron Constantine released this year, the global limited edition of only 10 pieces, the one numbered 0001P, right? Oh, it seems to be called something PU. I forgot, I bought it casually. I don't have much research on watches. Yi Qianyu replied casually without looking up. He then took out his phone from his pocket, got onto the bed to rest, and while the system was upgrading, took the opportunity to delegate some matters. Looking at Yi Qianyu, who seemed incredibly casual, Jin Yuqian was utterly speechless. What kind of divine roommate have I encountered at this school? As the second young master of the Jin family, I can't recklessly purchase something worth tens of millions. Although I could buy it too, I would have to beg my family for a long time before I could. My roommate, on the other hand, casually bought it in just one day. This level of extravagance cannot even be compared to those in Kyoto. Jin Yuqian was enamored with the watch. He was a watch enthusiast. The poor play with cars while the rich play with watches. Given his identity, he had a profound understanding of watches. Yi Qianyu input the phone number provided by the system into his phone and said flatly, Jin Fatty, if you like it, it's yours. Ha ha, you are really giving it to me. Jin Yuqian was taken aback and laughed in response. Yes, it's just a watch. Ha ha ha, no need, no need. I just enjoy studying watches. To be honest, Jin Yuqian was indeed a bit tempted. A 20 million watch would tempt anyone. However, he still declined. If first, he truly didn't need it, and second, he could afford it. After playing with it for a while, Jin Yuqian returned it to its original place. He also mentioned, what about the watch box? Not taking care of it could easily damage it. Little did he know, Yi Qianyu replied, what watch box? I just wore it on my wrist and came back. He secretly thought to himself that maybe he should change his self-introduction. I am Jin Yuqian. Ew, I don't care about who is rich or poor when making friends at any way besides me. Old Yi is the richest one here. In the end, he simply stopped thinking and lay back down on the bed to continue being a couch potato. Yi Qinyu had just entered the number to apply to add a friend. Within 3 seconds, the other party accepted. The other party sent a message, "Boss, you finally remembered me. Yi Qinyu. Did it seem like I abandoned you before?" Then he quickly typed a message, "What should I call you?" The other party sent a crying emoji, "What, just saying, boss, you forgot me, not even remembering my name." Yi Qinyu. No way, system, are you messing with me? This is really the infamous head of the security organization. Why do I increasingly see him as a goofball? Geneva return. System, once it's out, it's non-returnable. Yi Qinyu typed 2 words name. The other party no longer acted foolishly and replied, "Boss, my name is Mo Shah, the head of the overseas Dark Knight security company." Yi Qinyu. Alright, from now on I'll call you old Mo. Tomorrow pull out 100 brothers from overseas to set up a security company in Magic City responsible for my safety. I will need you to handle some matters in the future. Mo Shah, sure boss. After giving the instructions, Yi Qinyu wanted to chat with Muzuru for a while, asking how her military training was today. Has the system upgrade been completed? Yi Qinyu retracted his thumb from the enter key. In his mind, he inquired the system. System, what new functions have been upgraded? Reply to the host, this upgrade has added some items to the shop, making it more comprehensive. It has also added a Goodwill return service. As long as friends and family achieve a Goodwill score of over 95 points, hidden rewards can be obtained. Hearing this, Yi Qinyu began to browse the system's shop. Basic ability potion medium 1 points available for level 1 gene lock. Each bottle increases 1 point of ability. Beauty enhancement formula 1 points. Obtain a beauty formula. The effect is 100 times better than current methods. Ideal smart device technology 5 points. Obtain 50 years of smart device technology. Complete AI smart technology 2 points. Obtain fully mature AI technology 100 years later. There was too much to finish reading. The items in the shop had definitely increased by more than double. Ding. The host has upgraded the system version. The system rewards the host with an army of bodyguards. As long as the host encounters danger, an army of bodyguards will come to rescue, significantly improving the host's life safety. System upgrade the Eye of Detection. Upgrading the Eye of Detection requires 5 points. Does the host wish to upgrade? Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the Eye of Detection from beginner to intermediate level, costing 5 points. Remaining points 5 Yi Qinyu felt a slight warmth in his eyes, which disappeared in just a second. Once again, he used the Eye of Detection on Xia Nanqing. Name Xia Nanqing. Identity current freshman at Modi University, unknown. Basic ability 29. Father unknown. Mother unknown. Goodwill 75. Yi Qinyu. System, I spent 5 points, and you only showed me this. All of it is unknown. System host, this person's background is mysterious. The intermediate Eye of Detection cannot detect it. For more accurate detection, please upgrade to advanced. How many points does it take to upgrade to advanced? 1 million. Yi Qinyu, I'm cursing you, I'm starstruck by you. The fact that even the system's intermediate Eye of Detection couldn't reveal Xia Nanqing's true identity made Yi Qinyu even more curious. This taciturn roommate has quite an extraordinary background. He then asked again, System, what does basic ability mean? Is it not the potential of a buddy? I didn't expect old Xia to be someone who likes to invest. Reply to the host, basic ability refers to the bonus capabilities. Once a skill exceeds human limits, it will unlock the gene lock. For example, if the host's current strength is 10 points, which is the human limit, reaching 11 points will unlock level 1 gene lock, converting it to basic ability of 11 points. The most effective way for humans to break through the gene lock is through body training. This person's basic ability is 29 points, indicating their strength has reached 29 points. After the system's explanation, Yi Qinyu finally understood, looking at Xia Nanqing with increasingly astonished eyes. Experiencing how impressive a strength of 10 points can be, how powerful must Xia Nanqing, who is almost 3 times that, be? So system, is it really that easy for humans to break through their limits? Yi Qianyu's curiosity grew stronger, unable to resist, asking the system. Reply to the host, this world is not like your original Blue Star world. There are martial artists in this world, but they do not often reveal themselves. They have ways to break through the gene lock. So how are the gene lock levels classified? Gene locks are divided into 9 levels with 3 levels per segment, namely beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Basic ability 11 points 40 points is level 1. A basic ability 41 points 70 points is level 2. Basic ability 71 points 100 points is level 3, and later I will explain more. You are not qualified to know yet. Do not cultivate immortality. Do not cultivate immortality. Do not cultivate immortality. Yi Qinyu. So if I want to break through the gene lock, I just need to drink the intermediate ability potion. Yes, host. Then doesn't this mean a clear path towards becoming a martial artist? Reply to the host: not entirely. Martial artists are just there to ensure the host's safety. It is not entirely a martial artist's route. The host should still pursue the path of the wealthy individual, using wealth as the core. Understood, just explaining it for the readers. I get it. Upgrade all my basic abilities to maximum level. Congratulations to the host for upgrading all basic abilities to maximum level, costing 500 points, remaining points 45000. Yi Qianyu felt his entire being elevated, asking the system, can I break through the gene lock for all my abilities? No, only strength, speed, and resilience can break through. The others have reached the human limit. Hearing this, Yi Qianyu felt somewhat disappointed as his thoughts of comprehensive upgrades were shattered. Then exchange for 40 bottles of intermediate ability potion. Congratulations to the host for successful exchange, costing 400 points, remaining points 5000. In the end, Yi Qianyu upgraded his strength to 30 points, speed to 20 points, and resilience to 20 points. As the leader, how could his basic abilities be lower than the fourth member? Checking his personal panel. Host: Yi Qianyu. Age 19. Height 183 centimeters. Appearance 9. 99. Maximum readers 10. Strength 30. Human limit 10. Speed 20. Resilience 20. Identity: freshman at Moda University, hidden. Upon exiting the system panel, Yi Qianyu seemed to recall something. Opening WeChat, he clicked on the first unsent message. Zyro, how was the first day of military training, tiring or not? He pressed the enter key. In less than 10 seconds, a quick reply came. It was a voice message. Yi Qianyu clicked on it, and a sweet, gentle voice of Mu Zyro came from the phone. I'm not tired. Ooh, I find military training quite fun. Our coach is also female and is very nice to us. When the sun came out, she took us to the shady spots, not fierce or strict at all. The three roommates who had been lying down comfortably instantly became spirited, sitting up collectively, with 3 pairs of eyes fixed on Yi Qianyu. Jin Yuqian spoke first. Wow, old Yi, did you manage to hook up with a girl in just one day? Just by the sound, I can tell she's a great beauty. Yi Xiaodian also lewdly chimed in. Old Yi, is expected, you're the best at flirting. Xian Nanxing said nothing, but his gaze remained fixed on Yi Qianyu, making him feel uneasy. It was as if he were saying, how could you hog all the glory? Yi Qianyu twitched the corner of his mouth, explaining speechlessly. This is my girlfriend. Oh, we started dating in the 3rd year of middle school. What are you guys thinking? By the way, my girlfriend mentioned that once military training ends, there will be a dormitory gathering. Oh, let's see how you all handle that. The 3 exclaimed. They shouted adoptive father. Yi Qianyu ignored the 3 sons and replied on WeChat. That's best. If I had a strict and harsh coach, I would worry about you. Mu Zyru sent another voice message. Not bad. I just finished showering, lying on the bed. Although I'm not tired, my feet are still quite sore from standing. Mu Zyru frowned upon seeing the message. She could imagine the lewd grin on Yi Qianyu's face as he sent an emoji. Then she took a few photos of her long, fair legs. With a single click, she sent them out. She posted, you've become so indecent now. You used to be very proper, not even daring to let me hold your hand. Now that you're in college, you've turned into a lecher. Yi Qianyu replied, haha, how can that be called lecherous? It's called exploring the origins of humanity. Let's explore together when we have the chance. Mu Zyru, blushing from being teased, retorted, no being lewd. She then ignored the naughty boy and snuggled under the blankets, laughing to herself. Yi Qianyu fell silent, quickly opening the photos and admiring them, occasionally letting out gasps of surprise. He couldn't help but exclaim, wow, this photo is so white. He closed the chat window and fell into a... In the following days, Yi Qianyu occasionally went to the playground to check on the adorable classmates during training, teasing Shangwan Qianyu whenever he could. But for most of the time, Yi Qianyu lay in his dormitory enjoying the air conditioning while watching videos. Due to the previous competition, Xian Nanxing single-handedly dealt with the classes that had been provoking them. In these few days, no one dared to provoke them again. Training continued as usual, with watermelons and drinks available every day. Later, as the class president, Yi Qianyu even set up a sunshade directly in the training area. This made everyone around, even all the freshmen in their first year, envious and jealous. They all reported to the head coach or school leaders. Finally, Yi Qianyu had a single retort that left them speechless. My uncle is the principal. What could they do? They could only leave in defeat. The next day was the 10th day of military training. Yi Qianyu arrived at the playground as usual, stepping leisurely. March and step. 121, 121, 1234. Yi Qianyu lightly walked to his usual spot, where Shangwan Qianyu was already waiting. She wore a blue and white summer school uniform today, her clean and pure temperament contrasting sharply with the chaotic surroundings. Her eyes curved like crescent moons, her cheeks displaying a faint dimple, with a smile looking pure and lovely. Leaning against a large tree, her slender, delicate legs lay gracefully on the grass. Light streamed down onto the girl, creating a halo effect. Her silhouette stood gracefully in the sunlight, resembling a character from an anime. Feeling a shadow beside her, Shangwan Qianyu lightly brushed a strand of hair from her forehead and smiled. "You're here." Yi Qianyu smiled slightly. "I just came to take a stroll." As soon as he finished speaking, he naturally sat down and expertly rested his head on Shangwan Qianyu's lap. Shangwan Qianyu was used to this, since Yi Qianyu had been doing this for the past few days. On the first day, Shangwan Qianyu had refused when he laid his head on her legs, but coincidentally, Yi Ningxin, she directly put Yi Qianyu's head on her little feet, and there was a significant contrast between women. Seeing Yi Ningxin mockingly look at her, as if to say you had your chance, but didn't use it. She acted like a jealous girlfriend, taking Yi Qianyu's head from Yi Ningxin's feet and placing it back on her own. Afraid that Yi Ningxin would take him back, she hugged Yi Qianyu's head tightly. This put poor Yi Qianyu in a genuine suffocating experience. The scene under the tree caught the eyes of all the students training in the playground. There was jealousy, disbelief, and mostly envy. They all regarded this couple as a handsome man and beautiful woman, a perfect match. Some even secretly took photos and posted them on the campus website of Magic City University, quickly topping the charts. Isn't that Shangwan Qianyu, the campus beauty? Who is that boy lying on her legs? That guy is so handsome, way more than my idol AI coin. Could it be that our campus beauty Qianyu is in a relationship? Does my dream of having a goddess as a campus beauty end before it even starts? With such a handsome guy, I want all the information on him within 3 days. At the school gate, a red Ferrari entered the campus, and surrounding students quickly stepped aside. Isn't that Cui Xiao's car? I heard he just opened a company valued at 10 billion. Why is he back at school today? Isn't it because of family resources that he can reach a 10 billion valuation? A sour grape boy sneered. Bro, you can't say that randomly. Relying on family is still a part of strength. Be careful of being reported to Cui Xiao. If Cui Xiao finds out, you'll probably end up in the hospital for half a year. The sour grape boy shrank his head and ran off. Cui Xiao's company just opened. Shouldn't he be at the company? Why is he here at school? You don't know. An hour ago, there was a photo on the campus website of a boy lying on Shangwan Qianyu's lap, presumably indicating that she has a boyfriend. Shangwan Qianyu is the woman designated by Cui Xiao. I bet Cui Xiao is here to find trouble with that boy. Alas, what a pity for that explosively handsome guy. Cui Xiaodong got out of the car, and there were already more than 20 boys standing around. Seeing him, they shouted in unison, Cui Xiao. Cui Xiaodong's face was dark as he coldly said, "Why wasn't I informed about this sooner?" The leading boy stepped forward, stuttering, Cui Xiao, we didn't pay much attention during the military training for the freshmen, and it's forbidden for students above sophomore to enter unless they are class instructors. We just found out about it ourselves." Smack. Cui Xiaodong slapped him, then said with a gloomy gaze, "I told you to keep a close watch on Shangwan Qianyu, and this is how you do your job." The surrounding boys lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Zhang Yu, who had been slapped, dared not express his anger and walked up with his head down. "I'm sorry, Cui Xiao." Before he could finish, Cui Xiaodong interrupted him. "Shut up, no need to say more, take me to find him." "Yes, Cui Xiao," Zhang Yu replied, and then more than 20 of them rushed towards the playground. "Qianyu, you're so beautiful, why haven't I seen anyone pursuing you?" During a boring moment, Yi Qianyu, "Because there's a clingy pest, no one dares to pursue me. It's quite nice, no worries about someone bothering me." Shangwan Qianyu replied lightly. At that moment, a voice with a duck-like tone rang out from a distance, growing closer. "Who dares to touch my woman? Is my woman something you can lay a hand on?" Upon hearing the voice, Yi Qianyu did not immediately rise. Instead, he slightly lifted his head and squinted his eyes for a glance. He saw that the person in the lead was a young man of about 20. He wore a black Armani suit on top, a white shirt with a red tie underneath, and white trousers, completing the look with a pair of once shiny leather shoes. Just by looking at his attire, he resembled a well-off young master. Although he appeared quite dashing, Yi Qianyu couldn't help but think to himself, "Dude, aren't you hot in this sweltering weather? What are you classmates doing here? This is a military training area. Please leave." Wang Jian was the first to step forward and intervene as he sensed the situation was turning unfavorable. "Instructor, please be quiet. I'm just here to resolve a personal issue. It will only take 10 minutes, Cui Xiaodong said, patting his suit in a pretentious manner. Wang Jian remained unmoved. "Student, if you have personal matters to settle, please wait until the military training is over. This is a military training ground, and you must leave immediately." Cui Xiaodong shot him a glance, and at that moment a figure hurriedly approached. Upon closer inspection, it was the head instructor. He obsequiously handed Cui Xiaodong a cigarette, bowing and scraping as he said, "Cui Xiao, I am by lei. Thanks to the promotion from third master, I was able to become the head instructor." Cui Xiaodong took the cigarette and placed it between his lips, speaking nonchalantly. "Oh, so it was my father who promoted you. Then I suppose you know how to handle this matter, right?" Bai Lei nodded hastily, taking out a lighter to light Chui Xiaodong's cigarette. I understand. He then turned to Wang Jian, his previously obsequious demeanor shifting to a serious tone. Wang Jian, I order you to return to your squad immediately. Do not interfere in this matter. Bai. Wang Jian attempted to speak, but was cut off by Bai Lei's harsh command. Hurry back, or do not meddle in this, return at once. He then leaned closer to Wang Jian and whispered, quickly return to your team. This is not something you can interfere with. The Chui family is not someone we can provoke. You don't want to offend him. Chui Xiao is ruthless. Think of your elderly mother at home. Hurry back, this is an order. Get back to your squad quickly or face military punishment. Wang Jian gritted his teeth, but thinking of his aging mother, he reluctantly turned and left. Seeing Wang Jian depart, Bai Lei once again adopted a fawning demeanor and approached Chui Xiaodong. Chui Xiao, fine, I'll give you 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, please leave this place. Chui Xiaodong nodded with a faint smile. Thank you, Instructor Bai. 10 minutes is sufficient. Hearing this, Bai Lei glanced at Yi Qinyu, who was still lying on Shangguan Qianyu's lap, shook his head with a sigh, and left. Sigh. Kid, I can't help you. After all, you offended someone from the Chui family. Chui Xiaodong stepped forward, watching the girl he liked being so close to another boy, seething with rage. Kid, my woman is someone you can touch. You better get off Qianyu's lap now. Yi Qinyu merely smiled faintly, not getting up, but instead, he placed his hand on Shangguan Qianyu's shoulder. He looked at Chui Xiaodong with eyes full of provocation. Chui Xiaodong's eyes were nearly ablaze with anger as he shouted, You little brat, let go of me. Damn it. I haven't touched her in years, and now this ignorant brat has stolen her from me. Shangguan Qianyu was completely stunned, her face flushing deeply to her neck. How did he manage to get so close? I've never let another boy touch me before. She swatted Yi Qianyu's hand away, unable to meet his gaze, and lowered her head shyly as she said, What are you doing? You. How can you? Yi Qinyu retracted his hand, feeling a bit disgruntled. He then activated his insight, named Chui Xiaodong identity, a junior student at Modu University, son of Chui, son, one of the 4 great families of Modu. Father Chui Sanqiu. Mother Lin Yuan. Favorability 0. He stood up, brushed off the grass from his clothes, and smiled faintly. So you are the dogged pest, my dear, Qinyu mentioned. Upon hearing him call her dear, Shangguan Qianyu, whose blush had subsided a bit, turned crimson once again. Chui Xiaodong's eyes deep as the cold night darkened. Kid, do you know that Shangguan Qianyu is the woman I have chosen? Do you know what the consequences are for provoking me, Chui Xiaodong? Yi Qinyu maintained a calm expression and replied nonchalantly, I don't know, and I don't recognize you as Chui Xiaodong. I also don't wish to know the consequences, as you're not worthy of my concern. Boom. The moment these words were spoken, the entire place fell into silence. The group that had come with Chui Xiaodong knew his reputation at Modu University and stared at Yi Qinyu in shock. Many freshmen were from out of town and were unaware of Chui Xiaodong's power, instead finding Yi Qinyu quite handsome. However, some locals were well aware of Chui Xiaodong's infamous reputation. They all admired Yi Qianyu's courage. After a moment, Chui Xiaodong coldly said, Kid, you're quite bold to say I, Chui Xiaodong, am unworthy here. Who gave you the courage? Even if you are a tiger, you should lie down for me. If you are a dragon, you should coil for me. Yi Qinyu leaned casually against the tree trunk, hands in pockets, playfully asking, Then tell me what the line is. Hearing this, Chui Xiaodong thought the kid was softening, sneering with disdain. As long as you kneel and crawl through my legs, and then run around the playground naked, I will forgive you. Otherwise, I will break your hands and feet. At this, everyone was taken aback. The trio from dormitory 608, standing on the track, looked embarrassed. Xian Nanxing even wanted to rush forward and beat Chui Xiaodong, but was stopped by Jin Youqian. Xiao Si, don't act rashly. I believe old you will handle this. Old Yes background is not ordinary, and a mere Chui family cannot deal with him. Let's just watch the show, hee. Shangguan Qianyu stepped forward to block, Yi Qinyu glaring angrily. Chui Xiaodong, I am someone's woman, and it's not your place to interfere. You should leave now. Chui Xiaodong chuckled. Qinyu, I know your family is facing serious financial issues recently, but the news has been suppressed. If this isn't resolved, you could fall out of the 4 great families of Modu. And I believe that if you fall out of the 4 families, other forces will certainly devour you. To resolve this issue, the simplest way is to ally with our Chui family. As long as you marry me, I can persuade my father to provide you with urgent funds to help you through this crisis. Shangguan Qianyu scoffed. Nice words, but in the end you just want to use our family's shares to consume us. Stop playing these tricks, alright? Do you think everyone is as foolish as you, eh? Chui Xiaodong's eyes twitched, left speechless, and could only look back at Yi Qinyu, mocking him. I knew you would hide behind a woman. You're truly useless. Yi Qianyu's playful gaze turned icy cold as he fixed a calm stare on Chui Xiaodong. Do you know what you— Standing nearby, Zhang Yu wanted to make up for his previous mistakes, and quickly stepped forward to scold. Kid, do you know who our young master Chui is? Let me tell you, kid, you've really gotten yourself into big trouble today. Yi Qinyu walked around Shangwan Qinyu and shot a glance at Zhang Yu. The icy calmness in Yi Qianyu's eyes almost made Zhang Yu lose his balance, and he said flatly, "Do you really think you have the right to interrupt while I am speaking to your master?" Then he walked up to Cui Xiaodong looking down at him and repeated, "Do you know what you are saying?" Cui Xiaodong was somewhat stunned by Yi Qianyu's imposing presence and stammered, Kid, I said as long as you kneel and kowtow." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by slap. Yi Qinyu slapped Cui Xiaodong directly across the face. It was clear that his right cheek, Sigma 3U. "How dare you?" Cui Xiaodong was in disbelief, staring at Yi Qianyu's palm, unable to imagine that someone would dare to hit him. With a spitting sound, a mouthful of blood along with 2 white teeth was spat out. The entire crowd went silent, their eyes wide as they gazed at the imposing figure. How dare he? He actually slapped young Master Cui. I must be seeing things. Regaining his senses, Cui Xiaodong like a mad dog pointed at Yi Qinyu and barked, "Kid, you dare." Before he could finish his sentence, his left cheek received another slap. Epsilon slap. Slap. This directly interrupted his spellcasting. "Kneel down, you scoundrel. With your meager strength, do you even think you are worthy?" Slap. "You want me to run around naked? What are you thinking?" Yi Qinyu unleashed a flurry of blows. The onlookers were wide-eyed, and not a single one of Zhang Ye's group of over 20 dared to step forward. They were all just students, after all, merely trying to intimidate. When it truly came to a fight, none dared to make a sound. Cui Xiaodong, who was being beaten, cried out for mercy. "Stop. Stop hitting me. I won't make you kneel. I won't run around naked anymore." Slap. "Where's your bravado now?" Slap. "All you do is whimper and complain." Slap. "Are you still so full of yourself? Acting tough in front of me, don't think you can get away with it. Kid, you dare." Slap. After who knows how many slaps, Yi Qinyu shook his slightly sore hand. His gaze was clear and cold like an eagle in the night, proud and imposing. He turned to look at the group of students who had followed Cui Xiaodong, causing them to retreat in fear. "Is there anyone here willing to help your master vent his anger?" Zhang Yu stammered, "No. There's no one." At this moment, Cui Xiaodong's incoherent voice rang out, "Damn it, all of you, get over here and take him down. He'll give anyone who breaks one of his hands 100,000, no, 1,000,000. Just as Zhang Yu and the others were hesitating, Yi Qianyu's next move completely terrified them. Yi Qinyu snorted in disdain and walked up to Cui Xiaodong. With a loud bang, he kicked him to the ground and then stepped on his wrist. Crack. The sound of bones break. My hand." The immense force caused Cui Xiaodong to scream in agony before finally losing consciousness from the pain. The entire venue fell silent. The students held their breath, not daring to make a sound. One by one, they stared at Yi Qinyu, as if he were a monster, their faces filled with disbelief and fear. He actually broke young Master Xia's hand. What the hell? It's over, this kid is done. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and stepped forward, forcing himself to speak. You actually broke young Master Xia's hand. You're finished. Let me tell you, you're finished." Yi Qinyu sneered dismissively. "Hey, you all strip him of his clothes, or you'll end up just like him." "You." Zhang Yu was terrified, unable to utter a complete sentence. "They'll count to 3. 1, 2. Zhang Yu. Wait, how can you count like this? Did you swallow the Yi Qianyu's eagle-like gaze fixed on Zhang Yu as he walked towards him step by step. Terrified, Zhang Yu hurriedly said, Take. Don't come closer." Without saying another word, Zhang Yu rushed to Cui Xiaodong's side and squatted down. With swift movements, he stripped him of all his clothes, including his underpants. The bare-skinned Cui Xiaodong lay quietly on the ground. The sight made the girls shy, with many of them blushing and lowering their heads. Fortunately, Cui Xiaodong was now unconscious, otherwise it would have been more humiliating than social death. Shangwan Xinyu behind him also quickly lowered her head, whispering, "Really, how can it be like this? This bad guy so bad." After stripping him, Zhang Yu stood up, his lips trembling as he said, "Brother, is it okay now? Can we leave?" Yi Qinyu waved his hand and said, "Scram. And remember to take this dog away. Tell him not to rely on being from the Cui family to act recklessly. If he continues to make trouble for me, it won't be as simple as just a broken hand." Zhang Yu nodded repeatedly, then called a few people to help drag the naked Cui Xiaodong away, leaving the playground in a disheveled state. They had come in with bravado, but now they left in utter disgrace. Less than half an hour later, the school's official website exploded again. A video of Cui Xiaodong being carried out naked from the playground quickly topped the campus trending searches for quite a while. Shocking, young Master Cui is stripped naked and carried out of the playground. Shocking, mysterious youth versus young Master Cui. Yi Qinyu, the instigator, once again topped the popularity charts, with many speculating about the identity of this new freshman. Not only had he won over the campus beauty Shangwan Xinyu, but he had also crippled the deeply connected Cui Xiaodong and stripped him of his clothes. This was not just a slap in the face for Cui Xiaodong, it was a brutal blow to the Cui family. Some speculated that this person must have an extraordinary background, otherwise he wouldn't dare to act this way. Others guessed that he was the illegitimate son of a top billionaire. There were also those who mocked him for his overestimation of his capabilities, wagering that he wouldn't last a week before the Chui family dealt with him. But most people were just discussing the matter as bystanders. On the playground, Shangguan Xinyu looked at the tall and handsome figure before her, her heart racing faster and faster, her mind racing with thoughts. He actually offended Chui Xiaodong for my sake. Am I really that important to him? Could it be? Could it be that he really likes me? But we've only known each other for a few days. What am I even thinking? Just as Shangguan Xinyu was lost in thought, Yin Xinyu approached her unnoticed. Hey, what are you thinking about? Yin Xinyu waved his hand in front of her face. Seeing no response, he patted her shoulder and called out. I wasn't thinking about anything. Shangguan Xinyu exclaimed, startled back to reality, hurriedly tidying her bangs to hide her embarrassment. No way. You little girl, could it be that you've fallen for me? Yin Xinyu leaned in closer, flashing a wide smile with his white teeth. Who has fallen for you? Don't say such nonsense. Feeling her thoughts exposed, Shangguan Xinyu grabbed at the small flesh on Yin Qianya's waist, causing him to contribute a bit more to Earth's heating. You're really ruthless. If it's not true, then it's not true. That's for the best. After all, I have a girlfriend. Yin Xinyu chuckled as he rubbed his sore waist. Shangguan Qianya's heart inexplicably fluttered. She let out a soft grunt and turned away, not wanting to acknowledge him. After thinking for a moment, she turned back, pointed her index finger at Yin Qianya's arm, and said with concern, you broke Chui Xiaodong's rear wall and stripped him of his clothes. Aren't you afraid he'll retaliate? She continued, I can ask my dad to handle this when I go back. Just as she was about to turn away, Yin Xinyu grabbed her, saying, no need, I'll take care of this myself. Yin Xinyu didn't want to owe Shangguan Xinyu a favor. Since he had the ability to solve it, he didn't want to trouble anyone else. Hearing this, Shangguan Xinyu grew anxious. Yin Xinyu, do you know the Chui family's status in Modu? Do you know how terrifying they are? They will kill you. Yin Xinyu smiled broadly, gently ruffling her hair. Then his expression turned serious, his tone calm. Don't worry, the Chui family is nothing to me. Besides, a giant like the Chui family wouldn't mobilize for a small fry like Chui Xiaodong. If they dare to provoke me again, I wouldn't advise the 4 families of Modu to become 3. Hearing this, Shangguan Qianya's pupils dilated in shock as she looked at the nonchalant young man before her. What did he just say? Did he actually say he would make the 4 families of Modu become 3? Those families possessed assets worth trillions, and even the aristocrats of Kyoto wouldn't dare utter such threats against the Chui family. What confidence could make him so bold as to say such things? Yet there was a certain conviction in Yin Qianya's tone that suggested he could actually do it. Alright, stop overthinking it. Go rest for a bit. Yin Xinyu patted her head, and then walked over to his roommates. Boss, you look so cool. Yi Xiaodian was the first to speak, admiringly looking at him. Ha, this is just a small matter. Yin Xinyu said with a proud expression, shrugging his shoulders. Jin Yuqian stepped forward solemnly, saying, do you need my help? I can handle the Chui family issue. Yin Xinyu looked at Jin Ponzi with a smirk, saying, no need, it's just a small matter. He had previously used his eye of perception to investigate Jin Yuqian's background, so he was not surprised. Name Jin Yuqian. Identity current freshman at Moda University, second son of the Jin family, one of the 8 great families of Kyoto. P.S. He came to Moda University alone to avoid his older sister. Father Jin Yue. Mother Liya. Sister Jin Yinying. Specialty, unique talent in business. Base ability 25. Affection level 80. What surprised Yin Xinyu the most was that even Jin Pongzi had a base ability of 25, which he had not expected. He thought to himself that he truly lived up to being from a prestigious family. In the end, Yi Xiaoshan's background was the most ordinary, resembling that of most students. But to say he was not ordinary was also not wrong. Name, Yi Xiaotian. Identity, current freshman at Moda University, child from an ordinary family in Linjiang County. Founder of the Hongxing Hacker Organization. Father Yi Datian. Mother Lin Xiao. Specialty, exceptional talent in computers. IQ 9. After reviewing the profiles of the 3 roommates, Yin Xinyu thought to himself that there wasn't a single ordinary person in his dorm. Sometimes he wondered if this was arranged by his system. He even asked the system about this, and it simply replied, this is the passive protagonist halo that comes with the system. This left him speechless. Finally, Xian Nanxing also approached and asked, should we wait until that Chui whatever is out of the hospital and then directly bag him at the intersection and cripple his other hand? Yin Xinyu. No, shall see, you usually seem quite honest, yet secretly you're quite the schemer. Jin Pongzi said with a smirk as he leaned closer to Xian Nanxing. In the girls' dormitory, Yiningxin didn't go looking for her brother Qinyu today, instead lying on her bedboard scrolling through the campus forum. She wore a loose white t-shirt, her delicate little feet swinging in the air. Her light yellow hair was messily draped over her back, her arched brows and bright eyes were captivating. At this moment, she was frowning, one hand gently resting on her chin as she looked at the headlines on her phone about Cui Xiaodong getting put in his place. Humph. How dare a second-generation heir from the Cui family cause trouble for my brother Qinyu? Yi Ningxin clenched her tiny fist, puffing out her cheeks and looking fierce, which was quite adorable. She thought of calling her father to resolve the issue, but as soon as she dialed, she hung up immediately. A chilling smile crept onto her lips. No, just warning them won't be enough. They need to pay a price. So she wrote a short article about the Cui family's dark history and sent out several photos of Cui Xiaodong being humiliated and exposed. Before long, major media outlets reported on it, and it quickly climbed into the top 10 on the hottest search list of the largest domestic social platform Dia. As time went on, the ranking continued to rise. Yi Ningxin's actions caused the Cui family to suffer a loss of nearly 10 billion. Yi Ningxin put down her phone satisfied as she clapped her hands. This is for provoking my brother Qinyu. Suddenly recalling something, she picked up her phone again to call Yi Qinyu on WeChat. Hello? What's wrong, Xiao Ningxin? Night. Qinyu, just back in his dormitory, saw it was Yi girl calling and immediately pressed the answer button. Brother Qinyu, I just saw the campus forum. You looked really handsome. Yi Ningxin's soft and sweet voice came through the phone, not mentioning anything about what she had just done. Haha, that's nothing. I'm not even 1% as handsome. Night. Qinyu said smugly. Haha, yes, brother Qinyu is the most handsome. Yi Ningxin did not refute at all, going along with his praise. Xiao Ningxin, you didn't call just to flatter me, did you? Of course not. I just wanted to ask if you need me to help deal with the Cui family. No need, you don't have to get involved. Oh, just focus on your studies. Night. Qinyu declined, though he felt quite touched. Alright. Yi Ningxin felt a bit disappointed that such a fun thing fell through. Okay, I'll hang up first. I need to. Okay, brother Qinyu, bye. After saying that, Yi Ningxin decisively hung up the phone and began scrolling through campus posts again. If she saw anyone slandering her brother Qinyu, she would transform into the Queen of Zhuan and unleash a barrage of attacks on them. In the private hospital of the Cui family in the Magic City, this is a private hospital under the Cui family. In the VIP room, a wealthy woman stood by the bed, appearing to be in her 30s. She was very well maintained, looking only in her 30s or 40s, her figure graceful, wrapped in a black long dress that accentuated her curves. At that moment, she looked worriedly at Cui Xiaodong lying on the bed, a hint of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. Beside her stood a shadowy man around 50 with a tall and imposing figure. Under his eyes, a faint red glimmer concealed a bloodthirsty aura, his gaze narrowed like the frost of a heart. The chief surgeon pushed open the ward door, removed his mask, and sighed. Cui Senyu, Madam Lin, I'm sorry, your son's arm has suffered a comminuted fracture. We can only save the arm, but we cannot restore it to its original state. Upon hearing this, Madam Lin frowned tightly, her expression cold as she said, Dr. Zhang, are you saying my son's hand is ruined? Yes. Hearing this result, the silent Cui Xiaodong suddenly went mad and yelled, Get out, useless thing, hurry up and get out of my sight. At this moment, the previously silent man coldly said, Shut up. Dr. Zhang, you may leave now. Yes. Cui Senyi. Dad. After being yelled at by the man, Cui Xiaodong finally quieted down. Do you know how much face you've lost? You've embarrassed the entire Huaxiao. Other families are watching the joke of our Cui family. Not only did we lose 100 billion in assets, but we also embarrassed ourselves to our grandmother's family. Cui Xiaodong broke out in a cold sweat, trembling as he said, Dad, I didn't know. I just wanted to get back at them. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. The cold and elegant woman said flatly, This is something you brought upon yourself. You must find a way to resolve it yourself. Also, that kid must pay the price. The Cui family's face is not so easily trampled upon. After saying this, she looked at the man beside her, murderous, intense, surging. Cui Sanxiong, what should we do about our son? If someone dares to ruin my son, I will make sure he pays back tenfold, 100-fold. Of course we will seek revenge for my son. Cui Sanxiong looked at his son lying in bed, his brows slightly furrowing. Do you know the background of the man who ruined you? Cui Xiaodong shook his head repeatedly. I don't know, I'm not clear. Cui Sanxiong cursed angrily, Fool. You don't even know the background of the other party, yet you recklessly went to cause trouble for them. Do you think that as the young master of the Cui family in the Magic City, you can do whatever you want? Cui Xiaodong, being scolded by his father, didn't dare to say a word. He had always feared his father since he was a child. Dad, Cui Sanxiong coldly snorted and directly interrupted him. Humph. Shut up. That man knew you were the young master of the Cui family, yet he dared to ruin your hand and strip you of your clothes, indicating that he is not afraid of your background. Then, what should we do, Dad? Let me send someone to investigate his background first. Even if he has a background in the Magic City, we still call the shots. Alright, take care of your injuries. Okay, Dad. Cui Sanxiong nodded, and then left, saying to take care of his injuries first. Seeing his father leave, Cui Xiaodong also sighed in relief. His father's aura was frightening even to his son. Chui Sanxiong walked out of the ward, and the bodyguard at the door skillfully handed him a cigar and lit it. He took a deep breath and ordered, "Go check the information of the person who ruined my son." "Yes, young Master Xiong." Inside the hospital room, Lin Yuan looked at her precious son lying in bed, feeling heartbroken. "Son, does it hurt?" "It hurts. When I get discharged, I want to marry into the Shangwan family. This injury is also that bitch Shangwan Qianya's fault." Chui Xiaodong gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. "Okay, I promise to make Shangwan Xinyu obediently become your wife. If she doesn't comply, I have ways to make." Recently, the Shangwan family's funding has been cut off and internal conflicts are also occurring frequently. This is the best opportunity for us to devour them. Hearing this, Chui Xiaodong was overjoyed and quickly said, "Thank you, mother. Take good care of your injuries in the next few days." "Yes, mother." Meanwhile, on the other side, Ba Jia was having a tough time. Mixed up. In the boys' dormitory room 608. Knight Xinyu had just finished showering. He lay in bed intending to take a nap, but no matter how he turned, he couldn't find a bit of sleepiness. He simply opened the hottest Dia app, leaned against the stainless steel railing of the bed, and started scrolling through videos, occasionally exclaiming, "TSK, tisk, this outfit is really white. Oh, this pair of pants is really long." Previously, he had the idea of checking gifts to see if he could exchange for points. With a mindset of giving it a try, Knight Xinyu found the recharge button and started recharging. First, let's recharge 10 billion. The maximum recharge amount on Duya's interface is 1 million. It took 100 attempts to successfully recharge 10 billion. Recharging is so exhausting. Next time I have a chance, I'll talk to the Duya boss and ask him to expand the scheme and create a custom recharge option. Knight Xinyu shook his sore hand and complained. If someone heard this, they would definitely scold him for being insane, who would get exhausted from recharging money. Just as Knight Xinyu was about to casually look for a live broadcast room to watch, he suddenly remembered something. He spoke to the system in his mind. "System, you wouldn't want to reward me with Dia shares while I'm buying gifts, would you?" "Host, you actually exposed the plot." "System, I warn you, don't reward me." Received. Without further ado, Yi Qinyu took action. He directly found the live streaming group, first locating the area for attractive streamers, all for the sake of his physical and mental well-being. Yi Qinyu aimlessly browsed through dozens of streamers, discovering that about half of them had an appearance rating of 8. In reality, an 8 score would typically fall into the category of beauties. However, this is the internet. With the beauty filter turned on, even a pig can become a beauty. Therefore, Yi Qinyu felt no attraction towards these seemingly beautiful and sexy women. In reality, whether it was Mu Ziru or Shangwan Xinyu, or even the little girl Yi Ningxin, all were top-tier beauties with scores above 9. Although he came to give gifts for points, he felt like a fool for donating to these people. Yi Qinyu continued browsing. Suddenly, he came across a dancer streamer with the ID Lanlan Loves Dancing. She appeared very pure and looks dressed in a white-blue ancient hanfu with a light veil obscuring her face. Standing gracefully, her posture enchanting with black hair like clouds and beautiful features akin to a fairy, she was captivating. Her skin was as white as snow, smooth and delicate, making one feel they could almost sense her warmth through the screen. She twisted her slender waist with delicate steps, displaying her graceful wrists through the veil. Her eyes sparkled like spring water, her fingers were like freshly cut scallions, and her mouth was as if holding red vermilion. Every smile and frown was heart-stirring. She swayed her delicate waist, dancing gracefully before the screen to a famous ancient dance, the feather and dress dance. Using the probing eye, her details appeared named Luo Xiaolan Identity Jr. at the Hangzhou Dance Academy, a dance streamer with 1.0 fans specialties dance, singing, Gu Zheng appearance rating 8. 2 scars left on her face from a childhood accident, popularity 50, purity 100. After reading the introduction, Yi Qinyu nodded, secretly thinking this girl was quite good, a talented streamer. It was decided she was the one. He clicked to enter the live stream room. Upon seeing the audience count, it was around 300. The number of viewers on Duya was genuine. There were no inflated numbers. Unless the studio used hundreds of phones to inflate the numbers, but for some big streamers, a few hundred viewers were negligible. When Yi Qinyu entered the live streaming room, he noticed the chat was buzzing. "Lanlan, if I send you a big rocket, will you take off your face veil?" Yes, let everyone see Lanlan's true appearance." "Lanlan, as long as you take off the veil, I will top the leaderboard in a second," a top-tier freerider said. Upstairs, it seems Lanlan's total leaderboard has been brushed over 2 million. "I heard it's a rich second generation pursuing her from Lanlan's school. Dude, if you top the leaderboard, it'll stand on my head and eat shit." Another freerider trying to scam food and drink. "I've recorded 78 of them this month. If this continues, the price of shit will double." Huh. Boom. A super rocket exploded on the screen, transforming into a fireball. Liang Chun Meijing sent a super rocket. "Isn't that our Lanlan's top supporter, Brother Liang?" Ha, Brother Liang came to see Lanlan. "When will Brother Liang finally win Lanlan over?" The barrage rapidly filled with praise directed at the ID Liang Chun Meijing. Liang Chun Maging Lanlin, our school, is holding a welcome party in a few days. I would like to invite you to be my dancer. Luo Xiaolan glanced at the barrage, frowned, and saw it was a message from Liang Chao. She chose to politely decline, saying, "Sorry, young Master Liang, I have my own program to perform at my school. Please find someone else. Also, don't send me gifts if I don't need them." After saying this, she continued dancing. She had no feelings for Liang Chao and his reputation at school. It was said that he relied on his family's wealth to do as he pleased at school, and once while drunk he assaulted a sophomore female student, leading her to commit suicide by jumping off a building after suffering the humiliation. As the perpetrator, Liang Chao leveraged his family's connections to settle the issue with a sum of money. Thus, she wanted nothing to do with him. However, Liang Chao, not understanding the situation, became more persistent the more she ignored him. He had a peculiar habit of using money to seduce women, especially those who appeared pure. The purer they were, the more thrilling it felt to him. He had noticed Luo Xiaolan 3 months ago, while browsing Duya, captivated by her ancient costume. Later, upon discovering she was a student from a neighboring school, he began pursuing her, firmly believing that as a mere internet celebrity, he could easily throw some money at her to win her over. However, over the course of 3 months, he had spent over 2 million in her live stream room. Yet Luo Xiaolan remained indifferent, even deliberately avoiding him, which left Liang Chao quite exasperated. He thought that throwing money wouldn't work and decided to adopt more forceful measures. Thus, he sent 4 super rockets in quick succession. As expected of brother Liang, a single move is 5 super rockets. In a matter of seconds, that's 10,000, equivalent to my 2-month salary. Brother Liang is generous. Oh, Lanlin, why not just agree to brother Liang? 1 Liang Chao, I told you stop sending gifts. I don't want any entanglements with you. Please don't disturb me anymore, thank you. Luo Xiaolan spoke with a hint of impatience. Liang Chen Meijing, if you want me not to disturb you, that's fine, but you have to return the 2.3 million I've given you in total. Luo Xiaolan furrowed her brows and replied, Liang Chao, returning the money is not a problem, but I can only refund the portion I received, which is half. The other half was taken by the platform. You can ask the platform for it. Liang Chao continued, I don't care about the platform. Whatever I spend on you, you need to return it to me in full. Otherwise, you might as well agree to be with me. You know my power. I can drag you into a lawsuit until you go bankrupt. You. Luo Xiaolan's expression grew anxious, even though she had a solid case to win if it went to court. The issue was that Liang Chao had a strong background, and if she fought against him in court, she certainly wouldn't have enough money to contend with him. She simply wouldn't be able to afford a full refund. Her income from streaming was minimal, with 90 of it coming from Liang Chaos gifts. Now she found herself noticing Luo Xiaolan's anxious expression. Liang Chao smiled sinisterly. It's fine if you don't want a refund, as long as you agree to be my girlfriend. With my family's background, making you a millionaire internet celebrity will be a piece of cake. So what do you say? Want to consider it? Luo Xiaolan's brow furrowed, and she exclaimed, You're dreaming. Liang Chao, do you know the consequences of refusal? Some viewers in the stream, eager for spectacle, chimed in. Lanlin, just be with our young Master Liang. Exactly, young Master Liang is wealthy, you won't lose out. If I were a woman, I would have followed him long ago. How can love be bought? Lanlan, we support you. Liang is just rich. I despise that kind of pretentious show-off. The Lan faction will always stand with the streamer. While the two camps traded barbs, suddenly a sea fortress appeared on the screen. The entire stream was swathed in dazzling special effects that lasted a full 8 seconds. The sea fortress was the most expensive gift Yi Qinyu could find, one costing 500 RMB. Good heavens, a high roller had shown up. When he struck, he did so grandly, sending an entire fortress. She suppressed her agitation, forced a smile, and thank you Qian Zai for the sea fortress. She asked, young man, what kind of dance do you like? He'll dance one for you. Yi Qinyu casually typed on his keyboard, anything is fine. Alright then, he'll dance a newly learned piece called Dai Fei Hua Wu for Brother Qian. In that moment, Liang Chao felt utterly humiliated. He had lavished gifts, yet Luo Xiaolan had treated him with indifference. And at that crucial moment, someone had suddenly butted in. Liang Chao called out to Qian Zai, asking if he was opposing him. Yi Qinyu responded with puzzled question marks. Liang Chao complained that this made him lose face. Yi Qinyu replied sharply, no. Are you out of your mind? Do I even know you? Liang Chao snapped back enraged, how dare you insult me? A viewer taunted, bro, if you don't have the money, don't chase girls. Sending gifts then asking for refunds, aren't you ashamed? Go play somewhere else. Yi Qinyu delivered the taunt with a sneer. Liang Chao began to curse at him. As the music swelled, Luo Xiaolan slowly swayed her hips, her movements soft and coquettish. Provoked and burning with anger, Liang Chao immediately sent 10 sea fortresses. Damn you, kid. Let me show you what a true sea fortress looks like, he fumed. Before he could finish his threat, the stream was suddenly rained upon by fortresses. Qian Zai sent sea fortress X1, then X2, then X3. As the first fortress landed, the second followed, then the third, fourth, fifth. In less than a minute, Qian Zizai had sent a full 100 sea fortresses. The barrage did not stop. The popularity of AI Tiaowu de Lanlin's stream skyrocketed. Within a minute, she climbed to the top of the hourly chart. Many baffled newcomers logged on and first stared at the exploding effects in confusion, then in shock, then in amazement. One by one, the onlookers began asking what had provoked such a scene. They learned that the top fan had been abusing wealth and influence to coerce the streamer into being his girlfriend, threatening refunds otherwise. Then a mysterious benefactor had appeared, hence the spectacle. Latecomers quickly joined Lan's faction and unleashed a barrage of insults at Liang Chaos supporters. Outnumbered, those defenders were driven from the stream. Viewers mocked Liang, whatever Liang that is. Don't think a few paltry coins make you someone. A Liang Chun maging, weren't you so proud of your money? Why back down now? Praise for Mr. Qian poured in. Mr. Qian is incredible. Qian Zizai continued to send gifts without pause. Qian Zizai sent C Fortress X520, then X1314, then X5200. The deluge kept coming, which showed no sign of stopping. The stream fell into stunned silence. Only scattered messages praising Mr. Qian floated across the chat. Everyone had been dumbstruck by the mysterious high roller. As for Liang Chao, the instigator, he had slipped out of the stream at some point without anyone noticing. Viewers whispered, I don't know what to say. Who exactly is this Mr. Qian? He's already sent 600 fortresses, 30 million RMB. This is more lavish than simply throwing money away. From now on, I'm a loyal fan of this mysterious benefactor. Mr. Qian, do you need a loyal pet? Just tie me there. Messages like Mr. Qian is amazing spread everywhere. For a time, across every stream on the platform, broadcasters displayed their own fortress reigns. The spectacle endured for a full half hour. A League of Legends streamer known as Guer abandoned his match halfway through and dashed to Lanlin's stream to watch. Afterward, his fans nicknamed him the Guer streamer. Where did this tycoon come from? He pushed the popularity to 8 billion, a funny PUBG streamer exclaimed before urging her viewers to go see for themselves. More and more streamers, each leading their own fans, poured into AI Tiaowu de Lanlin's room. In an instant, the audience swelled from 300,000 to 500,000 and kept climbing, nearly overwhelming the servers. Fortunately, the administrators noticed in time and called technicians to shore up and expand capacity, which allowed the system to withstand the massive surge. As numbers continued to rise, admins kept adding capacity and reporting the situation upward. The streamer Lanlan herself was completely bewildered. She had been streaming for over a year and had met many wealthy patrons, but none had ever been so ruthlessly extravagant as this mysterious benefactor. He treated money as if it were nothing at all, more lavish than burning paper offerings. Without hesitation, he sent 6,000, no, now 7,000 sea fortresses. This was no mere exaggeration. A staggering was the only fitting word. Most striking of all was the account name, Qian Zizai, someone she had never heard of before. Could it be an alt of someone famous or a newly arrived tycoon? Her throat hoarse from thanking him countless times, she kept saying she was grateful and begging him to stop sending gifts. She did not want to receive any more of his offerings. A patron who casually tipped tens of millions must have a status far above Liang Chao. If she could not handle Liang Chao, how could she possibly cope with this mysterious benefactor should he turn out to be anything like him? The gifts had become a hot potato she did not want to hold. She added Qian Zizai as a private contact and messaged him directly asking him to stop sending presents. But Yi Qianyu seemed unconcerned. His fingers kept tapping the gift button with a steady rhythm. He had no time to answer and quietly complained about the app 100 times in his head. He muttered that the gift denominations couldn't be larger. His fingers were aching from so much clicking. Qian Zizai sent C Fortress X7777, then X8888, then X9999, then X10,000, and the shower of fortresses continued without end. 10,000 gifts were sent from the seaside fortress. Yi Qianyu finally stopped shaking his sore wrist as he murmured to himself, "Gifting is quite exhausting work." If the people in the livestream heard this, they would surely be speechless. Damn, in just half an hour you spent a whopping 50 million RMB. That remark is such a downer. Phew, the big shot finally stopped. My heart was about to burst from watching. Yes, I would call Moneymaster the strongest big spender, no doubt about it. I wonder if Moneymaster likes men. If so, I would willingly sign up. Pervert, please ask the host to kick him out of the livestream. 1. After taking a break, Yi Qianyu heard Luo Xiaolan's voice and casually typed a message on the screen. Anything is fine. How about singing The Wind Rises? Luo Xiaolan felt relieved when he saw Moneymaster finally speaking. He wasn't afraid of requests, just of silence. She narrowed her eyes crescent-shaped and softly said, "All right, Moneymaster." As the music began, when Luo Xiaolan opened her mouth, her voice was ethereal like the song of a lark, flowing like a gentle stream, bright and melodious like the cheerful chirping of oriole birds. As the song reached its climax, it stirred excitement, causing the atmosphere in the live stream to soar once more. Wow. It turns out that not only is dancing so captivating in live streams, but singing is just as beautiful. As an old fan of the host, I can honestly say that the host's talent is at the T0 level. Followed. No wonder Money Master is willing to gift the host so much. Money Master has good taste. During the time Luo Xiaolan was singing, Yi Qianyu began to research other features of Duya. He noticed the noble options in the gift section, which included noble access. There were options for Viscount, Earl, Emperor, Super Emperor, God Emperor, and Emperor Lord. Accessing a Super Emperor required 180,000 RMB, while a God Emperor required 500,000. The highest level Emperor Lord cost a total of 2 million RMB. The effective time is only 1 month. Renewing it requires 500,000. In the past, Yi Qianyu would have cursed anyone who bought such a thing. Now, however, he felt as though he had stumbled upon a great treasure, his eyes lighting up. He directly activated an Emperor Lord. Qian Zizai activated the super title Emperor Lord. The entire internet was notified. Congratulations to the account ID Qian Zizai for becoming the 10th Emperor Lord user. With the announcement on the public screen, the bullet comments flooded with 666. 666, a Money Master is so generous. We should call him Money Emperor. Money Emperor is incredible. Money Emperor is so generous. No wonder he can open a 2 million RMB Emperor Lord title without hesitation. Money Emperor spent 50 million without batting an eye. Don't mention just 2 million. After Luo Xiaolan finished her song, she looked at the dazzling Emperor Lord activation prompt, momentarily stunned, then expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Money Emperor, for activating the Emperor Lord. As soon as she finished speaking, the next scene shocked the entire internet for a century. Congratulations to Qian Zizai for successfully renewing the Emperor Lord. Remaining 59 days and 59 minutes. Congratulations to Qian Zizai for successfully renewing the Emperor Lord. Remaining 89 days and 59 minutes. Congratulations to Qian Zizai for successfully renewing the Emperor Lord. Remaining 119 days and 59 minutes. This renewal took a full 10 minutes. Congratulations to Qian Zizai for successfully renewing the Emperor Lord. Remaining 23,999 days and 51 minutes. Congratulations to Qian Zizai for successfully renewing the Emperor. Remaining 26,999 days and 49 minutes. Yi Qianyu's actions left everyone stunned. Finally, Yi Qianyu stopped. What the hell? This renewal lasted a full 900 months, totaling 450 million RMB. What the hell? This account can be passed down to grandchildren. An account can be used for 3 generations. The account remains even after the person leaves. Today I really witnessed someone using renewals to gift. This directly shocked me for a century. The bullet comments surged like a meat grinder. The total number of viewers exceeded 2,000. Not only big streamers, but also small streamers flocked in, all filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Luo Xiaolan. They all requested to add Qian Zizai as a friend. At the Dia headquarters, everyone was busy as well. Hurry up, get more technicians to continue increasing the capacity of this live stream room, add more servers, and ensure the stability of the live stream data. A bespectacled male supervisor was calmly directing. He then turned to his assistant. Has there been an investigation? Is this Money Master really gifting normally and not part of a money laundering group? The assistant replied, Supervisor Feng, the police just investigated, and there are no signs of money laundering. Supervisor Feng nodded and immediately instructed, has Xiaoyu contacted that big spender yet? The assistant shook his head. No, the room manager Yu has tried to contact several times, but the other party hasn't responded, probably too busy gifting to notice. Supervisor Feng solemnly instructed, make sure Xiaoyu contacts this Money Master and fulfills all his requests. We must keep this kind of big spender tied to our Dia. It's the first time I've encountered someone who can recharge 10 billion in one go. Alright, Supervisor. The conversation split into 2 sides. On Yi Qianyu's side, he pondered the remaining 40 billion Do coins. After gifting for almost an hour, he had only managed 5 billion. It dawned on him that gifting was indeed an exhausting task. He decided to stop for the time being. He went to the back end and saw that many people had added him as a friend while he was gifting, preparing to see who they were. Loving to dance Lanlin requests to add you as a friend. Ooh, do you agree? No, please stop. Gifting Money Master Sweet Kiki requests to add you as a friend. Ooh, do you agree? Sensational Flower requests to add you as a friend. Ooh, do you agree? Triple X requests to add you as a friend. Ooh, do you agree? Super Room Manager Xiaoyu requests to add you as a friend. Ooh, do you agree? Note, hello Money Emperor, I am the highest room manager of Dia. Please accept. Thank you. There were too many, probably several hundred. Some were streamers, and others were casual viewers. Yi Qianyu accepted the request from Loving to Dance Lanlin and Super Room Manager Xiaoyu. He rejected the rest with one click and then closed the friend request permissions, allowing only himself to add others while preventing others from adding him. He first opened Luo Xiaolan's private message. Money Master, please stop gifting. I am very happy that you are gifting me, but it's too much, I can't handle it. Money Master, please stop. If you keep gifting when you want to withdraw later, I can only return what I've received. Money Master, please stop. Just after adding Luo Xiaolan sent a message, are you there, Qian? Yi Qianyu replied with an affirmative. Luo Xiaolan quickly followed with Do I need to add you on WeChat? Here is my WeChat ID 133XXX. Alright. Yi Qianyu copied and pasted to add Luo Xiaolan with a note. Ding dong. A message arrived on WeChat. Hello, Qian, my name is Luo Xiaolan. Thank you for the gifts you sent today, which greatly boosted the popularity of my live stream. My followers have increased from 100,000 to 700,000. I'm truly grateful to you. If Qian has any song preferences or dance requests, I can sing or dance for you. Yi Qianyu simply responded with a nonchalant and then fell silent. This left Luo Xiaolan unsure whether to respond or not. Not replying might seem rude, but replying could make her seem verbose. After pondering for a moment, Luo Xiaolan texted that Qian must be busy with something. She set her phone down and stared blankly at the screen, feeling a slight emptiness inside. Meanwhile, Yi Qianyu was browsing through Luo Xiaolan's moments. She didn't post much. Some were dance videos, others were singing clips, and there were a few photos of food. The most recent post was from last week, featuring Luo Xiaolan in a white court dress, holding an oiled paper umbrella, her face partially veiled with light fabric. Her delicate feet lightly touched the stream, resembling a water lily, captivating like a celestial being exuding an ethereal beauty. Yi Qianyu admired the image for a moment before exiting the moment's interface and heading to the friend message screen. Upon entering, several unread messages caught her eye. Hello, Qian, I am the top moderator on Douya. You can call me Xiaoyu. Qian, I will be your exclusive moderator on Douya from now on. You can make any requests and I will do my best to fulfill them. Qian, we have set up your Douya account as a special account, giving you the authority to directly address the highest supervisor of Douya. Yi Qianyu replied, here is my WeChat ID, please add me. After anxiously waiting for more than 10 minutes, Xiaoyu stared at her phone, feeling increasingly uneasy as there was no message from Qian. Could this mysterious tycoon have already left Douya? Would she have to wait here until he came online? If she couldn't reach this tycoon, she would have to pack up and leave. Just as she was caught between hope and despair, suddenly ding dong. A message finally arrived from the tycoon on, Yay, my job is secure. In less than 3 seconds, she quickly sent over her WeChat ID. Alright, Qian. After adding as a friend, Xiaoyu hurriedly said, Hello, Qian, I'm so glad to finally reach you. Do you have any requests or suggestions? As long as it doesn't affect the platform's interests, I can help fulfill them for you. Yi Qianyu asked, really anything can be requested? Yes, Qian, you are our most esteemed user on Douya. Yi Qianyu thought for about 10 seconds and typed a message on the screen. First, set your recharge interface to custom. It's frustrating to charge money for so long. Second, make the gifts more expensive. I strain my hand from sending gifts. Third, any restrictions should be changed to custom. Fourth, just these 3 points I will supplement later. Xiaoyu. She was speechless, as even the maximum recharge limit of 100 million was considered too low by someone. What? He charged 10 billion. That's alright. Also, the price of gifts is too low. She could understand that since no serious person would be renewing the Emperor's subscription. Without further thought, she immediately replied, Alright, Qian, I will report your requests to the department head at the earliest opportunity. You can expect to have all your requests fulfilled by tomorrow at the latest. Alright, let's leave it at that. I'm logging off. Qian, you're busy, and for anything on Douya, feel free to reach out to me. Congratulations, host, for spending 5 billion, earning 500 points, total points remaining 100. Yi Qianyu turned off her phone and directly buried her head in sleep. While he slept, the Douya live platform and the entire internet exploded. The ID Qian Zai swept through the live streaming industry, and 70 to 80% of streamers remembered this ID. A topic-based blogger directly created a video and attached a screenshot of a $10,000 payment for the Sea Fortress and the Emperor's renewal. The video was given an eye-catching title, Shocking. A mysterious tycoon descends into the Douya live room, generously spends 5 billion in an hour on gifts for a female streamer, and then leaves in style. And he paid 5,000 yuan for traffic fees. Within an hour of the video being released, many began to share it. In an instant, this short video dominated the screens, climbing to the trending list and securing a top 3 position. From then on, a mysterious tycoon was born. Bystanders referred to him as Qianzong or Qian. Meanwhile, the account Qian Zai inexplicably gained over 100,000 followers. As time passed, the number of followers increased at an astonishing rate. This growth in followers was indeed. People online discussed this mysterious tycoon. Some expressed envy, others admiration, while a few trolls on the internet grumbled. Who is this Qianzong? Why does he use the Emperor's renewal method to give gifts? TCH. I think he's just a fool with too much money. Haha, we've caught a lemon spirit. From now on I'm part of the Qian family army. Who dares to slander my pigeon? Don't blame me for unleashing my 2.5-year practice of the lightning 5 consecutive whiffs. This person casually spends so much money without reason. Don't you think it resembles the legendary money laundering? Blind student, you've hit the nail on the head. In a rented apartment next to Hangzhou Dance Academy, just off the stream, Luo Xiaolan sat on the edge of her bed in a daze. Luo Xiaolan didn't stay in the school dormitory due to her live streaming schedule, so she rented a 2-person apartment nearby with her best friend. Today she had no classes and decided to stream live, not knowing it would land her on the trending list. Her friend Zhang Yoxin, bouncing in with a pair of adorable bunny slippers, rushed into Luo Xiaolan's room. She looked like a high schooler about the same height as Yi Ningxin, around 150 centimeters with twin ponytails. However, unlike Yi Ningxin, who was flat as an airport, Zhang Yoxin was curvaceous. She threw herself beside Luo Xiaolan, squeezing her arm and continually rubbing her cute little face against her. With an excited expression she exclaimed, "Xiao Lan, you made the trending list. Haha, I'm so thrilled. Honestly, confess, who is that Qian Di? Is he your secret boyfriend?" Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaolan's face flushed instantly. She pushed her little face away and retorted, "What nonsense are you talking? I don't even know him." "Huh? How could he give you so much?" "A whopping 500 million. Zhang Yoxin could no longer hold back. "How would I know? That person suddenly gifted me this much." Luo Xiaolan shook her head, indicating that, "Wow, if only there were a wealthy patron like that for me, I'd be so happy. If this continues, he'll soon be eating dirt." Zhang Yoxin pouted and cried. She was also a streamer, otherwise she wouldn't be renting a place with Luo Xiaolan. However, her streaming content was different from Luo Xiaolan's. She liked playing games, so she became an entertaining and humorous King of Glory streamer. Although she was a game streamer, her gaming skills were consistently poor, often referred to as the bad, but loves to play category. Thus her DID was Catch a Bad Peach. She was often ridiculed by netizens for her bizarre ways of dying, and was also dubbed the second-generation Pick Peach. Once she teamed up with the top players of the national servers, but ended up suffering a defeat. In the end, it was because Peach was either gifting something or on her way to gift it. It was also due to her poor skills, sweet lowly voice, and humorous streaming style that she amassed countless fans, becoming a popular streamer with millions of followers. Looking at the dramatic Zhang Yoxin, Luo Xiaolan was quite speechless. She pouted and said, "Don't pretend to cry, I'm already immune to that trick. A million-follower streamer like you wouldn't easily be in need. Just a few ads would keep you financially stable for a long time." Hearing this, Zhang Yoxin awkwardly smiled. "Hehe, you caught me. So have you added that money lord's WeChat? Did he invite you out for a candlelight dinner or something? Are there any photos on your moments? Is he a handsome guy or a middle-aged uncle?" Zhang Yoxin opened fire with a barrage of questions. Stop. Luo Xiaolan quickly covered her mouth, preventing her from continuing. After seeing Zhang Yoxin nodding with her innocent big eyes, Luo Xiaolan continued. "I have added him on WeChat, but we haven't arranged to meet, and there are no photos on his moments. He just replied with him, and that was it." As she spoke about the last part, even Luo Xiaolan found it unbelievable. What? He spent 500 million and only replied with whom? Huh? Did he get some kind of shock or something? Does he have money to burn? Zhang Yoxin said, somewhat agitated. "How could someone gift so much and not have the intention to ask out a female streamer? Why are you so excited? Even if he did ask me out, I wouldn't go." Luo Xiaolan pulled the standing Zhang Yoxin back to the edge of the bed. "What if he were a handsome guy?" Zhang Yoxin asked with her eyes twinkling mischievously. Luo Xiaolan pondered for a moment, but shook her head. "I probably still wouldn't go. You know my face." Luo Xiaolan's tone became somewhat lost and melancholic as she removed her veil. From the side, she had an incredibly beautiful fair face, but from another angle, it was red and swollen with scars from burns. This comparison was like a fusion of an angel and a demon. "Oh, Xiaolan, don't be sad. With current technology, your face can be treated well." Zhang Yoxin comforted her good friend with a mix of guilt and pity, helping her put her veil back on. "It's okay, I'm already used to it." Luo Xiaolan smiled and shook her head, indicating it was fine, though a hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes. "Hee, Xiaolan, today you've become a billionaire and your follower count is nearing 1 million. Aren't you going to treat us to a meal?" Zhang Yoxin cheekily rubbed her face against Luo Xiaolan's, happily saying, "Sure, I'll treat you. How about we go for a seafood buffet? Stop rubbing, it tickles." Teased by Zhang Yoxin, Luo Xiaolan laughed heartily, the sadness in her eyes disappearing. "No, I want to eat at the biggest 5-star hotel in Hangzhou. I want to order everything and make you broke." All right, it's all up to you. Just stop rubbing." Liang Xiao, who lost face, was furiously throwing, "Damn it, that B. I spent so much money on you, and you wouldn't be my woman. And that money lord, he's making me lose face. Just you wait. I can't afford the money lord, but a mere Luo Xiaolan. I'll deal with you. If soft tactics don't work, don't blame me for being hard." Waking up, it was already 8 in the evening. Seeing Yi Qinyu awake, Jin Youqian, who was playing games, put down his mouse and took out a lunchbox, placing it on Yi Qianyu's table. I didn't wake you for dinner since you were still asleep. This is food I packed for you. It might be a bit cold, but just managed to eat it. Yi Qinyu got out of bed, washed her face, and smiled. Thanks. You're still the best, Xiaopeng. Jin Youqian returned to his seat to continue gaming, replying lightly. No need to thank me. The bill hasn't been paid yet. Remember to pay on your mobile and include ours too, that place Yongxing Stir Fry. You have the boss WeChat, and I've already informed him. Yi Qinyu. Damn, I thanked too soon. Of course it's still a hassle. Yi Qinyu helplessly shook her head and found the boss of Yongxing Stir Fry to pay the bill. Then she opened the lunchbox and started to eat heartily. Although the food was a bit cold, it was still good, otherwise she wouldn't have added the boss on WeChat for convenience. While eating, Yi Qinyu opened Dia, believing that not checking Dia while eating would be a waste of her university life. Upon entering Dia, seeing the little red, she couldn't help but click on it. This was a kind of obsession for her. Inside it showed a series of notifications like XXX followed you. Yi Qinyu returned to her homepage and saw that her follower count had reached around 400,000. 400,000 followers gained in 4 hours, can you believe it? Ding. Congratulations, host, for gaining 400,000 followers, earning 400 points, with a remaining balance of 5000. Congratulations, host, for gaining 40 reputation points. If you reach 100 points, the reward will be doubled. The system's voice echoed in her mind, causing Yi Qinyu to pause her eating. She asked in her mind, System, is there a reward for gaining followers? The points earned from gifting aren't as fast as those from gaining followers. Thinking of this, Yi Qianyu's lips curled up slightly, forming another idea on how to earn points in the future. Yes, host, this is a hidden reward. What other hidden rewards are there? Why not just tell me all at once? Developers' secret, no rights to disclose, please explore on your own. What kind of secret? Isn't it just that the author hasn't thought it through yet? September 16th. Today marks the final day of military training, a time for the school to assess the students' progress over the past half month. The first-year students gather on the playground, lined up neatly, ready to undergo their final evaluation. Students and instructors, the time to assess your training results has arrived. Now the 2023 military training inspection ceremony in Magic City begins. As the sound of the march of the review plays, the first-year students wear solemn expressions, standing straight, away. After half a month of military training, they have transformed from immature youth into faces of resilience, from fair skin to tan complexions. Beneath the scorching sun, facing challenges heat-in, they embody the spirit of perseverance, taking steady steps forward, determined to overcome difficulties. With weapons sharpened and spirits high, the new students gather at the training ground, united in strength. Behold the grace of Class 3's youths, standing tall, sweat soaking through their uniforms, their strides firm, and their cheers resounding through the skies. On the path to the revival of Huaxiao, with mountains high and waters deep, today's students must bear great responsibilities, walking hand in hand together. The bitterness of military training will lead to the sweetness of life. Oh, seize the youth for inspiration. The initial phase of military training was arduous and exhausting. The mid-phase was filled with laughter, and the final phase brought reluctant farewells. Without military training, there is no youth, no regrets. Enduring the hardships of training today prepares them to face the challenges of study tomorrow. After hardship comes sweetness. You will shine as the brightest light under the sun. The changes from military training are not merely skin deep, but are reflections of willpower. May you flourish. A bright future awaits. Return. You are still young, keep striving. The students of Class 3 from the finance department bid farewell to their instructor, with a few girls unable to hold back their tears, reluctant to part ways without embracing their instructor. Before leaving, Yi Qinyu told Wang Jian that if he had no place to go after being discharged, he could come to find him, and he could help him with all employment issues. Wang Jian's small act previously earned Yi Qianyu's recognition. When others respect him afoot, he returns it 100-fold. The military training at Magic City University has concluded. Those beautiful moments during military training, sharing chilled watermelon, competing for class honors with fervent shouts, and witnessing Yi Qinyu decisively handle a confrontation with Cui Xiao, have all been sealed in the memories of the students with the end of training. This memory may accompany you for a lifetime or fade into the corners of time. Old you, where shall we go? In dorm room 608, Jin Youqian, wearing nothing but his underwear, comfortably lay on his bed, excitedly inquiring. Let's go eat at that street by the school gate, and we might as well check out some pretty girls. Sitting at the computer desk, Yi Xiaodian said with a sly smile. The garbage street is actually a food street, a gathering place favored by students from nearby schools. I'm easygoing, Xian Nanqing shrugged. Everyone turned to Yi Qinyu, who was fiddling with his phone. Old you, decide where to go after all your treating. At that moment, a message pinged. Muziru, send a message. Qinyu, we've finished military training. Do you want to go out for dinner tonight? We had promised a dormitory team building event. Yi Qinyu simply replied, sure, let's go eat together. After a moment's thought, he added, do you have any place in mind? Soon Muzuru replied, we've discussed it. Let's go to a barbecue stall on Magic City Walking Street. I've heard that the prices are cheap and the food is delicious. Alright, let's go there. Just send me the location later. Okay, Chinyu, see you then. It's been a while since we last met. It's almost been 3 months and I miss you. Yi Chinyu smiled and replied, sure, let's catch up then. Although he was a reincarnated soul, the feelings and experiences felt as if they were his own, without any sense of alienation. It felt as if he was one with himself, as if he had truly been in a relationship with Muzuru for years without any sense of estrangement, but rather a continued fondness. The only change was that he brought his old, lecherous personality from the original Blue Star into this world. After contemplating for a long time, without finding a reason, he decided to stop thinking and let things take their course. See you then. Muzuru smiled broadly after finishing her text and put her phone down. Beside her, Lin Ruishi asked with a grin, did you confirm it? Muzuru nodded like a little chick. Yes, we're going to that barbecue stall, but let's be clear, we'll go Dutch. I don't want my boyfriend to spend too much. Lin Ruishi teased, got it. Look at how anxious you are. Muzuru smiled foolishly. Hee, my boyfriend's family isn't well off. His parents live in a small village in Hangzhou, and his monthly allowance is limited. Plus you all know how expensive it is in Magic City, so he. Another roommate quietly asked Ziru, with your family background being so good, will your parents agree? Muzuru seemed a bit melancholic at the question and shook her head. I don't know. Even if my parents don't agree, I wouldn't break up with him. Maybe I'm just a love brain. Alright, let's not talk about these things. We'll address them when the time comes. The last roommate tried to smooth things over. Come on, how about this outfit? Why are you dressing up so beautifully? We're not here to flirt. We're here to support our Ziru. In the boys' dormitory, Yi Chinyu put down his phone and said nonchalantly, we're going to the barbecue stall on Walking Street. My girlfriend mentioned a dormitory social event. You can pursue whoever catches your eye. No sooner had he finished speaking than excited shouts erupted in dorm room 608. The commotion was so loud that it echoed through the entire building. What the hell? Who's calling for a foster father? Jin Yuqian was the first to rush into the bathroom to wash up. Yi Xiaodian and Xian Nanxing followed him into the bathroom, where Jin Yuqian's startled voice could be heard. Couldn't you wait for me to finish washing up before coming in? It's too crowded. Aren't you the one who's fat? Stop pushing the soap, fell. Yi Xiaoqian, pick it up. What the hell, Jin, you bastard. Damn it, that's Lao C's. Yi Chinyu watched as the three of them stepped out of the bathroom, all wrapped in towels. This feels great. A shower in this weather. Jin Yuqian shouted exuberantly. Yi Chinyu calmly remarked, stop celebrating. Those who don't know might think the three of you were just fencing. Jin Yuqian. Yi Xiaoyan. Xian Nanxing. Who are you mocking? Yi Chinyu ignored the three of them and took a towel into the bathroom, preparing for a shower. As soon as the bathroom door closed, the three of them had red eyes. The hunting hour has arrived. He. Here we come. In an instant, a scream echoed from the bathroom. What the hell? Get out of here right now. Old you, what do you think of this outfit I'm wearing? Do you think any girls would like me? Yeah. Jin Yuqian wore a floral shirt and floral shorts, applying a bit of hair gel. He twisted his plump body in front of the mirror with a smug expression. Not much, you look like a carefree playboy. If anyone likes you, they must be blind. On the side, Yi Xiaoyan, who was blow-drying his hair, chimed in. What if there really are blind ones? Xian Nanxing added, switching his clothes effortlessly. Dream on. Jin Yuqian shot a disdainful glance at the still grinning Yi Xiaoyan. Girls these days, like my kind of playboy bad boys, are irresistible to women. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyan rolled his eyes. Sure, just be afraid when the girls come back with little Jin. I can't sit here. Damn you. Xian Nanxing continued to add fuel to the fire. Besides, nowadays girls prefer muscular guys. You don't look like a manly man at all. My mindset is crumbling. Yi Chinyu looked at the three of them arguing, without shaking his head and ignoring them. He casually put on a white shirt, his disheveled hair pairing well with the simple shirt. With his deep melancholic eyes, he looked just like the leading man in an idol drama. He didn't bother to dress up, nor did he need to. Just standing there made him the center of attention. He opened the Didi Taxi app on his phone and booked a car which would arrive in about 10 minutes. He had no intention of driving himself, nor did he plan to tell Muzuru that he was now wealthy. Muzuru knew all about him. She was aware of his less than ideal family situation and couldn't come up with a plausible reason for how he had suddenly become a trillionaire in just a few months. Could he say that he was actually the young master of a mysterious hermit clan who had to flee due to an accident in his childhood? Or that he had suddenly saved a billionaire and inherited his fortune? These reasons were utterly ridiculous. Did he think this was a TV drama or a novel? Moreover, he wanted his relationship with Muzuru to remain as simple as before, without any complications. Ding dong. Ding dong. At this moment, 2 WeChat notification sounds rang out. Yi Chinyu looked at his phone and saw messages from Yi Ningxin and Shangwan Chinyu. Did these 2 girls coordinate this? Why do they send messages at the same time? Yi Qinyu murmured, first opening Yi Ningxin's chat box. Brother Qinyu, are you going out tonight? He didn't reply immediately, then opened Shangwan Qianya's message. Classmate Yi, do you want to go out for dinner tonight? Don't get me wrong, Yi, I just want to thank you for helping me with some things during military training. Yi Qinyu smiled and replied, as the class leader, it's my responsibility. There's nothing to thank me for. It's fine to have a meal together. How about this, at 9 p.m. tonight, let's go to the romantic bar. My roommate wants to go. After having dinner with Muziru, it would be around 8 p.m. And taking a car there would be just right for 9 p.m. or avoiding any conflict. Oh, that sounds good. See you then. Yi Qinyu exited the conversation with Shangwan Qinyu and returned to Yi Ningxin's chat box, where he saw several messages. Brother Qinyu, are you there? Brother Qinyu, are you taking a shower? Can I see? Just a glance. Brother Qinyu, reply to me. Poor JPG. Yi Qinyu was speechless. She was such a little flirt. He quickly replied, at such a young age, how can you be so flirty? Be careful, or you might get a needle eye. Yi Ningxin replied, hee, I just like to tease. Brother Qinyu, are you going out tonight? She was looking forward to it. JPG. Let's meet at the romantic bar at 9 p.m. Don't be late, along with my roommate and Shangwan Qinyu. Yi Ningxin made a sour face. Alright, I thought I could have a sweet double date with Brother Qinyu. So are you going? Of course. I have to go, otherwise it would be unfair for Shangwan Qinyu to be alone. Checking the time, he turned off his phone and said to his 3 roommates, let's go. It's about time. Let's go to the garage to drive. Jin Yuqian was about to head to the basement when Yi Qinyu called out to him, no need to drive, I've booked a DD. Huh? Old you, why aren't you driving today? My girlfriend doesn't know I have money, as she only knows my family isn't well off, so don't let it slip. The 3 of them looked at Yi Qinyu in surprise, disbelief, shock, and a hint of admiration, giving him a thumbs up. Impressive, old Yi. I heard you 2 have been dating since the 3rd year of middle school, and you managed to keep it a secret for 4 years. That's admirable. Jin Yuqian even patted his chest and assured, don't worry, I won't let anything slip. Yi Xiaodian rolled his eyes. You're the most likely to slip up. Damn. Alright, enough with the jokes. Oh, let's go? Later I'll take you to the romantic bar for some fun. Yi Qinyu waved his hand with a smile. Wow. The 4 of them arrived outside the school gate and saw a black car parked at the entrance. Yi Qinyu opened the back door and got in, leaving the front seat for Jin Yuqian. There was no other choice. He was the heaviest and he knew he should have booked 2 cars. Seeing the 4 of them get in, the driver politely asked, are you the passengers for the car ending in 9972? Yi Qinyu softly replied, yes. Then the car started heading towards the barbecue stall that Muziru mentioned. After about 20 minutes of driving, they finally arrived at their destination. The journey was actually short, but there were too many cars on the road, with all the time spent stuck in traffic. After getting out of the car, they looked at the bustling street ahead. The bright moon hung high, the city lights twinkled, and the streets were filled with lights reflecting the shadows of people enjoying their drinks. The tea houses were filled with rising smoke, creating a rich atmosphere of nightlife. Is this the barbecue stall, old Yi? Jin Yuqian pointed at a barbecue stall at the corner of the road and asked. Yes, it should be this one. Yi Qinyu nodded, looking at the photos on his phone, then led the group over. Although it was somewhat remote compared to other shops, there were quite a few customers here. Now it was 7 o'clock and the large and small tables were already filled, leaving only a few small tables available. Yi Qinyu found 2 small square tables and pushed them together just enough to accommodate 8 people. The 4 of them ordered some barbecue and drinks, chatting and waiting. About 15 minutes later, 4 glamorous girls stepped out of the ride-hailing car, catching the attention of some onlookers around. Yi Qinyu quickly locked eyes on Muziru, who stood in the middle. She wore a pure white long dress, the chiffon fabric gently cascading down to her waist and ankles swaying with the wind. Her face was lightly made up, with brows like distant mountains and lips like cherry blossoms, her exquisite features making it hard for anyone to look away. Originally beautiful, without makeup she appeared even more enchanting, stirring emotions in others. Yi Qinyu stood up, waved to her, and softly called out, Jiro, over here. Hearing this, Muziru looked in the direction of the voice and saw the boy she had been thinking about for 3 months. He seemed even more handsome and confident than before. Her roommate beside her also turned to look, spotting a very, very handsome young man. With a casually stylish outfit that didn't appear disheveled, a stern yet composed face, and a hint of a playful smile, he made their hearts race with a feeling akin to being struck in the chest. They quickly shook their heads, thinking that he was her roommate's boyfriend, and that they shouldn't breach ethical boundaries. Wow, Jiro, is this your boyfriend? Muziru nodded with a bright smile. Yes. What do you think? Isn't he handsome? You all better not have any designs on my boyfriend. Jiro, your boyfriend is simply too handsome, even more so than the male lead in a drama. Looks aren't everything, we need to see his character. Let's go and make sure Jiro is taken care of. As the 4 beauties approached, Yi Qianya's 3 roommates transformed into playful admirers. Old Yi, those 4 girls are stunning. Is the one in front your girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Yi Qinyu glanced at the starry-eyed Jin Yuqian and felt tempted to give him a smack, threatening Jean Eyre, "If you dare have designs on my girlfriend, be careful not to end up beaten down." Jean Yuqian shivered, instantly waking up. "No way, old. Yeah, I know not to mess with a friend's girlfriend. I'm actually interested in that beautiful girl behind her, hee. Yi Qianyu followed Jean's gaze and saw that girl was indeed beautiful, not much less than Mu Zhiro. She had a slender waist, long and shapely legs, and a face as lovely as the moon. Yi Qianyu nodded and said, "She is indeed beautiful." Old Jean's taste has finally been correct for once. "Jean Yuqian, are you insulting me?" The four of them arrived at the table, and Mu Zhiro eagerly hugged Yi Qianyu. "I've missed you so much." "Everyone, wait, we haven't even eaten yet, and we're already stuffed with dog food." Yi Qianyu smiled and ruffled her hair, comforting her. "All right, there are so many people watching." Realizing her roommates were present, Mu Zhiro quickly let go her face, turning red as if it might bleed. So shy she felt like she was socially dying. Why did her mind go blank the moment she saw him? Woo-woo. She couldn't bear to face anyone. Everyone laughed, alleviating the awkwardness of their first meeting. Yi Qianyu took the lead in introducing himself. "Hello, beautiful ladies. I'm Zyra's boyfriend. My name is Yi Qianyu, and it's a pleasure to meet you. Please take good care of Zhiro from now on." The three girls did not hesitate and cheerfully called out fourth brother-in-law hello. Since Mu Zhiro was the youngest in their dorm, they referred to her as the fourth sister. The three girls praised him in unison. "Fourth brother-in-law, you are so handsome. Fourth brother-in-law, you have such great style. Is fourth brother-in-law a web celebrity?" Yi Qianyu blushed a little from the compliments and continued, introducing, "This is Jean Yuqian." Jean Yuqian immediately stood up, seeming a bit stammering, which was unusual for someone who usually talked a lot in the dorm. He introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Jean Yuqian. I make friends." Before he could finish, Yi Qianyu pressed him down, signaling him not to embarrass himself. This little chubby guy is quite cute, and that name is really interesting. This one with glasses is Yi Xiaotian." Yi Xiaotian stood up and smiled. "Hello, everyone, I'm Yi Xiaotian. This tall and sturdy one is Xian Nanxing." Xian Nanxing coldly nodded at the girls' hello. He then fell silent and sat down. He was all about being cool. Yi Qianyu introduced Mu Zhiro again. "This is my girlfriend, Mu Zhiro." The three boys collectively greeted sister-in-law hello. This made Mu Zhiro blush again, lowering her head and saying nothing. After a while, she finally lifted her head to introduce her roommates, pointing at the girl Jean Yuqian was interested in and saying her name is Lin Ruishi. She's a small streamer now. This one is Yu Jujuan, a gaming addict who now works part-time as a gaming companion. Yu Jujuan, although not as pretty as the other three, was exceptionally cute in her blue JK uniform, with one fair leg clad in black knee-high socks. The last one is Su Shirshir, a poetry enthusiast who has won a National Poetry Gold Award. Yi Qianyu looked at her, and Su Shirshir shyly returned a faint smile, before quickly averting her gaze, her expression slightly awkward. Although Su Shirshir's looks weren't as outstanding as the other three, she was not far behind, and her curvy figure was quite appealing. She wore a black t-shirt, and the loose clothing concealed. Below, she had on a pair of tight blue pants that accentuated her rounded curves, and her nose was adorned with round-framed glasses, giving her a good girl vibe. After everyone introduced themselves, they had a basic understanding of each other. Halfway through their meal, Lin Ruishi suddenly asked Yi Qianyu, "Is there something I should or shouldn't say?" Yi Qianyu set down the skewer in his hand, feeling a bit puzzled. "Just say it, what is it?" Lin Ruishi took a deep breath and said, "You know Zyra's family situation. If you don't have some achievements, Zyra's parents won't feel at ease handing their daughter over to you." Yi Qianyu frowned slightly, and then looked at her with a smile. And then, "I think you're quite handsome. Why not become a web celebrity? With your looks, it won't take long to reach 1 million followers, and if managed well, you could even break through to 10 million. 1 million followers can bring in considerable income in a year, and I believe Zyra's parents wouldn't oppose your marriage then." Lin Ruishi looked at Yi Qianyu's handsome face, waiting for his response. Cough, cough. Jean Yuqian and the others choked a bit, wanting to laugh, but holding it in. Asking a rich kid who drives a 90 million sports car to become a web celebrity. Just the thought of it made them want to laugh. "Thank you for your suggestion, I'll consider it." Yi Qianyu smiled, almost causing Lin Ruishi to lose her composure, and she quickly shifted her gaze. Yi Qianyu felt a bit pleased inside, thinking this girl was quite nice to consider these things for her friend, and he was glad Mu Zhiro had such a roommate. He actually had thoughts of becoming a web celebrity, not for the money but for the number of followers. With more followers, he would earn. Followers cannot be bought. They must be real followers to exchange for points. As 8 o'clock approached, everyone had nearly finished eating and was chatting idly. Yi Qianyu's humorous antics had the four girls laughing heartily, while Jean Pongzi and Yi Xiaotian, the two talented individuals, were busy boasting to each other. Even Xian Nanxing interjected occasionally, his remarks always cutting. "I need to use the restroom," Lin Ruishi said apologetically as she stood up. "Qianyu, are there many beautiful senior girls at your school?" "Yes, they are really beautiful." Yi Qianyu noticed her little concern and couldn't help but chuckle. "So, am I not as good looking as them?" Mu Zyra's tone became anxious, feigning calmness. Haha, of course you're more beautiful. What are you afraid you'll be charmed by them? Yi Qinyu laughed heartily, suppressing the urge to kiss her, and reached out to ruffle her hair. Then Mu Ziru, feeling her head being patted, let out a sigh of relief. Then she playfully stuck out her tongue, looking adorable and endearing. You all get away from me, keep your distance. Suddenly a scream echoed from a distance. That's Ruix's voice, let's go check it out. Mu Ziru stood up quickly, recognizing it was her roommate Lin Ruix's voice, and looked anxiously at Yi Qinyu. Let's go, Yi Qinyu whispered, leading everyone towards the source of the argument. As they got closer, they saw a group of drunken men surrounding Lin Ruixi, harassing her. This group of men had noticed the four girls when they got out of the car, thinking about how to make their move later that night. Just as Lin Ruixi returned from the restroom, one of them blocked her way. Hey girl, how about $10,000 to spend the night with me? This infuriated Lin Ruixi, who snapped back. Did they think she was a streetwalker? This drew laughter from the other men, who became even more interested and surrounded her. The leading drunken man stepped forward, pulling out 2 stacks of red bills, leering as he said, Beautiful lady, 20,000, just spend the night with us, we will take good care of you. The other men laughed in unison. Nearby, a few young men, seeing such a beautiful girl about to be bullied, were eager to step in and save her. But as they stood up, someone pulled them back. Are you crazy? Those guys are from the Sanshi Society. Hearing this, they immediately sat back down, only able to express their sympathy for the beautiful girl. A bunch of lunatics, get away from me quickly, or I'll call the police. Lin Ruixi shouted loudly, her eyes darting around as she looked for an opportunity to escape back to her friends. Her words directly enraged the leading man. What the hell are you pretending for in front of me? Do you know who we are? We are from the Sanshi Society. If you refuse to come with us, we will have to take you by force. He reached out to grab her wrist, intending to drag her. Don't come any closer. Lin Ruixi clasped her hands gently, trying to hide her inner tension and fear. As she watched the men approach, she kept backing up until she bumped against the edge of a table. Seeing no way out, she grabbed a beer bottle from the table and threw it forward. With a loud bang, it smashed against the forehead of the leading man, blood splattering everywhere. Blood and beer flowed down from his forehead, creating a chilling scene. You bastard. The leading man raised his hand to slap Lin Ruixi. Lin Ruixi screamed, fear causing her to shut her eyes. Just at that critical moment, Yi Qinyu made his move, appearing in front of Lin Ruixi with a speed that was almost imperceptible, grabbing the leading man's wrist. Lin Ruixi opened her eyes to see a tall figure standing before her like a beacon of light in the darkness. It made her heart skip a beat, a strange sensation. Upon closer inspection, her pupils shrank suddenly. It was actually her roommate, Mu Zyra's boyfriend. She paused her breath, trying to steady herself, and said with a hint of fear, Yi Qinyu, hurry and leave. They say they are from the Sanshi Society, which is the biggest underground gang in Modu. We can't afford to mess with them. Damn it, you know we are from the Sanshi Society, and you still won't let go. Kid, if you know what's good for you, get out of the way. Don't think about being a hero, you can't handle us. Quickly send that girl behind you and those 3 beauties with us, or you'll end up with a year of ICU service. The leading man, still clutching his wrist, sneered and pointed at Mu Ziru and her friends with a lewd grin. Hearing this, Yi Qinyu gazed at him silently, his eyes dark and profound, seemingly hiding an imperceptible flame. Crack! With a snap, the leading man's wrist was broken by Yi Qinyu, bending at a 180-degree angle before everyone's eyes. The onlookers collectively gasped, feeling chills run down their spines. What the hell, this young man is ruthless. He knew they were from the Sanshi Society and still dared to make a move. It's over for him. Should we call the police? Don't report it, they are from the Sanshi Society. Reporting is useless. My hand. The leading man screamed in agony, but he didn't forget to boast. Kid, you're finished. Been from the Sanshi Society, you're done for. Another crack. With a swift motion, Yi Qinyu dislocated the leading man's jaw. He then kicked his knee, causing a catastrophic fracture. The immense pain caused him to black out instantly. Following that, Yi Qinyu swiftly kicked towards the remaining men. Crack, crack. Accompanied by the dull sounds of impact and screams, anyone slightly closer could hear the cracking of bones. A few seconds later, several of the troublemaking men lay on the ground, howling in pain. Yi Qianyu's gaze turned cold as he looked at the moaning men, his voice icy. Get lost. Hearing this, the men with broken legs disregarded their pain and helped their unconscious leader limp away from the clap, clap, clap. The surrounding crowd erupted in applause. Well done. No wonder heroes are born young. This guy is so handsome, I wish I had a boyfriend like him. Yi Qinyu brought Lin Ruixi back to her friends, and Mu Ziru and the others hurried to check if she was hurt and offered their comfort. As the group returned to their seats, Lin Ruixi, having calmed down, looked at Yi Qinyu and softly said, "Thank." Yi Qinyu smiled and shook his head, saying it was no trouble. She was Zyra's roommate after all. Yi Qinyu, you're amazing. You were so cool just now. Yes, you subdued those men with ease so manly. Yu Jiyuan and Su Shishir gazed at Yi Qinyu with admiration, their eyes shining. Meanwhile, Mu Ziru stared at him with confusion, wanting to hear his explanation. Yi Qinyu cleared his throat and hastily made up a reason to brush it off. It's nothing much, just regular exercise, and those men were drunk, so they had no fighting strength. Oh, Mu Ziru surprisingly believed him. Yi Qinyu, let's hurry and leave. Lin Ruishi urged. Why? As she asked earnestly. Those men just now are from San Shihui, the largest underground crime syndicate in Modu. Their power is vast, their reach almost unchecked. They have powerful backers. Rumor says the Chui family. You shouldn't have broken their hands and feet just now. That's an insult to San Shihui. We should leave at once. As she spoke the last words, Lin Ruix's face turned a little pale and her expression grew tight. She was a local of Modu and knew well the nature of San Shihui. San Shihui's notoriety was deeply rooted in the minds of Modus people, which explained her fear. Yi Qinyu merely shook his head, motioning for her to eat and not to worry. Don't be afraid of those gangs. If danger comes, he would stand in front of it. Seeing Yi Qianyu's calm eyes and steady tone, Lin Ruishi gradually composed herself. The barbecue stall owner rushed over in a panic and pleaded, everyone, please leave quickly. I can't serve you anymore. Please go, I beg you. Boss, don't worry. If anything happens, well, take responsibility, Jin Yuqian said, patting the man's shoulder with a genial smile. Hearing that, the owner snatched his hand away and implored, you are tangling with members of San Shihui. How can you possibly take responsibility? Please, I'm begging you, leave now. Tonight's food is free. Just leave. We only want to live honestly and support our families. Oh, we don't want trouble. Suddenly, the hum of engines grew from far to near. 3 black vans were approaching. The van stopped at the stall's entrance. A plain-looking man in a black t-shirt stepped out. A small fish-shaped brooch was pinned to his chest. Other doors opened, and a stream of young thugs carrying clubs and knives spilled out. They clustered behind the man, their swagger menacing as they glared at the table occupied now only by Yi Qinyu and his friends. They rhythmically slapped their weapons against their palms, the crack of wood and metal sounding sharp. From behind the leaders staggered a burly man, the very drunk who had his hand broken earlier. The big man stumbled to the leader's side, clutching his arm in pain. Pointing at Yi Qinyu with tears in his voice, he cried, Yugu, it was him who crippled old Yang and the rest of us. Please avenge us. He began to wail pitifully. Then with a sharp slap, one of you guest underlings struck the burly man across the face and sneered, you big oaf, crying like that. What a disgrace. Don't ever say you're one of you guest men when you act like this. Yes, yes. The man called Yugu raised a hand to stop his underling, then strode toward Yi Qianyu's table. The 4 girls had never seen such a scene. They huddled together in fear behind Yi Qinyu, their eyes wide with terror. Mu Ziru nervously clutched at Yi Qianyu's sleeve, her fingers whitening from the strain. Yi Qinyu patted her small hand and smiled, saying, it's all right. Only then did Mu Ziru feel a sliver of safety, though she still stared anxiously at the approaching men. Among Yi Qianyu's 4 companions, only Izai Ocean's legs trembled uncontrollably. The other 3 remained unnaturally calm. Jin Yuqian chewed on a pork trotter with a brazen air, watching the gang of thugs with amusement. Xian Nanxing stared fearlessly at the man at the front. Yugu, holding a glass bottle of soda in his hand. If Yugu dared to do anything reckless, Xian Nanxing would instantly make him pay with blood. Yi Qinyu watched Yugu walk toward them with an untroubled expression. Beneath that calm, there was a faint, inscrutable danger. Yugu, these are all students. Please spare them. Yugu, have a smoke and calm down. The barbecue owner could not bear to see these young boys and girls ruined, so, with forced courage, he stepped forward and ingratiatingly offered Yugu a cigarette. Before he could reach them, one of the underlings blocked him. Go away, or we'll beat you too. The owner, unable to press on, closed his eyes and sighed. Yi Qinyu glanced at the owner and was momentarily surprised. He had not expected the timid stall owner who had feared being caught in the crossfire to dare plead for them. It was unexpected. Yugu reached Yi Qianyu's table and snarled, are you the one who crippled my men? Yi Qinyu said nothing, only watching the man before him in silence. After taking in Gao Chang's presence, Yi Qianyu's composed gaze shifted for a moment. He glanced at Gao Chang and felt a trace of astonishment. A gangster's henchman boasting an 11-point base power, an amount that breached human limits. For a full 10 seconds the scene fell into a heavy silence, as everyone stared at Yi Qinyu waiting for his reply. One hot-tempered underling stepped forward, jabbing a baseball bat toward him and growling. Yugu is asking you a question. Answer quickly. Yi Qinyu raised his eyes. They were cold, serene, and fathomless, not a ripple of emotion passing through them. In a voice devoid of feeling, he said, don't point a stick at me. I detest being pointed at. You, the hothead, tried to retort, but Gao Chang stopped him. Stand down. He then turned to Yi Qinyu and said, if you don't speak, that's fine. Just do what I ask. Yi Qinyu gave him a light, dismissive look, signaling him to continue. Gao Chong frowned displeased at the youth's insolence, but forcing down his anger. First, compensate my men 300,000 yuan for medical expenses. Second, kneel and kowtow 3 times to each of my 6 men to show contrition. Third, disable one of your arms. That will be the settlement for my men. At that, Yi Qinyu seemed to find something amusing and suddenly laughed aloud, a short, incredulous sound. After laughing a moment, he stopped, and a chill took his place. Were you unaware that it was your men who drunk harassed my friend first? If I hadn't intervened, they would have molested her. As their leader, shouldn't you be the one to apologize? Gao Chong was momentarily taken aback. His face darkened as he glanced at the burly man cowering behind. The burly man shrank back another step under that look. Gao Chong turned back and said in a low voice, "They'll deal with my own men, but you crippling them is an affront to me. You must give me an explanation." Yi Qinyu let out a short, disdainful chuckle. "You want an explanation? Fine, they'll give you one." Believing the youth had capitulated, Gao Chong relaxed slightly. The boy before him rummaged awkwardly through his pocket, as if searching for something. Then with a whoosh, a small round object flew through the air toward him. Yi Qianyu's impatient voice came to his ear. "Here, it's just a roll of tape. Can't you afford a 1 yuan roll of tape and still come here asking for compensation? Ridiculous." Gao Chong. The crowd. Gao Chong tossed aside the tape in his hand, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Are you joking with me?" Yi Qinyu chuckled coldly and replied, "Aren't you the one who started joking with me first? What, can't you handle it?" Hearing this, Gao Chong's face darkened, his eyes filled with menace. "Kid, you're asking for death." As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Chong clawed at Yi Qianyu's neck. "Watch out!" Mu Jiro and the others cried out in panic, their hearts racing. Just as Jin Yuqian and Xian Nanxing were about to grab a nearby bottle to intervene. At the critical moment, Yi Qinyu casually extended his right hand, and with astonishing speed seized Gao. The immense force caused the bones in Gao Chong's wrist to crack, threatening to break at any moment. Seeing this, Mu Jiro and the others finally relaxed, continuing to steal glances cautiously. Jin Yuqian and Xian Nanxing silently released the bottle and resumed eating popcorn. However, their gazes towards Yi Qinyu were somewhat peculiar, and soon they understood. Gao Chong's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at his wrist being held. "How is this possible? I was trained by the higher-ups. How could I be? Who is this person?" Before he could think further, Yi Qinyu slammed his hand down onto the table. Then with his left hand, he casually pulled out a silver skewer, the one Jin Yuqian was biting into from a lamb skewer. Jin Yuqian. He forcefully inserted the skewer between Gao Chong's middle and ring fingers, the silver skewer penetrating the wooden board and standing upright on the table. After doing all this, Yi Qinyu casually took a lamb skewer from Jin Pengzi's hand and began to eat. Yi Qinyu sat quietly eating, with his phoenix-like eyes narrowed, a smile on his thin lips. His handsome appearance was undeniable, and he carried an air of arrogance with every gesture. Despite his seemingly lazy demeanor, he emanated a commanding presence. Jin Yuqian. Gao Chong was drenched in cold sweat, his back already soaked. He hunched over his actions, looking quite comical. He didn't dare to move, fearing that if he shifted even slightly, the young man would not merely stick the skewer between his fingers, but would instead pierce it directly into his palm. "Damn it, I've hit a hard wall." His dozens of subordinates stood behind, not daring to make a sound, cowering. The hand holding the weapon trembled uncontrollably, threatening to drop at any moment. Things were fine on the way here, but now they couldn't return. "Bro, I just spoke a bit too loudly. Please don't hold it against me. Stop laughing, it's really ugly." Gao Chong, whose legs trembled from being bent for too long, forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. "Finish your men. Don't think you can just mess with girls because you're part of some underworld society. This is a little lesson for you. If there's a next time, I think the fish in the Huangpu River might be getting hungry." After saying this, he stood up and left with his roommates and the 4 girls without looking back. Before leaving, he added, "Remember to settle the boss losses, eat tenfold compensation." Seeing Yi Qinyu and the others disappear, Gao Chong slumped down onto the ground. He almost had his hand pierced. 2 of his subordinates hurriedly came forward to help him up. One said, "Brother Yu, are we just going to let them go? We're from the Sanshi Society. What about Brother Jin?" Before he could finish speaking, he was slapped to the ground by Gao Chong. "You fool, that young man is not an ordinary person. His background is definitely extraordinary. If we provoke such a person, I believe Brother Jin won't back us up and might even treat us as pawns." Another subordinate asked, "Then Brother Yu, what should we do now? Are we just going to take this loss? If the other street thugs find out, well, become a joke." Slap. Gao Chong slapped him again, exasperated. "Why are you all so stupid? If we become a joke, we need to understand restraint." Then he pulled out 20,000 yuan to give to the barbecue shop owner. The owner hurriedly refused. "Brother Yu, you don't need to compensate." Gao Chong frowned. "Are you trying to set me up? Just take it a stop with the nonsense." Yes. In the end, the barbecue shop owner could only accept the 20,000 yuan in fear. Once he saw the owner take it, Gao Chong finally felt relieved and called his subordinates to leave. On the way, Gao Chang's cold eyes narrowed as he quietly said to his subordinates, "Take care of that old Yang." As for the other accomplices, chop off a hand, each as a warning. Damn it, causing me trouble. Yes, brother you. Wow, Jiro, your boyfriend is so handsome. I'm so envious of you, you must feel so safe with him. Yu Jiuyao said with a face full of envy, hugging Mu Xira's arm and praising her non-stop. Su Shishir looked at Yi Qianyu, who was walking ahead with admiration in her small fist. Jiro, your boyfriend looks like the male lead from an idol drama. Lin Ruishi, however, said nothing, gazing at Yi Qianyu's back, while recalling the scene when he appeared in front of her during a moment of danger. She then shook her head, trying to rid herself of the slight annoyance in her heart. Listening to her roommates praise her boyfriend, Mu Jiro felt incredibly happy, gazing affectionately at Yi Qianyu, her lips involuntarily forming a sweet and blissful smile. Old Yi, why didn't you just cripple that ringleader's hand? Look at how arrogant he is. Jin Yuqian asked. He no need, just a lesson will suffice. Yi Qianyu replied with a slight smile. He did not explain further, mainly because that person's favorability was only at 30 points and had not reached the point of hatred, so there was no need to cripple him. Afterward, he accompanied Mu Jiro and the others as they strolled along the pedestrian street, enjoying the lively scenery around them and alleviating the tension and fear they had just experienced. Checking the time, it was almost 9 o'clock and the bar appointment with Shangguan Xinyu and Yi Ningxin was about to begin. So Yi Qianyu called a Didi for Mu Jiro and the others, saying, "It's getting late, let's go out again next time when there's time." Mu Jiro nodded obediently and shyly kissed his cheek, then blushed as she got into the passenger seat. Watching Mu Jiro hide in the passenger seat, not daring to look at him, Yi Qianyu gently touched his slightly warm cheek and smiled. It seemed this was her first time kissing him. Her courage had grown. Lin Ruishi was the last to get in the car. She looked at Yi Qianyu and said, "Thank you for stepping in to help me tonight." Yi Qianyu smiled slightly and replied, "You're Mu Xira's roommate, it's only right to help." He watched the car's disappearing silhouette. Yi Qianyu glanced at the time. There were still a few minutes until 9 o'clock. He turned to his 3 roommates and said, "Let's go have some fun at the romantic bar." Jean Ponzi looked at him with the eyes of a man judging a scumbag and said, "Old Yi, you just sent off your girlfriend, and now you're off to the nightclub to have fun. You're quite the scumbag, be careful that your sister-in-law finds out." Yi Qianyu touched his nose and coughed lightly, saying, "Are you going or not?" "Of course. It's the romantic bar, the finest place for ladies in the Magic City." Suddenly his phone vibrated with a message from Yi Ningxin. "Brother Qianyu, have you arrived? I will be there in about 20 minutes. Yi Qianyu replied, "Almost there." He hailed a taxi and headed towards the romantic bar, while 4 black Rolls Royces followed at a distance. These were bodyguards secretly protecting Yi Qianyu personally, selected by M.O. Shah from among thousands of his subordinates, the top 20 elite mercenaries. Whether for reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance, or other tasks, they operated at the highest level, making them versatile operators. In this vast world, the safety of their boss was paramount. 10 minutes later, the taxi came to a steady stop at the entrance of the romantic bar. The romantic bar is one of the top nightclubs in the Magic City, not only because the ladies here are the most beautiful in all the nightclubs, but also because of the owner, Romantic Rose. It is rumored that Romantic Rose possesses enchanting beauty and many fantasize about being intimate with her. However, they dare not speak of it openly, knowing the ruthless methods of Romantic Rose. Since Romantic Rose opened for business, the bar has been packed daily with luxury cars lining the street at night. Cars worth less than $1 million feel embarrassed to park here, relegated to the sides of the road. Despite this, countless people flock to it, with some even reserving tables several days in advance. The romantic bar has a massive area of 500 square meters, accommodating 300 to 500 people at once. In the precious real estate of the Magic City, just the venue of this bar is valued at nearly $1 billion, not to mention the facilities inside. The 4 paid for their taxi and stepped out, walking towards the bar entrance. Standing at the entrance, they could hear the pulsating music coming from inside. As the 4 young students approached, a beautiful hostess at the entrance smiled and asked, "Good evening, welcome to the romantic bar. Do you have a reservation? If not, please come back tomorrow, as we are fully booked tonight." Yi Qianyu smiled slightly and replied, "Yes, I have a reservation for table A001. The hostess looked at him in surprise, unable to hide her shock. This handsome young man could actually secure table A001. That table was the exclusive table of the owner, and only a handful of people in the entire Magic City could manage to reserve it. Could this young man actually have reserved it? She didn't dare hesitate and quickly checked the reservation list, confirming that table A001 was indeed booked. She closed the reservation list and respectfully asked, "Hello, are you Mr. Yi?" "Yes." The hostess said again, "Mr. Yi, please follow me." The 4 followed the hostess into the bar. Yi Xiaodian and Xia Nanxing seemed to be visiting a bar for the first time, curiously looking around as if they had discovered a new world. Jin Youqian, on the other hand, moved about as if he were an old lady in a vegetable garden feeling right at home. Yi Qianyu had been to various bars before crossing over, so he didn't find it strange this bar was simply larger and more prosperous than the ones he had visited. The air in the bar was thick with the scent of alcohol and hormones as red and green figures swayed in the dance floor, flaunting their beautiful forms. The atmosphere resonated with passionate shouts, exuding a vibe of indulgence and decadence. The lights were dazzling but not blinding, and the explosive music felt refreshing like a waterfall. The red wine looked seductive yet appealing. The beautiful servers and handsome bartenders became the most exquisite embellishments of the place. Yi Qianyu's arrival attracted the attention of some wealthy women and girls. His casually paired white shirt exposed his fair collarbone, complemented by his chiseled profile. Under the glowing ambience lights, he became even more captivating, drawing countless girls and young women, all of whom threw flirtatious glances and sin-air kisses his way. Some of the male patrons sitting with him whispered to each other, feeling envious, thinking being handsome is impressive, but having money is what's really important. Never mind, forget I said anything. When Yi Qianyu and his friends reached the central table A001, those who felt sour grapes instinctively fell silent, because they couldn't afford to offend him. Sitting at table A001 was not for just anyone. If the wrong words reached the ears of that young man, they wouldn't even know how they died. The hostess took out the drink menu and asked Mr. Yu, what drinks would you like? Yi Qianyu pointed to the top item, the 5-color dragon set, and said, let's have 10 sets of the 5-color dragon first. The hostess was momentarily taken aback and confirmed, Mr. Yi, are you sure you want 10 sets? Each set costs 8. Yes. Yi Qianyu nodded, then ordered some handshaking cocktails and fruit platters for the girls, totaling around $1 million. That'll do, just these, please charge it to my card. The password is on the back. Yi Qianyu closed the drink menu and casually pulled out a multi-million-dollar bank card to hand to the hostess. Okay, Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. The hostess' face lit up with joy as she bowed and quickly left. With an order of over $1 million, her commission would be around 100, nearly 4 to 5 months worth of her salary. She felt secretly pleased to have personally served this guest, otherwise that 100 commission would have slipped away. Seeing the hostess leave, Jin Yuqian couldn't help but ask, Old Yi, there's just the 4 of us. Surely we don't need 10 sets of the 5-colored dragon. That's too wasteful. Others say I waste money, but now that I see you, am merely a small fry compared to you. Yi Qianyu chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, it's fine, we can use the leftovers to wash our hands, haha. He had always wanted to try washing his hands with a black spade after seeing it in jokes. 6. Jin Yuqian's lips twitched, giving a thumbs up. Congratulations to the host for spending 1 million and earning 100 points, remaining points 50100. The system's voice echoed in Yi Qianyu's mind without causing any ripples. Now the 100 points were insignificant to him, as they could only buy trivial items in the system store. Within 2 minutes, the exclusive anthem of the Divine Dragon set blared through the bar, its thunderous melody and dazzling lights instantly igniting the romantic ambience. A collective gasp rippled across the venue. Patrons lounging in private booths froze mid-sip, dancers on stage halted mid-step. All erupted in astonishment. Someone ordered the Divine Dragon set. Instantly, the bar's ambient lights converged upon Yi Qianyu at booth A001. Every gaze pivoted toward booth A001, where Jin Yuqian and his 2 companions sat, flushed with exhilaration. Yi Qianyu, seated calmly with legs crossed, appeared serene as still water, yet beneath that tranquil surface a quiet thrill stirred. Vanity resides in every human heart. Even Yi Qianyu, a man of worldly desires, was no exception. Yet when dignity demanded composure, he held it unwaveringly. The MC atop the stage seized the microphone and boomed ecstatically, congratulations to Mr. Yi for purchasing 10 sets of our 5-color Divine Dragon. Congratulations to Mr. Yi for purchasing 10 sets of our 5-color Divine Dragon. His voice echoed throughout the entire romantic bar. What? 10 sets? Each costs 8. So that's over 8,000. If I had that much, I'd buy a luxury car, not waste it on wine. That man is breathtakingly handsome and fabulously wealthy. I wonder, could I possibly? In that moment, the entire bar fell into rapturous awe, truly unfathomably opulent. A procession emerged. A line of alluring vixens and charming maidens clad in short skirts and black and white thigh-highs divided into 2 formations. 5 maidens each bore aloft an ace of spades, each rendered in one of 5 distinct colors. Behind them stretched a second line, each person hoisting a luminous placard, advancing rhythmically to the beat until they encircled booth A001. The vixens stepped forward first, swaying their lithe bodies in a sultry dance reserved exclusively for the. Once the dance concluded, the atmosphere team took center stage. 6 impeccably dressed men in suits and sunglasses chanted in unison, May young master, yes wealth flow endlessly, his fortune rise unceasingly. They then formed a rotating circle around the booth, holding their illuminated signs high, an extravagance of sheer spectacle. As the ceremony ended, Yi Qianyu raised a hand, gently signaling them to set down the drinks. At first it felt thrilling, but soon strangely underwhelming. The waitstaff arranged 10 divine dragon sets alongside other beverages, cocktails, and fruit platters, then withdrew discreetly. Only 6 suited men remained, standing rigidly at the 4 corners of the booth, forming an elegant, yet firm barrier against overeager female patrons who might disturb young master Ye's refined enjoyment. Only after the ceremony concluded did the hostess rush forward, returning Yi Qianyu's credit card with a bow. Mr. Yi, the total came to 103,000, but we've rounded down to exactly 1,000. Yi Qianyu offered a courteous thank you. Enjoy your evening, sir. I'll take my leave now. Yes, go ahead. 2 friends will arrive shortly. 2 young ladies, please escort them here. Of course, Mr. Yi. With no further interruptions, the quartet began. Yi Qianyu instructed the staff to open 4 divine dragon sets immediately, 1 placed before each guest. He poured liberally as if the wine were free, splashing some over the rim, and declared, tonight you must finish every drop. Whoever surrenders first is a coward. The challenge resembled a beer-chugging contest, leaving onlookers utterly speechless. Brother, this is Black Ace champagne, worth tens of thousands per bottle, and you're drinking it like draft lager. Is this truly the hallmark of immense wealth? Humph. As if I'd back down. Jin Yuqian was the first to defy him, filling his glass to the brim and draining it in one defiant gulp. Don't let my slender frame fool you, elder brother Yi. I've been drinking since childhood right there in the village. Yi Xiaodian carefully filled his glass without spilling a single drop, then swallowed it whole, smacking his lips appreciatively. Tastes no different from 300 yuan champagne, he remarked, prompting another wave of stunned silence among the crowd. Xia Nanxing, however, went further. He uncorked a bottle of Black Ace and drank straight from the neck. Glug glug glug. Burp, empty already. Holy hell, is this guy even aware how precious this is? He just guzzled down a bottle worth over 10,000. Yi Qianyu, is he seriously that intense? Jin Youqian, damn. 4th brother stays silent till he strikes, then stuns everyone. Yi Xiaoyan, damn, he's burning money. A single gulp cost more than 10,000. The 3 raised their empty glasses and bottles in unison, clearly passing the torch. A faint smirk curved Yi Qianyu's lips. Humph. My constitution is legendary. I fear no mere drink. He lifted his glass and emptied it in one smooth motion, only to spit it out instantly with a sharp tui, drawing pained winces from nearby spectators. 1,000 yuan per sip, just wasted in a single spray. Cough, cough. How unbearably foul is this stuff? Yi Qianyu clutched his throat, coughing violently as he denounced the exorbitantly priced Black Ace. Ah, scratch that last challenge. Uffed. The trio rolled their eyes in unison, then turned their gleaming gazes toward the dancers on stage. Yi Qianyu casually uncorked a bottle of Romani Conti, poured half a glass, added ice spheres, and sipped slowly, savoring each nuanced note. Now this is fine wine. That Black Ace. Pure folly, nothing but a tax on gullibility. Suddenly the hostess reappeared, ushering in 2 girls, ethereal, radiant, and utterly captivating. Yi Qianyu recognized them instantly, Yi Ningxin and Shangwan Xinyu. The moment they entered, lustful glances from half the room followed their every step. Yi Ningxin wore a soft pink blouse paired with a matching pink miniskirt, white thigh-highs, and delicate black lace-up shoes. Her twin braids, adorable, nostalgic, irresistibly girlish, embodied pure pastel charm. By contrast, Shangwan Xinyu, standing beside her, struck Yi Qianyu like lightning. If Yi Ningxin was the epitome of innocent charm, Shangwan Xinyu was allure incarnate, her figure sculpted by divine hands. She wore a cream-colored body-hugging dress that accentuated every curve of her scurvy silhouette. Her waist was so slender it seemed barely graspable, her feet adorned with matching strappy heels revealing slender swan-like ankles and skin like polished jade. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, framing a face of breathtaking beauty. Today she wore a subtle makeup, delicate, refined, with lips stained a deep sensual crimson, more stunning than ever. And those long, elegant legs, sheathed in sheer black stockings, irresistible, intoxicating. One petite, one statuesque, one innocent, one seductive, one light, one dark. Their contrasting elegance drew every eye in the room. Some self-aware, rich, second-generation heirs or white-collar workers were stirring with excitement, calculating how much money they would need to spend to take one of the 2 women to bed. Just as they were about to stand up and approach, their steps suddenly halted. They saw the 2 women being led directly to booth A001 by the hostess, and they sat on either side of the handsome man who had just ordered 10 sets of the 5-color Divine Dragon. Those who wanted to strike up a conversation had their hopes dashed and could only return to their seats, drinking their sour wine in discontent. At booth A001, Yi Qinyu looked at the two women and asked curiously, "How did you both come together?" Shangwan Qinyu pouted and replied, "Isn't it because this little girl ran over to hitch a ride with me?" Seeing Yi Qinyu turn to look at her, Yiningshin could only explain, "Brother Qinyu, you know I snuck out. I don't have a car, of course I need to find someone with a car to hitch a ride." Yi Qinyu rolled his eyes saying, "Didn't I give you a card? You could just swipe it to buy whatever you want." Yiningshin looked smugly at Shangwan Qinyu and said, "That card was given to me by Brother Qinyu, it's my dowry." Shangwan Qinyu. Yi Qinyu. Bang. Yi Qinyu directly flicked Yi Ningxin's forehead. Instantly a red bump appeared on her head, emitting wisps of white smoke. How did this turn into a dowry? What strange thoughts are you having all day? Yi Ningxin hugged her head with both hands, looking aggrieved. "Lu, I didn't say anything wrong, why are you hitting me?" Yi Qinyu ignored the little actress and said lightly, "Stop whining, or you'll make a donkey sound." Oh, Shangwan Qinyu looked at the table filled with spade A and asked in surprise, "Why did you order so many sets of the 5-color divine dragon? You can't drink all that, isn't it a waste?" Yi Qinyu took an empty wine glass, poured a little less than half into it, and moved it in front of Shangwan Qinyu with a bland smile, saying, "It's nothing, just being willful with too much money. This stuff isn't really good to drink. You can use it to wash your hands if your hands are dirty." Shangwan Qinyu. Is this even human talk? Washing your hands with tens of thousands of yuan worth of wine. Yi Qinyu, imitating a scene from a TV drama, pretended to be cool and set aside the Romani Conti in his hand. He then noticed Yi Ningxin on his left holding up an empty wine glass and looking at him eagerly. Yi Qinyu pointed to the red wine and asked, "Do you want a drink?" "MHM." Yi Ningxin nodded vigorously like a rattling drum. Yi Qinyu moved her glass aside and casually picked up the cocktail he had prepared earlier along with an ice cream, stating blandly, "What can a child drink? Eat this, I ordered it especially for you." Yi Ningxin's whole demeanor instantly slumped, her little face turning into a bitter melon expression. Helpless, she could only agree reluctantly. So as if venting, she took a sip of the cocktail with one hand and a bite of ice cream with the other, muttering, "I'm not a child, I'm already an adult. I just look small, hum." Just as they were enjoying themselves passionately, 6 cars drove into the entrance of the romantic bar. At the forefront was a black Maybach followed by 6 black vans. When the Maybach door opened, the person who stepped down was actually Cui Xiaodong, who had his hand broken a few days ago. He had been out of the hospital for 2 days with his hand in a cast and wrapped in white bandages. Following him was another man, surprisingly Gao Chong, who had just been dealt with. What an incredible coincidence. The vans behind opened as well, and about 30 thugs holding weapons stepped down, quietly standing behind the 2 men. At that moment, a few youths walked out of the bar, led by Zhang Yu. Having nothing better to do today, he had taken a few friends to the bar to relax, unexpectedly running into Yi Qinyu. So he secretly sent a message to Cui Xiaodong. Cui Xiaodong, having just been released from the hospital and recuperating at home, had browsed the campus website only to find the embarrassing news about himself, which made him hate Yi Qinyu even more, wishing he could skin him alive. His father had also used his connections to investigate Yi Qianyu's background, only to find that he was just a child from an ordinary rural family in Hongqing with no other background. This made Cui Xiaodong even more confident about taking revenge and clearing his shame. However, he had been unable to find Yi Qianyu's whereabouts for the past 2 days, which drove him crazy. Today, his little brother sent news that Yi Qinyu was at the romantic bar and had ordered 10 sets of the 5-color divine dragon. So he immediately called upon Yu Gu, the head of the San Shi Club, who was secretly supported by his father. With his status, he could only enlist Yu Gu's help. As for the higher-ups in San Shi, only his father could command. Yi Qinyu was quite skilled, but these were all members of the underworld in Modu. Could he really take them on? Moreover, he had seen Yu Gu's prowess, which gave him the confidence to seek revenge on Yi Qinyu. As for what his little brother said about Yi Qinyu ordering 10 sets of the divine dragon, he scoffed at it, speculating that the kid must have stepped in dog poop and hit the lottery, then wanted to show off. If Cui Xiaodong knew what Yi Qinyu was thinking, he would definitely give it a 5-star review. The stupidity halo. Zhang Yu ran up to Cui Xiaodong looking like a little brother and said, "Cui Xiao, that guy with the surname Yi is inside. I saw him with my own eyes." The little brothers following Zhang Yu also chimed in. "Yes, Cui Xiao, we saw him too." Cui Xiaodong excitedly patted Zhang Yu's shoulder, grinning widely. "Haha, great, I'll reward you later." Zhang Yu and his group wore smiles like blooming flowers, saying, "Thank you, Cui Xiao." Cui Xiaodong turned to Gao Chong, who was silent beside him, and said flatteringly, "You go, please teach that kid a good lesson. It would be best if you could break his hands and feet. He'll handle the rest, and he'll pay you the 5 million I promised later." As he spoke, Cui Xiaodong's eyes became increasingly bloodshot. Yes, that's right, he wanted to torment Yi Qinyu even to the point of killing him. With his background, killing someone was a piece of cake. He had secretly done it several times, and his family would handle things afterward. Gao Chong expressionlessly grunted in agreement. Seeing Yu Gu nod, Cui Xiaodong smiled darkly and waved his hand, Let's go inside. At that moment, one of the little brothers beside Yuga hesitated and said, Yuga, this is the territory of Blood Rose. We can't just barge in like this. Gao Chong frowned tightly, saying, Blood Rose has always been at odds with our Sanshi club, so what if we provoke them? Besides, we have Cui Xiao here. Cui Xiaodong patted his chest and assured, Don't worry, Yugo, I've got your back. Saying this, he led everyone grandly toward the entrance of the Night Rose Bar. A group of people marched towards the entrance led by Yugo from their arch-nemesis, the Sanshi Society. He was armed, thinking that the members of the Sanshi Society were here to cause trouble again. The security personnel responsible for the romantic bar immediately appeared, blocking the entrance and confronting them. The earlier hostess stepped forward, looking at Gao Chong. Yugo, why have you brought so many people here? This is Sister Mai's territory, and we are full today. Please come back another time. Hee Hong, may we are not here to cause trouble today, we are here to help Cui Xiao settle some personal grievances. Please let us through. Cui Xiao. The hostess looked at Cui Xiaodong, who was wrapped in bandages. Cui Xiao, if you want to settle personal grievances, that's fine, but this is the romantic bar, Sister Mai's territory. Please resolve it outside, you can't do it here. Upon hearing this, Cui Xiaodong's expression darkened, and he coldly said, I, Cui Xiaodong, can go in whenever I want. Do you think your mere Blood Rose can stop me? You should know that I am a member of the Cui family. Get out of my way. With that, a dozen strong security guards rushed out of the bar, blocking the entrance. At that moment, a cold and charming female voice came through the earpiece. Let them in. Upon hearing this, the hostess respectfully replied, Yes, Sister May. She then raised her hand, and the security personnel blocking the entrance immediately opened a gap. Cui Xiaodong sneered, Let's go in and deal with that widow named Yi. The crowd aggressively stepped through the doors of the romantic bar. The hostess gave a few people a glance. Leave half to maintain order, and the rest can go in to ensure security. Yes, Hongjia. In a top office, a woman lazily leaned back in her chair, her light yellow curls spilling over her snow-white back, and her red dress could hardly conceal her fiery figure. She had a stunning face with delicate lips, a refined nose, and bright red lips and teeth. Yet her eyes were so penetrating that it seemed as though she could see through everything, making others hesitant to approach. Just by sitting there, she sent chills down people's spines. At that moment, she held her phone, her voice icy. Cui Sin Yi, today, I, Blood Rose, will give you face, just this once. If it happens again, I will not be so accommodating. The voice of Cui Sanxiong came through the phone. Haha, Rose, you can rest assured. Remember to ensure the compensation arrives on time, double the amount. Absolutely. After hanging up the phone, Blood Rose's lips curled into a cold and enchanting smile as she muttered to herself. Hee, who can make Gushang personally reserve a table is not easy to deal with. Just let you all bite each other. Don't think I don't know that the Sanshi Society is controlled by Cui Sanxiong behind the scenes. Saying this, she looked at the computer screen, which displayed the bar's hall. Click. The once explosive music suddenly stopped, and the dazzling lights turned into incandescent bulbs, while the dancing girls on stage gradually retreated. Some men who had been enjoying themselves stood up in dissatisfaction, questioning the host. What is going on? Why did it stop? This way it's hard for me not to ask for a refund. Continue the music, continue the dance. The next scene made them all shut their mouths, retreating to the back in frustration, not daring to speak. Suddenly Cui Xiaodong swaggered into the hall with a group of fierce thugs. Whispers filled the air. What is going on? Are these gangsters here to cause trouble? You don't know if you're from out of town. The one in front is Cui Xiaodong from the Cui family, and the one beside him is Yugo, the boss of the pedestrian street, the hall master of the Sanshi Society, a true underground mafia. What is Cui Xiao bringing the Sanshi Society members here for? And seeing Cui Xiao wrapped in bandages, it seems like he is here for revenge. Let's not speak. Let's just quietly watch the show. Cui Xiaodong was pleased to see the fearful looks from the surrounding crowd. This was the way the young master of the Cui family made his entrance. He scanned the room and immediately spotted Yi Qinyu at the top A001 booth. Especially seeing the two women sitting on either side of him, one pure and one elegant, he felt an indescribable envy, jealousy, and anger. He marched straight towards the A001 booth. Walking with a heartless stride, he contemplated how to torment the man who had embarrassed him earlier. His confidence stemmed from the presence of Gao Chong beside him and the thugs with weapons behind him. What he didn't notice was that Gao Chong's expression had turned somewhat fearful. With each step closer, he took his cold sweat increased. Damn, it is Cui Xiaodong asking us to teach this killer a lesson. Just now I barely saved an arm, and now I'm sending someone back again. Meanwhile, Yi Qinyu, sitting at the main seat, looked at the approaching crowd with an expressionless face, even showing a hint of amusement. Cui Xiaodong stood in front of the booth, feeling triumphant as he said, I didn't expect to find you here. I want to return the insult you gave me tenfold. Yi Qinyu replied indifferently, Oh. This left Cui Xiaodong somewhat dumbfounded. This was not how the script was supposed to go. Wasn't this guy supposed to be terrified and kneel to beg for mercy upon seeing so many of his men? Why wasn't he scared at all? Instead, he seemed a bit mockingly amused. Was it just his imagination? The few people sitting at the booth, except for Shangwan Xinyu, looked at the clown like Cui Xiaodong with a half-smile. The roommates knew that Yu Ge and his group had just been schooled by Yi Qinyu, while Yi Ningxin, not caring about the situation, was happily eating the ice cream in her hand, acting like a bystander. She knew how powerful her brother Qinyu was, someone her bodyguards could easily knock down. Shangwan Xinyu immediately called the bodyguards outside, and then stood up. Cui Xiaodong, what exactly do you want? If your Cui family does not want to fight with the Shangwan family, please leave. Today you cannot harm him, otherwise you will face the retaliation of the Shangwan family. Upon hearing this, Cui Xiaodong's expression darkened significantly. The woman he liked was defending another man, filling him with rage. He looked at Yi Qinyu, who was still sitting calmly, and sneered. Yi, are you hiding behind a woman again? Yi Qinyu smiled faintly, looking at Cui Xiaodong as if he were a clown. You missed your chance. It seems that after I crippled one of your arms, you still haven't learned your lesson. Cui Xiaodong coldly snorted, turning to Gao Chong, who was far off, and said, You go, please help me deal with this little. Huh? You go, why are you sweating so much? Isn't the air conditioning on here? Before he could finish, Yu Ge stepped forward with a fawning expression, saying, Young master, you long time no see. Yi Qinyu gently sipped from his glass of red wine and chuckled. I remember we just met. Why should I give any favor to Cui? As he spoke, he pointed at Cui Xiaodong, who was standing behind him. Gao Chong quickly waved his hand. No, I don't know him. We're just here to have fun. Yi Qinyu glanced up at the group of little brothers. You come to have fun, and yet you bring weapons. As soon as he finished speaking, the little brothers hurriedly tossed their weapons to the ground. The quiet hall echoed with the sounds of clattering. Cui Xiaodong looked utterly bewildered. Where am I? What am I doing? He shifted his steps and walked over to Gao Chong, asking with confusion that, Brother, you help me deal with him. If 500,000 is too little, I can add another 500,000. Gao Chong, as if avoiding a plague, quickly swung his sleeve and took a big step aside. Cui Xiaodong, am I the clown here? Seeing Yi Qinyu looking at him, Cui Xiaodong swallowed hard. His expression darkened as he looked at Gao Chong and said, Gao Chong, I'm giving you face by calling you brother. You. Is this how you help me? You need to think carefully. I am the third young master of the Cui family. If anything happens, you won't escape either. Do you know how terrifying my father is? Upon hearing this, Gao Chong pondered for a moment and leaned in close to Cui Xiaodong's ear, whispering, Third young master Cui, it's not that I don't want to help you. If this guy just took me down without breaking a sweat, I can't possibly take him on. Cui Xiaodong was taken aback at Gao Chong's explanation. He knew how formidable Gao Chong was, yet he had been beaten by this unknown brat. However, given his current situation, he had no choice but to let Gao Chong take action to ensure his safe departure. He understood the principle of not offending the one who could help him. Thus, he could only resort to threatening with his father, saying, I don't care. I'm paying you, so you have to do your job and get me out safely. Otherwise, my father's temper can be quite bloody. Thinking about the terror of Cui Sanxiong, Gao Chong could only brace himself and step forward, introducing himself. Young Master Yi, I am the Hall Master of the Golden Serpent under the Sanxi Association. This third young master Cui and I actually have no deep grudges. Why don't we just let this matter go? In light of the Sanxi Association and the Cui family, let's just drop this matter. The onlookers began to murmur again. What? The mighty brother, you actually yielded. Who is this young man? How can he not fear the third young master of the Cui family? Anyone who could secure the A001 booth from the Blood Rose must have some serious background, right? What if I say no? You all come swaggering in to cause trouble, and now you want to let it go. Yi Qinyu looked at him with a half-smile, his expression calm as a deep well. So this matter cannot be settled. Gao Chong pulled out a dagger from his waist and said in a low voice. He didn't actually want to clash with this mysterious youth, but standing in his position was awkward. On his left was the Cui family, and on his right was the mysterious youth with a powerful background. When gods fight, mortals suffer. But there was no other choice. The Cui family stood behind him, so he could only side with Cui Xiaodong to ensure his safety. If anything happened to Cui Xiaodong, he wouldn't fare well either. He was well aware of Cui Sanxiong's ruthlessness. He understood the consequences of being crippled or losing one's life. Thus he gave a command. The little brothers at the back hurriedly picked up the weapons on the ground, ready to fight. With a click, the door opened. Tap, tap, tap. A group of men in black entered the hall in perfect formation, exactly 20 of them. They seemed to have trained for this, surrounding Gao Chong and his group in an orderly manner. They placed their right hands on their chests and collectively shouted, Boss. Yi Qinyu. No way do they have to be so low-key. This old mute is imitating the Dragon King style. After internally mocking the mute, Yi Qinyu raised his hand, dramatically resembling a mafia boss from a TV show. This scene not only shocked the onlookers, but but also made countless young ladies' eyes sparkle as they gazed at the man above, saliva unconsciously dripping from their mouths. He was simply too handsome. What's the difference from an idol drama? If someone didn't know better, they would think this was a film shoot so manly. Even Gao Chong and his gang were taken aback by this spectacle. Wait bro, are you the underworld, or are we the underworld? Why do you look more like an underworld figure than we do? Yi Qinyu stood up, stepping on the coffee table, slightly leaning forward with a relaxed smile on his face. Weren't we going to fight? Let's get started. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. A bodyguard in black pulled out a black handgun from his coat, aiming it at the group in the center. The dark muzzle pointed at the foreheads of the gangsters. Anyone daring to act up would get shot in the head. With a series of popping sounds, these gangsters once again threw their weapons on the ground, collectively crouching down and trembling in fear. Holy cow, oh my god. The boss never said we were going to brawl with scrap metal against guns. A few $1,000 a month, why risk our lives for this? Gulp. Gao Chong swallowed hard, realizing he had thrown down his dagger, and crouched down as well. Damn, who on earth is this young man? He pulls a gun at the first sign of trouble. Cui Xiaodong, on the other hand, was pale, with fear, his legs trembling. He was scared to death. Yi Qinyu walked down the steps slowly, making Cui Xiaodong back away with each step. He only stopped when he backed against Gao Chong. Yi Qinyu, don't come any closer. If you dare to touch me, my father won't let you go. The Cui family won't let you go. Think it through. If you dare to touch me, you'll kill your entire family. I found out you're from Hanqing, and I. Before he could finish, there was a sound. Slap. It was the sound of a slap, a crisp and clear slap that echoed in the hall, even reaching the corners of the room. Cui Xiaodong flew out, his right cheek swelling rapidly, and several of his teeth were knocked out. Yi Qinyu walked up to him again and grabbed him by the collar. Slap. Another slap sent out a few more broken teeth. His face was swollen like a pig's head, blood mixed at the corners of his mouth, looking miserable. Yi. A punch landed in his stomach. With a cough, blood spattered out. Yi Qinyu looked at him calmly, his gaze cold, filled with murderous intent. How dare someone threaten his family? This was something he could never tolerate. Although he said he had crossed over, he perfectly inherited the feelings of the original owner. He threw Cui Xiaodong on the ground like trash, and said indifferently, cripple his limbs. Yes, boss. One of the bodyguards in black expressionlessly stepped forward. Don't come over, Yi Qinyu, how dare you? Cui Xiaodong was scared to the point of losing control, and before he could finish his words, he had his arm, which was in a plaster cast, stepped on by the shadowy bodyguard. Oh. The immense pain made Cui Xiaodong scream like a slaughtered pig, and then he fainted. It wasn't over yet. The shadowy bodyguard stepped on his other arm again. The pain of shattered bones jolted Cui Xiaodong awake again, only for him to faint once more. Fainting and waking up, he went through this cycle 3 times. The onlookers watched with bared teeth, and some timid girls were even scared to tears. Among the 3 roommates at booth A001, besides Yi Xiaodian, who seemed a bit restless, the other 2 were watching with great interest. However, the usually carefree Yi Ningxin took on a big sister's demeanor, comforting the trembling Shangwan Qianyu in her arms. All right, Sister Shangwan, don't be afraid, the bad guys have all been scared away. Crack. Finally, the shadowy bodyguard stepped forcefully between Cui Xiaodong's legs. The sound of an egg cracking made countless boys present instinctively tighten their legs. Pain. Too painful. The sadness of the eggs, ah. Cui Xiaodong woke up in pain again, and the shadowy bodyguard returned to his original position with a calm demeanor, ready and waiting for the next command. Yi Qinyu stood in the center of the hall, watching everything with a calm expression, showing no signs of emotion. He pulled out a cigarette from the cigarette box, but as soon as half of it was exposed, it was clamped between his lips. A nearby bodyguard, quick to act, immediately took out a lighter and approached. The lighter made a crisp sound, and Yi Qinyu slightly tilted his head to light the cigarette. Yi Qianyu's eyes habitually narrowed into slits. The bluish flame from the lighter flickered across his handsome face. When the flame extinguished, he casually removed the cigarette from his lips, and a plume of white smoke slowly obscured his cool contours. Not a single person in the crowd made a sound, quietly watching the melancholic handsome figure before them. The pale blue smoke blurred his profile, and his lowered gaze made everyone present momentarily lose their focus. Scenes from dramas truly appeared in reality. After burning halfway, Yi Qinyu exhaled a ring of smoke, discarded the remaining cigarette, but on the ground, and stepped it out. He walked slowly in front of Gao Chong, leaning down. If you go back like this, you will inevitably face a blood calamity. Oh, let me help you. After speaking, he looked at a scar-faced man among the shadowy bodyguards, and waved his hand. Only hit external injuries, don't hit internal injuries. Yes. The group of bodyguards tucked their guns back into their waists, and moved forward with their fists raised. In an instant, the hall was once again filled with cries of despair. About 5 minutes later, the gangsters lay on the ground, bruised and moaning. Get lost. Take this thing away as well. As soon as the words were spoken, the members of the San Shi Hui scattered like birds and beasts scrambling out of the romantic rows. Cui Xiaodong, who had fainted, was dragged away by two gangsters, each pulling one of his legs, not knowing how many bumps he would accumulate along the way. He came in with such swagger, but left in such a mess. Yi Qinyu did not return to the booth, but instead, with his hands in his pockets and a calm gaze, leisurely spoke. "Blood Rose, aren't you going to give me an explanation?" As soon as he finished speaking, a charming voice rang out. "Hee, young Master Yi is joking. How could a mere bar owner like me provoke the Cui family? I believe young Master Yi can resolve this." The woman moved gracefully, her red chong sam swaying in the wind, as if matching the dreamlike rhythm. Every gesture was filled with countless charms, captivating all who beheld her. Her delicate steps and lifting of her feet were bewitching, her lightly arched eyebrows and flowing gaze were soul-capturing. The moment she appeared, all the men present were entranced. Even Yi Qinyu, who was used to seeing beautiful women, was momentarily dazzled. This woman was different from Mu Xiris' softness, Yi Ningxin's cuteness, and Shangwan Qianya's innocence. This woman was born alluring. Every smile could awaken a man's desires. Name Lu Nanshuang, codename Blood Rose. Lu Nanshuang, copyright infringement deleted. Identity romantic bar owner, underground queen. Age 27. Appearance rating 9. 4. Purity 100. Base ability 25. Affection level 65. PS has a life and death feud with Cui Sanqiu. After reviewing Blood Rose's information, I was somewhat surprised by her possessing a base ability of 25. I didn't expect a bar owner to have such a high base ability. She must have had guidance from a master. Seeing her enmity with Cui Xiong, I had a thought. Lu Nanshuang walked in high heels to Yi Qinyu and whispered, "Young master, Yi, let's go to a quiet place to talk." Yi Qinyu nodded lightly, then turned to the people at the booth and instructed, "You all keep drinking." While Lu Nanshuang looked at the guests below and covered her mouth with a delicate laugh. "I apologize for disturbing your enjoyment today. The entire venue is 50 off tonight. Everyone continue to have fun." Boom. The crowd erupted in cheers. Not only had they witnessed a good show, but they also got half off their drinks. The lights brightened again, the music resumed, and the dancers continued to perform, reviving the passion in the venue. Yi Qinyu followed Lu Nanshuang into a dark room, while Yi Ningxin wanted to follow, but was stopped by Shangwan Qinyu. "Sister Shangwan, aren't we going to follow? Didn't you see how powerful this woman is? Aren't you afraid she'll lure brother Qinyu away?" Shangwan Qinyu smiled helplessly. "What if she does lure him away? Besides, they are going to discuss important matters. We shouldn't disturb them. If we ruin his plans, it wouldn't be good. All right. I hope brother Qinyu can resist the temptation." Yi Ningxin slumped like a deflated balloon on her chair, then glanced at her modest bosom and muttered, "Humph. It's not like he's just a bit older than me. What's so great about that? Today's boys prefer my youthful beauty." Once the two entered the dark room, the shadowy bodyguards stood guard outside, seriously and solemnly observing every possible point of danger. After closing the door to the dark room, Yi Qinyu sat down in the top office chair, as if he were back home. He then propped his legs on the table, lazily leaning back in the chair with one hand on his head. A faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth as he casually spoke. "Go ahead." His posture resembled that of a boss listening to a report from an employee. Young Master Yi is quite different from all the men I've met." Lu Nanshuang chuckled lightly, casually choosing another sofa to sit on, crossing her legs, and looking eagerly at the man above. The section of snow-white skin revealed by the slit in her chong sam provided Yi Qinyu a feast for his half-closed eyes. "This dress is really white." Slurp. Seeing the man sitting above, gazing unabashedly at her thighs, Lu Nanshuang not only felt no anger, but instead adjusted her position, revealing more of her snow-white skin. In her years since debuting, she had encountered various types of men, yet none had dared to stare at her so openly. Even those in high positions would put on a facade of righteousness in her presence, which only piqued her curiosity about this man. Lu Nanshuang unexpectedly pulled out a lattice cigarette, lit it, and with her slender fingers resting on the delicate golden cigarette, she took a deep drag and let out a satisfied sigh. I didn't expect young Master Yi to be such a flirt, staring at a lattice legs for quite a while." Upon hearing this, Yi Qinyu withdrew his gaze and smiled faintly. "When speaking to me, refrain from making noises like a hen laying eggs." Lu Nanshuang. Ahem. She couldn't hold back the smoke and coughed it out. "Young Master Yi has quite the... Wasn't it you who started joking with me first?" Lu Nanshuang then coiled her curly hair up, letting her strands fall to cover one eye, her red lips exhaling a puff of white smoke, slightly raising her eyebrows, her alluring eyes full of seduction. "What kind of statement do you need from me, as you mentioned earlier, young Master Yi?" Yi Qinyu rhythmically tapped his finger on the armrest of the chair, casually saying, "Follow me and do my bidding." Hearing this, Lu Nanshuang pinched her cigarette tightly, breaking it silently. "Young Master Yi, you are being a bit excessive." Yi Qinyu showed no signs of disturbance on his face. He looked at her with a meaningful smile. "Lu Nanshuang, Do you wish for me to confront the Chui family, thereby creating more enemies for them, while you remain uninvolved and enjoy the benefits? As you wish, I indeed have offended the Chui family, but have you considered the possibility of acquiring an enemy even more formidable than the Chui family? And those who dare to treat me as a pawn often meet a tragic end. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Nanshuang, who was sitting on the sofa, became unsettled, her eyes revealing shock, confusion, and fear. How did he know her name? Since her debut, she had always gone by the alias Blood Rose, and her name was known only to her family. Her palms were sweaty as she rubbed them repeatedly to ease her anxiety. After a moment, she lifted her head and stared directly into the man's eyes, asking word by word, "How do you know my name?" Yi Qinyu answered evasively, "Don't concern yourself with how I know, you just understand my terrifying nature. Have you thought it through? Will you follow me? I also know you have a life-and-death feud with Chui Sanxiong, but with your current strength, you can't possibly avenge." Lu Nanshuang was once again shocked. Indeed, she had a life-and-death feud with Chui Sanxiong and the entire Chui family. Once Chui Sanxiong and her father were good brothers, but later her father met her mother, while Chui Sanxiong had always coveted her mother's beauty. When she was 5 years old, a group of men in black broke into her home and killed her father. Her mother, unwilling to be taken, ultimately committed suicide. Fortunately, her parents had hidden her in a secret cabinet, allowing her to witness the scene clearly through the crowd. From then on, she took the name Blood Rose, and after more than 20 years, she finally uncovered the identity of the one who had killed her father. It was indeed Chui Sanxiong from the Chui family. The Chui family was powerful far beyond what a weak woman like herself could contend with, which led her to establish the underground force known as Blood Rose. In secret, she clashed with the Sanshi society supported by Chui Sanxiong, but that was merely petty skirmishing. Yi Qinyu calmly observed Lu Nanshuang, who was deep in thought, and continued to persuade. "You also know that the Sanshi society has a 3-to-7 ratio with your forces, and I believe they will not tolerate you as a grain of sand with the support of the Chui family. It is only a matter of time before they swallow you up." Upon hearing these words, Lu Nanshuang, who was already wavering, felt even more uncertain. He was right. The Sanshi society indeed had plans to fully absorb Blood Rose, just waiting for the Chui family to send a few guards. However, he was wrong about one thing: it was not a 3-to-7 situation, but rather an 8-to-1 situation, as her forces only accounted for 20%. If she did not find a powerful backing during this time, the force she had painstakingly built would be dismantled, and the brothers and sisters she had nurtured would be killed, which she could not tolerate. And the mysterious and formidable youth before her was an excellent choice. Seeing Lu Nanshuang wavering, he unleashed his trump card. "Only if you follow me and do my bidding well can I help you take revenge. The Chui family is but a small matter to me. I will hand over the underground forces of Magic City to you to manage, and from then on you will truly be the underground queen." "All right, I agree. I have no interest in being an underground queen. I only want Chui Sanxiong's life." Lu Nanshuang nodded in agreement, her eyes cold, revealing endless hatred. "Haha, very well. I believe you will feel honored by your decision today. From now on, I will be your backing wall." Yi Qinyu uncrossed his legs and walked slowly to Lu Nanshuang, extending his hand. He was pleased to have taken on a capable subordinate. He saw great potential in this woman and decided to bring her. He had long had the idea of establishing an intelligence agency, and the underground forces of Magic City gathered talents from all sides perfectly suited for this position. Blood Rose had been able to stand against the Sanshi society for so many years due to their intelligence, cleverly avoiding the heavy blows. This was why he had the idea to recruit Blood Rose and have her manage intelligence in the future. Lu Nanshuang stood up, lightly brushed back her bangs, and smiled like a flower as she extended her hand to shake hands with Yi Qinyu. From this moment on, the infamous underground Queen Blood Rose was born. As Yi Qinyu gently gripped her hand, the moment their hands clasped felt soft and cool, very pleasant, making him reluctant to let go at first. Lu Nanshuang, just as she was about to pull her hand away, found it tightly held by him. The more she struggled, the more unable she was to break free, her face rare flushed. "Young Master Yi, how long do you intend to hold on?" "Ahem, it's my first time shaking hands with a girl, a bit nervous." Yi Qinyu quickly released her hand, awkwardly. Lu Nanshuang rolled her eyes full of charm. "Of who believes that? Who goes out embracing two beauties?" Yi Qinyu felt a bit embarrassed by her words, but soon straightened his face, speaking with conviction. "How can you be so disrespectful? I am now your boss. Oh, remember to call me boss from now on." Lu Nanshuang laughed heartily, losing the earlier imposing demeanor, now finding the young boy before her quite amusing, jokingly saying, Yes, boss." Upon seeing Yi Qinyu emerge, the scar-faced bodyguard waved his hand. While the two women were engaged in idle chatter, they quickly noticed Yi Qianyu's return and stood up hastily. However, Yi Ningxin had little concern and immediately ran to Yi Qianyu's side, whispering in his ear, "Qinyu Gij, are you done talking? Did that guy not take advantage of you?" Before Yi Qinyu could respond, Lu Nanshuang, swaying her curvaceous waist, approached the two with a giggle. Little sister, talking bad about others behind their backs is quite rude, you know. I am currently under the boss' command. As she said this, she even intentionally puffed out her ample chest, causing Yiningshin to lose her composure, cursing inwardly how arrogant. However, the bystander Shangwan Qinyu looked at Yi Qinyu in shock, well aware of the Blood Rose's power and status in Magic City. Though not on par with first-rate families, few dared to offend her. Her father had previously attempted multiple times to recruit the Blood Rose, even offering significant benefits, but to no avail. Yet this man had managed to recruit the Blood Rose as his subordinate on their first meeting, further piquing her curiosity. What kind of man was he? All right, enough idle chatter, it's time to head back. Yi Qinyu, who had remained silent, quickly restrained the women. Indeed, three women were quite a spectacle, excelling in both conversation and song. He then turned to Lu Nanshuang and instructed, continue as usual, and if there are any significant movements from the three snakes, call me immediately. Understood, boss. The group made their way outside. Yi Qinyu signaled several bodyguards to lift the three inebriated roommates into the car and instructed them to drop them off at a hotel. He then looked at Shangwan Qinyu and Yiningshin, saying, you two head back first, I have some matters to MHM. The two nodded obediently. At that moment, three bruised men in suits staggered over, calling out awkwardly, Miss. Shangwan Qinyu looked at her bodyguards with confusion, her eyes full of question marks. What happened to you? One of them, looking aggrieved, complained, we received the message from the miss and rushed right over, but as soon as we wanted to enter, we were suddenly attacked from behind and then beaten up. The scar-faced man standing beside Yi Qinyu coughed awkwardly and said, I thought these three were up to no good, so I stopped them outside. They resisted a bit too much, and it ended up with a beating. Boss, what do you think? They seem to have calmed down. Yi Qinyu felt a headache coming on, his mouth twitching involuntarily. You really are something. The three men felt even more wronged, silently lowering their heads, cursing in their mind. How could we not cooperate? 3 of us were beaten by over 10 burly men, and they punched us for every word we said. Ahem, this is all a misunderstanding. In the future, if you come to the romantic bar, it's free for you. Just say I said so when Blood Rose asks. I am her boss. Thank you, young Master Yi. The 3 men instantly dropped their aggrieved expressions. After all, it was the romantic bar, free drinks. Maybe they should get beaten up a few more times, otherwise they would feel guilty having fun. Lu Nanshuang. She watched the 2 women get into a Bentley and drive away. Yi Qinyu turned to the scar-faced man and asked, what is your name? The scar-faced man smiled ingratiatingly, though his grin seemed slightly unsettling. Boss, am known as Brother Dao in the underworld. You can just call me Xiao Dao. Name Wang Xiaolong, codename Brother Dao. Identity leader of the Night Elite Security Team. Specialties proficient in firearms, counter-surveillance, expert in combat, and skilled in knife techniques. Loyalty 100. Strength 9. 7. Speed 8. Later he glanced at the other security team members, all surprising him, as none reached the human limit, but all were above 9. 2. It made sense. Without special heritage, how could they possibly break through human limits? Though they hadn't surpassed the human limit, these bodyguards were all skilled in various firearms. Even the mightiest could not withstand a bullet. Take me to see Mo Sha. Yi Qinyu instructed softly, then casually got into a modified Rolls. Brother Dao took the wheel, and the others got into several other cars after the boss got in. The car Yi Qinyu was in the middle, with 2 other cars escorting in front and behind. The 3 Rolls Royces drove together on the avenue, drawing numerous curious glances from passing vehicles, speculating which big shot was inside. The ward was saturated with a heavy oppression. Father. Chui Xiaodong, who had been dazed, saw his father approach like the first light of dawn and cried out in a hoarse voice. Chui Sanxiong emitted a faint sound. The tenderness that once warmed him had evaporated, and he resembled a stranger. He continued, you will recuperate in the hospital from now on, and do not pursue revenge against that Yi youth. Let the matter be closed. Chui Xiaodong felt as if struck by a cluster of thunderbolts. He stood stunned momentarily, forgetting even the searing pain below. What did his father's words mean? Why did they sound as if he were being abandoned? Lin Yuan came to her senses, and like a shrew howled. Chui Sanxiong, your son has been crippled, and you remain unmoved. Aren't you the esteemed 3rd Lord of the Chui family going to avenge your son? A slap landed on Lin Yuan's face, leaving a red palm print. Shut up. If not for your excessive indulgence, would Xiaodong have become like this? The other party has armed men. Their background is not so simple. The Chui family already has many enemies. It would be unwise to make another mysterious foe. So his grievance is to be set aside. He is your son, Lin Yuan asked gloomily. Humph, he is merely a son. I also have an illegitimate son. I had planned to let Xiaodong vie for the family head, but who expected him to be so foolish? Maimed below, there is no hope of relying on him now. What? Chui Sanxiong, you have been cavorting with other women behind my back. You even have an illegitimate son, you. Lin Yuan's words were cut short as she was slapped again. Humph. What of it if I seek other women? I married you for the Lin family's clout to secure advantage. Now your Lin family is of no use to me. If you had any sense you would enjoy what you have. Otherwise prepare to be cast out. With that he did not spare them a glance and slammed the door. Such are the mechanics of clan power, eyes only for profit, no room for kinship, relatives are abandoned whenever convenient. Watching Chui Sangxing's departing figure a shadow passed through Lin Yuan's eyes. Mother! Chui Xiaodong's lips trembled as he looked to Lin Yuan. Now, he could rely on no one but his mother. Xiaodong, rest assured, your grievance I will avenge. Even if I must exhaust all my connections, I will see that those who maimed you are punished. Lin Yuan's gaze grew cold, and her pupils narrowed. Her words bore a double edge. Yi Qianya's car turned onto a scarcely traveled country lane. Were it not for his system's detection function, even he would have missed the hidden sentries along the way. Every few hundred meters a concealed sentinel lay in wait, their discipline more rigorous than special forces, which only increased his satisfaction with his Anya security. After about 10 minutes the car halted at an abandoned factory. Following layered inspections and verification, the heavy iron gate slowly opened. When Yi Qinyu stepped out, he saw a middle-aged man leading a row of Anya members standing at attention by the gate. At the sight of their boss, they snapped to an international military salute. Boss. Moved by the scene, Yi Qinyu felt a surge of excitement at commanding such a formidable private force. He approached with a wry smile. No need for formalities. We are brothers. Thank you for your hard work. Serving the boss is no hardship. Yi Qinyu laughed and announced loudly, from now on your wages will be tripled. Thank you, boss, came the reply. At the promise of higher pay, the once stern Anya members' faces blossomed with excitement. Make no mistake, though labeled security on the international stage, they were mercenaries. Mercenaries answer foremost to money. Who becomes a mercenary without reason? The leader Mosha bustled over, rubbing his hands, and said, Boss, you've tripled the members' pay, as shouldn't I who works the hardest get an extra zero? Yi Qinyu laughed and scolded. You want an extra zero? In your dreams. Mosha persisted, then a bit less. Yi relented, fine. Then a little less, you get double. The grin vanished from Mosha's face, and he wore a look of stunned disappointment. Yi Qinyu found the unfamiliar leader amusing and could not bring himself to press the joke further. He patted the man's shoulder and chuckled. Old Mo, thank you for your effort. From now on your pay will be multiplied tenfold. Mosha laughed bashfully in response. Mosha removed his cap, scratched his shining head, and laughed heartily. Yi Qinyu dismissed the guards at the gate to tend to their own affairs, and followed Mosha to inspect the Anya temporary base. Observing the refurbished layout and the surrounding layers of electric fencing, it was evident Mosha had expended considerable effort. Not bad. You actually found such a secret base. Yi Qinyu did not hide his praise. Of course. And, boss, I bought this place and the 5-kilometer surrounding area myself. Could I be reimbursed? I used my private funds. Mosha said with a rueful face. Yi Qinyu thought to himself that a man of 1.9 meters behaving so fawningly was almost comic, a consummate showman. Character profile name Mosha, codename Mo Yinwang. Role head of Anya security. Specialties mastery of firearms, reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance, expert hand-to-hand combat, bomb, disposal, blade arts, and more. Loyalty 100. Base ability 15. After reading Mosha's profile, Yi Qinyu was somewhat surprised. He had not expected this showman to be a hidden gem, possessing multiple skills, and with his base ability reaching 15 points. He had anticipated Mosha pushing human limits, but 15 still exceeded expectations. A true talent. Yi Qinyu stared at Mosha for a long while, which left him crossing his arms and trembling in nervousness. Finally, as if having made a decision, he grew serious, threw caution to the wind, and spread his hands. Boss, if this is to your taste, I am willing. He turned, puckered his posterior, and looked expectant. Exasperated, Yi Qinyu unleashed a splendid 360-degree spiral flying kick. With a whoosh, Mosha shot like a spear toward the high wall. He cried out, pleading, even if you do not love me, please do not hurt me. Yi Qinyu raised his long leg high and swore under his breath. The surrounding men, witnessing such a brutal boss, huddled together and trembled. Indeed, only the boss could restrain Mo Yinwang. If such a formidable leader was effortlessly kicked away, what then of the boss' strength? The mere thought of it was chilling. Soon Mosha limped back again. Yi Qinyu stared at him with a half-smile for a long time, causing Mosha to shrink his neck, afraid to look at him, fearing he would be kicked away again. Give me your account number, and I will transfer you some money. Yi Qinyu said as he took out his phone. All right. Upon hearing this, Mosha hurriedly rummaged through his pockets for a notebook. Ding dong. Soon a transfer notification came through. You have received 100 million from your international bank account ending in 1101. Consider this your military funding. Reward your brothers, as they should be. Do not save it. Yes, boss. Mo Shah became serious and saluted straight. The amount you spent to acquire this base can also be reimbursed from it. Hee, it wasn't much, just 30 billion. Mo Shah said, scratching his head without the slightest change. Just then a voice from the system echoed in his mind, congratulations to the host for spending 20 billion, gaining 0 points, with 7 points remaining. Yi Qianyu squinted his eyes and suddenly looked at Mo Shah. Mo Shah trembled in fright, dropping the cigarette from his hand. Boss, why are you looking at me like that? Old Mo, think carefully about how much you actually spent. Remember to answer wise. It really was 30 billion. Wasn't it 20 billion? I spent 20 billion and 6,000. Rounding it up, it should be 30 billion. Mo Shah said aggrievedly. Yi Qianyu, did your math teacher teach you music? Who rounds numbers to the art? Yi Qianyu was almost driven to madness by this foolishness. He then looked at him oddly and asked, you didn't get your position in Dark Knight security through backdoor, did you? Upon hearing this, Mo Shah quickly retorted, how could that be? I earned this through life and death battles, surviving numerous deadly encounters. Yi Qianyu smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, ha, understood. I get it. Indeed, when heaven closes one door, it will open another window. Although Mo Shah was a bit foolish, his military talent was indeed an once-in-a-century genius. Remembering an important matter, Yi Qianyu took Mo Shah into a secret room and seated himself. Noticing the atmosphere was off, Mo Shah dropped his previous silliness and became serious. Boss, how many people are there in Dark Knight security in total? Without hesitation, Mo Shah replied directly, including me, exactly 1,000. Isn't that the rule you set, boss, that a mercenary group shouldn't have more or less than 1,000? Yi Qianyu coughed a few times to mask his embarrassment. This has nothing to do with me, it's all the system's. The system exchanges for a mid-level energy potion. Congratulations, host, for exchanging for mid-level energy potion X1, spending 100 points with 6,900 points remaining. A reminder for the host to avoid text collapse and fix bugs. Everyone, including the host, can only use one energy potion per day. Then can I use it all at once? Instead of not using it for a month, I could use 30 days worth at once. Yes, you can do as you see fit. Sometimes I really want to call the police. Yi Qianyu pulled out a long, slender yellow potion from his pocket, placed it on the table, and said, give it a try. Mo Shah crossed his arms and trembled all over, saying, can we skip the trial? I'm most afraid of injections. Yi Qianyu. What? Dude, you're not afraid of a hail of bullets, but scared of a mere injection. With a stern face, he said, if I tell you to get it, then get it. To stop whining like a little boy. It's not like I'm the one getting injected. Of course you're not afraid. After some internal complaints, Mo Shah cautiously picked up the potion, closed his eyes, and plunged it into his arm. It doesn't seem to hurt. In less than 3 seconds, he felt a change throughout his body, as if he had become stronger than before. He then inquired in astonishment, boss, what is this? I feel like I've ascended. If I were training normally, it would take me 3 months to break through to this level. Yi Qianyu smiled slightly and explained, this is an energy potion, or it can enhance human energy. You have already broken through to Gene Lock level 2, which makes you stronger than the average person. Mo Shah's face showed surprise, as if he had discovered a new continent. He also stumbled upon half a book of energy knowledge during a secret mission, allowing him to break through to Gene Lock level 2, which was also a factor in him becoming the head of Dark Knight security. According to that incomplete book, until now there has been no other quick way to increase energy. It could only be stimulated through hard training. However, now that his boss actually possesses potions that can increase energy, he secretly exclaimed, the boss is indeed a god. System exchange for 100 basic potions and 49 mid-level energy potions. Congratulations, host, for exchanging for basic potion X 100 mid-level energy potion X 49. Total expenditure of 5,900 points, remaining points 1,000. With a clatter. Looking at the 100 blue potions and 49 yellow potions that appeared on the table, Mo Shah looked confused, not understanding where these potions came from. He glanced at his boss, who appeared calm, and 3 black question marks appeared on his forehead. He wondered, with so many potions, how did the boss store them? Before he could think much, the boss's voice rang in Mo Shah's ears. Distribute these potions to the brothers in the base, let them reach their physical limits first, and keep some of the yellow potions for yourself. The rest should be given to the 20 bodyguards beside me. Yes, boss. Remember, these potions can only be used once a day. I don't inject too many. As for the brothers abroad, we'll talk about it later. I don't have many of these potions. In the future, we'll implement a reward system, rewarding those who achieve more. Understood, boss. Also take some time to train an elite female squad who I have used for them. Got it. Mo Shah listened, earnestly jotting down notes. Alright, that's all. I should be going. After finishing, Yi Qianyu stretched a bit and prepared to leave. Boss, do you want to stay here? We have plenty of rooms. Mo Shah said with a beaming smile, unconsciously rubbing his round backside. Yi Qianyu, time to hunt. Soon Mo Shah's wretched cries echoed from the secret room. Those who heard were frightened. The atmosphere was chilling. 5 minutes later, Yi Qinyu stepped out of the secret room, feeling refreshed. He then got into Brother Dao's car and drove off. Once the boss left, several members of Dark Knight security stealthily entered the secret room. The sight before them was shocking, and they collectively gasped. Their leader was thrown into the wall, exposing a rear that had become even more appealing. It seemed he had been beaten quite badly. Their boss was so brutal. The next morning a phone rang, waking Yi Qinyu from a sweet dream. Looking at the caller ID, it was Jin Yuqian. He answered the phone grumpily, saying, "Hello? Jin Lair, disturbing my beautiful dream. So early, what is it?" On the other end, Jin Yuqian's voice came through with a quacking tone. "Old Yi, today is the first class of the new school year. We've already gone back to school. Don't be late, old Yi." "Is that it? Is this your reason for disturbing my beautiful dream?" "It's too early, I'm not going. You can check me in for the day." Yi Qinyu directly refused, hung up the phone, and went back to sleep. What a joke, the principal is my uncle. Hearing the busy tone from his phone, Jin Yuqian put it down, saying, "Is old Yi on some wrong medication today? I really don't understand." Yi Qinyu slept soundly until noon, stretching lazily as he got out of bed. Walking in the spacious and bright presidential suite, he stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window watching the flowing traffic below. In a good mood, the only slight regret was missing that beautiful dream. That troublesome Jean fatty. He silently complained, then called the front desk to order lunch. Not long after, there was a ding-dong sound. The doorbell rang. Yi Qinyu opened it to find Chun Jin personally pushing a small dining cart inside. He placed plate after plate of delicious dishes on the dining table in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, finally setting down a bottle of Latour red wine that had been decanted. Chun Jin gently poured a small glass and arranged it neatly, then said in a very gentlemanly manner, "Young master, Yi, this lunch was prepared personally by our head chef. I hope you enjoy it." "Manager Chen, why are you delivering the meal personally? These things can be handled by the wait staff." Yi Qinyu then sat down, smiling at Chun Jin. "Young master Yi, you are now my boss. Serving you personally shows my respect. You don't need to be formal with me. Why not sit down and have a bite together?" Chun Jin quickly waved his hand. "No need, young master Yi." Yi Qinyu smiled slightly, not insisting, and simply said, "All right, then you can get back to work." Only then did Chun Jin slowly push the cart away, leaving Yi Qinyu to enjoy his meal alone. Yi Qinyu first took a gentle sip of the red wine in his glass, feeling a strong and delicate flavor explode in his mouth. He then picked up a piece of tender scallion abalone and slowly chewed it. The perfect fusion of the icy scallion and abalone created a fragrant swirl on his palate, making Yi Qinyu exclaim, "No wonder he's a top chef, he truly has the skills." After finishing his meal and feeling satisfied with the wine, Yi Qinyu found himself with nothing to do and casually opened Dia. With some free time browsing, Dia could not only bring gifts, but also gain followers which could be exchanged for points. Now he only had 1,000 points left, and he needed to find a way to earn more. With more subordinates, there were more places to use points. Those who do not run a household do not know the cost of living. Ever since he made the hot search last time, rumors about the mysterious tycoon, Qianzong, still circulated. Moreover, the few requests he made to that manager Xiao Yu were completed by that evening, along with several additional special privileges. This made him quite satisfied. It seemed that this Xiao Yu was also a talent. There was a chance to recruit her to work. He closed the entrance effects, and then found the live stream of dancing Lanlin entering silently, like a regular viewer, without attracting anyone's attention. Since he last supported Lanlin, the number of viewers online had improved significantly. The number of people in the live room stabilized at over 5,000 to 1,000 daily. Today, Luo Xiaolan was still wearing the same outfit as last time, with light chiffon brushing against her face. At this moment, she was in a PK battle with a female streamer, the opponent being the top 10 beauty streamer, Su, a $1 million streamer. Looking at her appearance, she was also quite beautiful. Yi Qinyu initially wanted to watch for a bit, but after checking the panel, he quickly retracted his finger from the entry. Name Su. Beauty 70, 15 plastic surgeries. Purity 30, has a dark history. Yi Qinyu looked at the PK progress bar above, unable to look directly. His health bar was being crushed by the opponent. Although there are over 10,000 votes, they are merely small votes incomparable to the support from the big brother on the opposing side. Ha ha ha, Lanlin, you can't do it. Why don't you call your money brother to help you out, ha ha. The opposing streamer Su sat smugly in her seat, constantly mocking Luo Xiaolan. However, Luo Xiaolan seemed as if she hadn't heard anything, quietly playing the guzheng, occasionally thanking some supportive viewers. But Lanlin's fans could not sit still, continuously typing complaints on the public screen or cursing back at trolls. Why is this woman here again? She has been coming to stir trouble for Lanlan every day like she's gone mad. Lanlin, why don't we stop piking with her? She has the Wind Emperor backing her, and she is also a streamer from Yule Media. We can't compete with them. Those above the 10,000 streamers hold great power, and the PK requests cannot be rejected by Lan. If only Money Emperor were here, would the opposing side dare to be so arrogant? It's been several days without any news from Money Emperor. Calling Money Emperor. Calling Money Emperor 2. Calling Money Emperor 3. Seeing the barrage of calls from Money Emperor on the screen, Luo Xiaolan's lips pursed slightly. Since the last chat, there had been no contact. At this moment, a rocket appeared on the screen of Lanlin's livestream. A banner appeared on the public screen. Feng Sa Chengui gifted a super rocket in the livestream. Thank you for the super rocket gifted by Feng Sa Chengui. Luo Xiaolan had just finished speaking when she realized something was off. Isn't this the person who gifted her 100,000 in presents a few days ago and asked her out to watch a movie? She didn't agree, and then he came to her livestream to stir up trouble, and he is also the top supporter of the opposing female streamer. He has been causing chaos in her livestream under his instructions. She saw Feng Sa Chengui typing on the public screen, Xiaolan, how about it? Will you agree to go out with me to watch a movie? It's just watching a movie. As long as you agree, I won't let Su cause trouble again. Don't expect that, Money Emperor. He is just an internal employee of Dia headquarters here to promote Dia. You were just lucky to be chosen. Have you seen Money Emperor show up at all in these past days? Being with me is the right choice. I can also elevate you to the position of a 10,000 streamer. Feng Sa Chengui's words caused some viewers in the livestream to waver, while black fans from Su's livestream kept spamming fake Money Emperor. Congratulations to Feng Sa Chengui for becoming an emperor in the Dancing Lanlan livestream. The ordinary emperor costs 120 RMB per month and possesses the privilege to avoid being muted. Feng Sa Chengui spoke again, golden letters floating across the screen. You mute me. I have privileges. Little Lon, I give you two choices. First, meet me offline. Second, be disturbed every day. You wouldn't want your live stream to be ruined, would you? As soon as the words were spoken, Lanlin's fans protested. Feng Sa Chengui, you big umbrella. Feng Sa Chengui, what are you pretending to be a big shot for? If you can't take it, get lost. Feng Sa Chengui, stop blabbering. In an instant, the entire live stream was filled with colorful insults. The language was extremely intense, and it almost traced back to ancestral grievances. Suddenly, a dragon and a phoenix appeared in the live stream. The gift effects were simply dazzling. Qian Zizai sent a special gift, dragon and phoenix prosperity. Everyone hurry and grab the treasure. The gift effect lasted a full 15 seconds, and finally a golden treasure chest popped up. The dragon and phoenix font exclusive to Yi Qianyu floated across the screen. Feng Sa Chengui, what are you barking about? Damn, it's Qianzong. The great Money Emperor has arrived. Everyone step aside. Welcome our Qianzong. Qianzong, you finally appeared. Lanlan has been bullied. Feng Sa Chengui, haha, big umbrella. I'm Qianzong. How will you deal with this? What is this gift? It's so explosive. It's so cool. Upstairs, didn't you see? It's an exclusive gift. What's in this box? I've never seen it before. Oh my. I got 112 Do coins. I also got some, only 80. My internet is so bad I didn't get any. Crying. Because the ones closer to the stage got the first chance. A large portion of the thousands in Lanlin's live stream managed to grab Do coins, and the lucky one got over 300. The Do coins in Do can be exchanged for cash equivalent to easily grabbing over 30 renminbi. In an instant, over 10,000 people flooded into Lanlin's live stream, reaching over 1,000 in just a minute. Some came in because they saw the gift effects, while others came for Qianzong. The audience organized themselves neatly, flooding the screen with messages. Money Emperor is great. Then they began discussing the gift. The entire live stream became extremely lively. Looking at that ID, Luo Xiaolan, who had been quietly playing, made a mistake in her notes and simply stopped. She lost her prior calmness, replaced by joy. She herself didn't know why this happened. Oh, perhaps it was because this person appeared like a ray of light when she was in trouble, helping her out. She moved closer to the camera and said with a bright smile, welcome Money Emperor. Is there a song you like? I can sing or play it for you. Sure, play a lyrical song. All right, Money Emperor. Luo Xiaolan happily sat back at the Googing, her expression serious as she began to play. At that moment, a prominent golden comment floated across the screen. Feng Sa Chengui, isn't it just an exclusive gift? What's so great about it? Coincidentally, a pinned official announcement from Do popped up. Global notice: this special effect gift is called Dragon and Phoenix Prosperity, valued at 8 RMB, exclusively customized for Money Emperor, the only one in the world. This gift has a global bullet screen and a global treasure hunt with 8 Do coins in the treasure chest for 100 people to grab. As soon as the announcement was made, the entire internet was shocked. Petrified. Silence. After a while, the comments in the live stream went wild. Damn, this is ridiculous. A gift worth over 8,000. Can you believe it? A treasure chest has over 8,000 coins. No way. I will be a loyal fan of the Money Emperor from now on. Wherever the Money Emperor goes, I will follow, not for anything else, just for these Do coins. Feng Sa Chengui got slapped in the face, right? Haha, that cracked me up. Feng Sa Chengui, why aren't you calling out anymore? Feng Sa Chengui, what's so great about this Money Zone? Isn't he just a nouveau riche? Then he tapped. Yi Qianyu narrowed his eyes, wanting to test his privileges. Then Qian Zizai suspended the account of Feng Sa Chengge, leaving 29 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes until unbanning. Please watch civilized content to avoid penalties. Feng Sa Chengge. As soon as this comment was posted, the entire live stream erupted. Damn, what did I just see? The Super Emperor Feng Huang got suspended. I've truly seen it all. Is this the privilege of the Money Emperor? Money Emperor is awesome. Breaking voice Money Emperor is awesome plus. Without that fly Feng Sa Chengge, the entire live stream became much more harmonious. Yi Qianyu listened to the music while scrolling through the comments about Dragon and Phoenix Prosperity. Qian Zizai sent Dragon and Phoenix Prosperity X1 in the live stream. Everyone hurry and grab the chest. Qian Zizai sent Dragon and Phoenix Prosperity X2 in the live stream. Everyone hurry and grab the chest. Qian Zizai sent Dragon and Phoenix Prosperity X3 in the live stream. Everyone hurry and grab the chest. After the song ended, Luo Xiaolan returned to the screen. When she saw the message in the gift bar, Qian Zizai sent Dragon and Phoenix Prosperity X112, she fell into a daze. She first thanked the screen. Thank you, Money Emperor, for the gift. That's enough, no need to spend too much. Just having you here is the greatest support for me. Then she took out her backup device and typed a string of text, then clicked send. Yi Qianyu saw the WeChat notification and opened it to find Luo Xiaolan's message. Money, Zong, no need to give me gifts anymore, it's already enough. Just having you in my live stream makes me very happy. You don't need to spend, just tell me what song you want to hear. You are just a tool for points. If I don't give gifts, where will the points come from? Yi Qianyu silently complained in his heart, and then replied, no problem, just a small amount of money, it's nothing. Play a few more of your best songs. Okay, Money Zong. Luo Xiaolan happily ran back to play again, and Yi Qianyu started sending gifts again. Due to the special nature of this gift, Yi Qianyu couldn't customize it, and had to send them one by one. Qian Zizai sent Dragon and Phoenix Prosperity X1 in the live stream. Everyone hurry and grab the chest. Each time the Dragon and Phoenix Prosperity gift was sent, a large number of people flooded into the live stream. In just 10 minutes, the live stream had skyrocketed to over 1 million viewers. Luckily, it was a weekday. If it were evening or the weekend, there might have been even more people. Some lucky viewers managed to grab more than a day's salary in just this short 10-minute span. The gift givers were happy, and the netizens who grabbed were also happy. Only Luo Xiaolan, who received the gifts, felt a bit unhappy, worried about Yi Qianyu's spending. The appearance of Yi Qianyu ignited the atmosphere of the live stream to its peak. Even the officials dispatched several senior moderators to maintain a positive vibe, continuously removing some foul-mouthed trolls. Seeing the grand spectacle of General Qian, the idle students and young people couldn't help but feel envy and longing. Sigh, this is exactly how I envision my dreams. If only I could spend money like General Qian. Let me experience it once, so I would even be willing to sacrifice 10 years of my life for it. But unfortunately, that's unrealistic. Far away in a villa in the capital, a young man with yellow hair stared blankly at his suspended account, lost in a daze. Me? How can that guy even suspend me? He immediately called the headquarters of Duya, and as soon as the call connected, Feng Qingyang angrily cursed. My account is a Super Emperor account, and I can still be suspended by someone. What kind of privilege is this? If you don't give me a valid explanation, be careful I sue you. I have hundreds of millions in my account. How dare you suspend it? Who gave that General Qian the power? Supervisor Feng replied calmly. Oh, the power I gave you. Do you have an issue with that? This is fraud, undermining my interests. Oh, I will sue. Suit yourself. Seeing that this supervisor was unyielding, Feng Qingyang calmed down and asked again, if I also become an emperor, will I have this privilege too? He believed this was an exclusive privilege for emperors, since emperors were higher than super emperors. In theory, yes, but Feng Qingyang was delighted. Then I want this privilege. If that General Qian dares to suspend my account, I will suspend his too. Supervisor Feng almost choked on his tea, wondering how this fool could be so stubborn. Haha, young man, I advise you not to be foolish. If you also spend 10 billion RMB, I will give you the same privilege as General Qian. After saying that, he hung up. What a joke, opposing General Qian. You must think my supervisory position is too comfortable and want me to retire early. What a joke. Cough, cough. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Feng Qingyang was still startled. That General Qian actually recharged 10 billion, no wonder. As a second-generation heir from a top family in the capital, he only had a mere 10 million in pocket money each month. Asking him to recharge 10 billion into the live stream. Isn't that just pure foolishness? Mainly, he didn't have that much money. However, he wasn't afraid. He still believed that General Qian was probably just a middle-aged boss. Although he had some money, his background couldn't compare to his own. After all, only such people could take out so much money at once. Second-generation heirs like him hadn't achieved financial independence yet. He was from the Feng family in the capital, a top-tier family outside the 8 major families. Moreover, he wasn't alone. He had royal friends in the capital, and the group leader was from one of the 8 major families. This group was established by several super emperors, and the minimum requirement to join was to be an emperor, and only those who had continuously opened their accounts for a year could qualify. If one failed to renew their membership for a month, they would be removed from the group chat. The group leader was someone with the title of emperor with a background from one of the 8 major families in the capital. There were 4 similar groups in total located in Hangzhou, Suzhou, Yangqing, and Modu. Even the most powerful people would yield when facing the 8 major families. Thinking of this, Feng Qingyang quickly typed a message in the group. Brothers, I've been bullied, quickly rally some support. After sending the message, someone immediately replied, Brother Feng, what happened? Who dares to bully you? At this moment, an ID named Wang Xiaohu, who was not afraid of trouble, said, I just saw on Dia that Brother Feng was targeted by that General Qian, and Brother Feng's account was suspended by that person. The others were indignant. What? How dare they suspend Brother Feng's account? Don't they know who Brother Feng is? I have long found that General Qian displeasing. He really knows how to show off. Let's get him. We are the Emperor's group from the capital. We aren't afraid. Let's get him. Damn. One finally. Jingguang can Lan Xiaozhu, boss, what do you say? After a while, Jingguang can Lan Xiaozhu replied, anyone who can send so many gifts isn't an ordinary person, but if my people get bullied, we must get justice. Xiao Feng contact that General Qian and publicly announce a bet. The punishment doesn't need to be too harsh. We are all people of status, just looking to regain face. Feng Qingyang quickly replied, okay, boss. I'm on it. With the support of the boss, Feng Qingyang felt his back straightening. With the wind gone and the rain stopped, he felt capable again. He hurriedly logged into his secondary account and entered the live stream of the dancing Lan Lan. Feng Sa Chun Gui's secondary account activated the Emperor status in the live stream. Before he could speak, the viewers bombarded him with comments. Feng Sa Chun Gui's secondary account, why are you back, you umbrella coin? Feng Sa Chun Gui's secondary account, do you lack maternal love? Why do you love to seek scolding mom? Feng Sa Chun Gui's secondary account, beep beep beep. This time Feng Sa Chun Gui did not retaliate against these viewers, mainly because he was outnumbered. So he ignored their insults and directly Yi Qianyu. Qian Zai General Qian, I admit you have money, but it's not just having money that's impressive, one must also consider connections and background. What do you say we make a bet across the whole internet? Seeing this message, Yi Qianyu became interested and asked, what kind of bet? Tell me. Very simple, each side can rally people, and we set a time to see who sends more gifts. How about that? Yi Qianyu chuckled, thinking this was a quick way to gain points. Oh, wouldn't his fan count soar then? Fan count equals points, so he replied, sure, what's the bet? Seeing that General Qian agreed, Feng Qingyang instantly became energized. Very simple, if I lose, you can decide any condition you want. Deal? If you lose, you will be the gatekeeper for Lanlan, blocking all trolls' mouths. Yi Qianyu said again, the time is set for the National Day holiday, and the streamer you send gifts to shouldn't be called Su Su. Oh, I don't like it. Alright, I'm done. Oh, I need to log off now. This left Feng Qingyang confused. I can agree to all your demands, but you haven't asked me what happens if you lose. Yi Qianyu replied calmly, I won't lose. Boom. The live stream went wild. General Qian is so awesome. Love it, love it. Looking forward to the wealthy PK battle during National Day. Yi Qianyu felt tired, tapped a button, and General Qian suspended the account of Feng Sa Chun Gui's secondary account, and the unblocking time remaining is 29 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Feng Qingyang. Damn, my 120000. You surname Qian, what the hell? That night, as Yi Qianyu logged out of Duya, a system voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. 200 million yuan spent, 0 points awarded. Congratulations, 6300 new followers gained, 6300 points awarded. Congratulations, 63 reputation points earned, total reputation now stands at 103. Congratulations, reward multiplier doubled, affinity increased by 10 points. Total points earned 3 million. Yi Qianyu silently murmured, system display, my personal profile. Host profile. Host Yi Qianyu. Age 19. Height 183 centimeters. Appearance 9. 99 maximum attainable, reiterated 10. Strength 30, gene lock level 2. Speed 20. Durability 20. Identity freshman at Moda University hidden. Reputation 103. Affinity 60. Available points 4 million. After reviewing his stats, Yi Qianyu felt a surge of exhilaration. His point balance had swelled once again. He also held Duya's operational efficiency in high regard. Were it not for his urgent need to accumulate points, he would have acquired the company outright. Though this round of spending was less than the last, its follower acquisition effect surpassed the previous ones significantly. Especially this gift feature, which resonated deeply with his preferences. He marveled at the genius behind its design. It seemed tailor-made solely for his growth and popularity. Buzz buzz buzz. Just then his phone rang. Yi Qianyu picked it up and saw the contact name Shang Wanhe, a surprising sight. Had Shangwan he somehow learned about his late-night bar outing with his daughter? Or, without overthinking, he answered the call. Hello, Uncle He, what can I do for you? Shangwan He's voice boomed warmly from the receiver, as if speaking to a brother he'd known for decades. Xiao Yi, I truly need your help with something. Would it be convenient to meet in person? We'll discuss it in detail. Yi Qinyu exhaled in relief. Thankfully, it wasn't about Shangwan Qinyu. Yet a moment later he paused. Wait, I merely accompanied her to a bar, not courting her. Why am I so nervous? Once that realization settled, his posture straightened instinctively, and a faint smile graced his lips. Of course, I'm available, Uncle He. Shall we meet tonight at 6 o'clock at the Jindu Hotel? Excellent. See you then. After hanging up, Yi Qinyu glanced at his WeChat. 3 unread notifications blinked from Shangwan Qinyu, Mu Zairu, and Jin Pongzi. Strangely, Yi Xiaoni had sent no message today, an unexpected silence. He surmised she was likely avoiding morning classes by sleeping in. He opened Jin Pongzi's chat first. Old Yi, winds rising. Tighten your belt. Old Jin failed miserably. The stern professor caught wind of your absence. Pray for yourself. Yi Qinyu's brow twitched. With dry irony, he replied, no need to panic. I have connections. My uncle is the university president. I've got backing at the very top. Jin Pongzi, wasn't Yi your uncle to Yi and Shi? Since when did he become your uncle? His massive head filled with dense question marks. He typed again. Old Yi, will you come to campus this afternoon? There's a microeconomics lecture. Rumor has it a world-renowned foreign professor will teach. Surely you won't skip on day one. Yi Qinyu responded with effortless nonchalance. I dare claim second place in finance worldwide. None would dare dispute first. You've inflated that boast beyond the stratosphere. Don't believe me? Fine, then don't. This afternoon I'm sleeping. He trusted his system implicitly. The fraction of financial knowledge embedded in his mind alone would take scholars across the globe years to unravel. Exiting Jin Pongzi's chat, he opened Shangwan Qinyu's message. Classmate Yi, I heard Professor Mu say you skipped class. He replied, yes, I overslept. Anything wrong, class advisor Qinyu? Skipping class deducts credits, and graduation could be jeopardized. Then recalling the man's staggering wealth, she hesitated. Perhaps graduation mattered little after all. She deleted her sentence and retyped, as a student you should immerse yourself in university life, absorb valuable knowledge. It'll serve you well when you inherit the family enterprise. Yi Qinyu, I have a system. I don't need any of that. Qinyu, I had legitimate business, hence the absence. I'll definitely attend next time. What could possibly be so urgent on your first day? Meeting your father. You're lying again. A moment later, Shangwan Qinyu messaged again. Oh, one more thing, I forgot. This Friday, per tradition, the university will host a freshman welcome gala in the grand auditorium. Each incoming class must submit one performance. All finance majors unanimously nominated you. Your seatmate, that rotund fellow, spearheaded the proposal. Yi Qinyu, Jin Pongzi, you'll pay for this betrayal. Achoo, 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 achoo. In dormitory 608, a Jin Pongzi, who was mid-game in League of Legends, suddenly sneezed repeatedly. Damn, who's thinking of me this hard? Achoo. Yi Xiaoyan, Xian Nanqing, truly thick-skinned beyond measure. Yi Qinyu replied, fine. What act did you register me for? Shangwan Qinyu responded, tentatively listed. I'll leave it to you to announce on stage. Understood. Anything else? If not, I'm off to sleep. Shangwan Qinyu, nothing else. Puzzled, Yi Qinyu exited the chat and opened Mu Zairu's message. Qinyu, good morning. Off to class now. Today's our first lecture. I must arrive punctually. Don't oversleep. Miss you. A gentle smile curved Yi Qinyu's lips. Still the same obedient girl, he mused, and replied, just finished lunch. I'll nap shortly. He tapped send. Calm, unflustered, utterly composed. Mu Zairu replied instantly, I just ate too. Cold noodles. Delicious. Earlier I watched Rueishi's livestream debut in the dorm, then we went straight to gossiping. Yi Qinyu perked up immediately. What gossip? Tell me. Who says only girls love rumors? Boys savor them just as keenly. Mu Zairu eagerly shared. So, just now a mysterious benefactor gifted nearly 200 million yuan in one go. Our whole dorm was stunned. Rueishi abandoned her stream entirely to rush off and witness the spectacle. Don't you think that benefactor's a bit gullible? Yi Qinyu. Wait, did the gossip circle back to me? Is I the gullible one? Ding dong. Soon after, a video of Lin Ruix's live debut from a third-person perspective arrived. The camera only showed the upper half, dressed in a white shirt with exquisite makeup, and then a pair of long, slender legs adorned with black stockings came into view. Yi Qinyu, yo, this live stream is so straightforward and engaging. Ahem, what's your roommate's ID? I want to call my brothers to boost her popularity. Muziru quickly replied, Ruix's ID is CC. When Rueishi goes live next time, I'll let you know. You must come and support CC, haha. Alright, I'll bring my 3 good buddies to the show. Ha ha, when did you become so funny? Just go to sleep and remember to think of me. Okay, Robao. After ending the sweet conversation, Yi Qinyu rolled over and flung himself onto the 3-meter-wide soft bed. Asleep in 3 seconds. ZZZ. Upon pushing open the door to the exclusive VIP room, 888, he saw Shangwan. He's sitting there sipping tea. Yi Qinyu awkwardly greeted him, "Uncle, he am a bit late finishing class, and there was traffic on the way. Just letting you know." Shangwan, he had a serious look, saying, "You really know how to bluff. Don't think I don't know you overslept in the presidential suite." With a silent complaint in his heart, he forced a smile and stood up laughing, "Haha, I just arrived not long ago. Young people should prioritize their studies." Yi Qinyu nodded with a radiant smile, but couldn't help but notice the strange look in Shangwan, his eyes secretly thinking had forgotten to pay attention. Clearing his throat, Yi Qinyu pulled out a chair and sat beside Shangwan. He asking, "Uncle, is there something you wanted to discuss with me today?" Shangwan, he lost his previous lightheartedness, his expression suddenly serious. "It's nothing major, just a favor I'd like to ask of you." Yi Qinyu didn't agree immediately, but picked up his teacup and took a small sip. "Uncle, please go ahead and tell me what it is." Shangwan, he began slowly. "As you know, our Shangwan family is one of the 4 major families in Demon City, but we rank last among them. Due to regulations set by the 8 major families in the capital, only 4 top families can exist in Demon City. Being one of the 4 brings many advantages and benefits. Because my father made significant contributions to the country, our Shangwan family was able to qualify as one of the 4 major families. However, my father passed away 3 years ago due to illness, and without his leadership along with internal family disputes, our family status has plummeted. Fortunately, I took on the position of family head, which has slightly stabilized our status, but this is only temporary. Additionally, our Shangwan family is involved in the tourism industry, and the impact of the pandemic over the past 3 years has caused significant losses. Now we are on the brink of falling out of the circle of the 4 major families. So you're looking for a business ally to secure the Shangwan family's position in Demon City, and it might only last for a year or 2, or even just a few months." As soon as he finished speaking, Shangwan, he looked at Yi Qinyu in shock. "You're absolutely right, Xiaoyi. I initially wanted to stabilize things for 3 months, as our Shangwan family is currently under siege, not only by potential top-tier families, but also by one of the 4 major families pushing from behind." Yi Qinyu lightly tapped the table and chuckled. "The Chui family." "Yes, exactly, it is indeed the Chui. The Chui family primarily focuses on real estate, nearly monopolizing 60% of the national real estate industry. Both of our families need land for construction, which often leads to fierce battles over land ownership. If we fall, they would be more than happy to see it." Yi Qinyu shrugged and half-jokingly said, "So why do you want my help, Uncle He? I'm just a student. Given your status, isn't it more reliable to ask them than to ask me?" Upon hearing this, Shangwan, he chuckled. "Anyone who can make Gu Shang be so respectful and can directly acquire 10% of the shares of Jiang Shidantan is not an ordinary person. I trust my judgment. You are extraordinary. Moreover, the Chui family's background is powerful. The people I know wouldn't dare offend the Chui family, so that's why I'm here asking for your help." Haha. Yi Qinyu remained unperturbed, asking, "Then how can you guarantee that I will definitely help you?" Shangwan, he pulled Yi Qinyu in close with a familiar sly smile. "Of course, it's because of my daughter. You dared to take down Chui Sanyang's son, so you have the strength to not fear the Chui family. Ha, even if I didn't come to you, the Chui family would find trouble with you. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, so I'm just here to ask for your help." Ha. Shangwan, he laughed uproariously, almost lying on the ground. "Yi Qinyu. He's clearly trying to set me up. Xiaoyi, I know my daughter well. She never gives any boy a second glance. The fact that she can go clubbing with you means she has some feelings for you. Hee, what do you say? Should I help you two get together?" Shangwan, he began promoting his precious daughter with a beaming smile. "Uncle He, I can practically hear the calculations you're making." Yi Qinyu chuckled while looking at Shangwan He. Shangwan, he shot him a glare indignantly, saying, "So what? Qinyu is our family's treasure. If I didn't think you were good enough, I would have sent you packing already. Uncle He, your daughter is beautiful, has a sweet voice, a good figure, and long legs. Every man would like her, but..." Shangwan, he interrupted, "That's not a problem. You two can find a chance to go on a date, and your feelings will naturally grow. At that point, you'll have to call me father-in-law." Ha. Yi Qinyu was taken aback. "Uncle He, you really know how to stir things up? But I have a girlfriend. This needs to be made clear first with a preface laid out. That's all right. In a family like ours who doesn't have multiple wives, you don't have to follow the mundane ways. Your uncle, he has 2 mistresses outside, and Qianya's mother knows and agrees. Yi Qinyu. Just a solid 6. Uncle He, let's put this matter aside for now and talk about your situation. What specific help do you need from me?" Yi Qinyu listened somewhat speechless and quickly changed the topic. "I almost forgot about the main topic. Let's get back to it." Shangwan, he laughed heartily, his expression turning serious again as he said, "This Saturday evening at 7 o'clock, there will be a cocktail party at Mingzhu Building where some prominent CEOs and family heads from Magic City will gather." Hearing this, Yi Qinyu interjected, "Uncle He, I'm not really interested in such gatherings." Shangguan he waved his hand, signaling him not to be anxious. The purpose of this gathering is not only to socialize, but there will also be an auction at 8 o'clock. Is Uncle He's objective the items in the auction? Yi Qinyu asked while stroking his chin. Indeed, the highlight of this auction is the bidding for a piece of land in the west of Magic City. One could say that the goal of attending the cocktail party is for that land, and the Chui family will also be present. Yi Qinyu, still puzzled, asked what is so special about that area in the west. Why are so many people vying for? Shangguan he explained under normal circumstances there would be no need, but we received internal news from Kyoto that the west of the city will soon become an industrial park, and the appreciation potential here will greatly increase. Moreover, this land auction covers a large area of 400 mu, and I happen to have another piece of land there which can be merged, totaling 500 mu. Yi Qinyu was also a bit surprised, indeed quite large, and then smiled slightly. So what does Uncle He plan to do with this land after the auction? The tourism chain is almost saturated. If I want to escape my current predicament, I must find a new break. I plan to venture into the research and development chain. I actually had this idea long ago and have trained a group of researchers years ago. At this point, Shangguan he displayed a determination of taking a gamble. Yi Qinyu looked at the serious Shangguan he and secretly admired him, thinking to himself that he truly deserves to be the head of the Shangguan family. Uncle He research and development requires a significant amount of money, manpower, and resources. A small mistake could lead to bankruptcy. Shangguan he laughed heartily, lifting his teacup and drinking it in one go. Xiao Yi, even if the Shangguan family continues along its original path, it will decline, so it's better to gamble all our existing resources on one shot. There might be a turning point. Speaking of research and development, Yi Qinyu thought of the many advanced technologies in the system marketplace, any one of which could change society. Thinking of this, Yi Qinyu spoke in a very serious tone. Since Uncle He has put it this way, I can't let you down. How about this? You provide the manpower, and I'll provide the money and technology. Hearing this, Shangguan he looked at the calm Yi Qinyu in disbelief, slightly surprised. Xiao Yi, do you know how much this will cost? Just the bidding for 400 mu of land requires a minimum estimate of 30 billion. If it reaches the auction estimate, it would need to hit 35 billion. But if the Chui family intervenes, I estimate it will exceed 40 billion. This is just the cost for the land. After that, we would need to build a research base, and later on a large amount of RD funds will be required, totaling at least 200 billion, and that's under smooth conditions. Shangguan he sighed deeply, suddenly feeling that seeking this young man for assistance was a bit abrupt. He spoke again. Originally, I just wanted to ask you to invest in the land auction today. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yi, why don't you reconsider? Yi Qinyu waved his hand. No need, Uncle He, let's do it my way. I'll provide the funds and technology, and you help me manage it. I'll cover all costs later. How does giving you 40 equity sound? Shangguan he pondered for a moment, exhaled deeply, looked at the young man before him, and smiled slightly. Ha ha ha, since you hold me in such high regard, if I don't agree it might dampen your enthusiasm. 40 equity is too much, it would be too burdensome for me. How about this? I'll take only 30 equity, and I will merge that 100 mu of land, as well treating it as an investment. How does that sound? Although the Shangguan family has about 500 billion in assets, most of it is fixed assets. Having 1/10 or 2 in cash would be quite good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put his own office building and hotel on the line just for the auction. If things go as he said, if he can attract investors, that's fine. If not, he can only sell off his family's fixed assets. A misstep could harm the foundation of the family. Now someone is willing to cover everything, and he only needs to manage it. This situation is like having the benefits fed directly into his mouth. The fact that this young man is willing to give such a large share is likely due to his daughter. After saying this, his gaze towards Yi Qinyu shifted from that of a business partner to that of a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law. Yi Qinyu felt a bit uneasy under his gaze and cleared his throat. To him, well, Uncle He, let's do it your way. I'll sign the contract after the land auction on Saturday. Ha, sounds good. Shangguan he laughed heartily, stood up, raised his teacup to clink with Yi Qianyus, and said to a successful partnership before drinking it all in one go. The billion-dollar partnership between the two culminated simply here. Shangguan he never expected this collaboration would propel the Shangguan family to new heights. Before leaving, Shangguan he warmly put his arm around Yi Qianyus' shoulder and reminded him, remember to arrive on time next Saturday. I will also invite Qinyu to join you too. Should have a good chat. Ha. Uncle He, it's getting late, you should head back early. After seeing off Shangguan he, Yi Qinyu smiled helplessly. He indeed had a tiny crush on Shangguan Qinyu. Who could resist someone who was beautiful, sweet-voiced, and had a great figure? Returning to the presidential suite, he quickly showered and reclined on the leather sofa in a very relaxed. The man was only wrapped in a white bath towel, his upper body strong and muscular with 8-pack abs neatly arranged and a defined line that was subtly visible. Glistening water droplets flowed over his fair skin, creating a striking visual, yet no one was there to Yi Qinyu opened WeChat, found Mo Sha, and typed a message on the screen. Old Mo, please help me find a few professional construction teams before this Saturday. They need to be professional. Old Mo quickly replied, boss, how many teams are you thinking? Yi Qinyu thought for a moment and said, the more the better. Recruit nationwide, just need professional teams with salaries tripled. Old Mo sent a funny meme saying got it guaranteed to complete the task. After settling matters with the old man, Yi Qinyu opened the system marketplace in his mind. Searching for the keyword technology, an array of advanced black technologies instantly popped up. For example, T0 graphics card, 0 points with computation and processing speeds 20 times that of the most advanced current graphics cards. Graphene battery technology, 0 points. A mature graphene battery technology, FD. New material manufacturing technology, 0 points. New materials for the next 20 years. New energy vehicle manufacturing technology, 0 points. Concept cars of new energy. Virtual game helmet, 0 points. Entering a virtual world of real games. After browsing for nearly half an hour, Yi Qinyu decided to exchange for some relatively acceptable black technologies. If he brought out two advanced technologies all at once, he feared others wouldn't be able to accept them. Thus, he exchanged for the T0 graphics card and graphene battery technology. For now, he planned to enter the electronics industry, starting with a computer and a phone. Originally, he intended to exchange for the ideal smartphone technology, but to manufacture that phone, he would also need to exchange for complete artificial intelligence technology. Combining both, he needed 0 points, and upon reflection, it seemed unnecessary. On one hand, these two technologies were too futuristic, almost 50 years ahead, and on the other hand, he just didn't have enough points. He decided to take a step back and focus on manufacturing with the graphene battery as the main component. Because these technologies could later be applied in other fields, not just phones, but also cars, and even military applications. It appeared he spent 0 points on the technology, but in reality, he truly did spend 0 points. Although he took a step back, just this one technology could likely earn Yi Qinyu a Nobel Prize in scientific research this year. Graphene technology has always been a challenge for scientists worldwide. Once this technology is revealed, it will send shockwaves globally. Congratulations, host, for exchanging for the T0 graphics card and graphene battery technology. Relevant materials have been placed in the system backpack. Total expenditure 6,000 points, remaining 8,000 points. After completing all of this, Yi Qianyu's consciousness returned to reality. He stood up, poured himself a small glass of red wine from the table, and then slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window to admire the bustling night scene of the Magic City. Since he was planning his moves, he decided to start with the small Sen Shihui. He picked up his phone and dialed Wang Xiaolong's number. Xiao Dao, send some people to bring that Gao Chong over to me. Remember, it's a secret. Yes, boss. 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Brother Dao entered the room and respectfully said, boss, we have secretly brought the person here. With a wave of his hand, several bodyguards in black entered carrying a burlap sack. With a thud, they dropped it on the ground. A voice came from inside the sack. Ouch. Yi Qinyu. I told you to bring him here, not to stuff him in a sack. Brother Dao replied earnestly, boss, you said to keep it a secret, so I specifically found a sack and secretly brought him here. Yi Qinyu, all right, you can go now. Okay, boss. After Brother Dao and his men left the room, Yi Qinyu untied the burlap sack and released Gao Chong inside. Once out, Gao Chong immediately knelt down and pleaded, please don't kill me, I will reveal everything. The Black Snake is located in Building 3 of the Dongting Villa District. He has 5 mistresses respectively in. Yi Qinyu. Chow, I was still talking, why did you immediately start spilling everything? He looked speechlessly at Gao Chong, who was still detailing the Black Snake, and quickly interrupted, all right, stop talking. I'm not here to kill you, I'm here to find you. Upon hearing this, Gao Chong shut his mouth, looked up, and saw that it was the man from before. Finally, he let out a sigh of relief and slumped down onto the ground. Who knows what he experienced tonight? He had just been released from the hospital when he was knocked out and dragged here. After a moment, he trembled and stood up, asking, young Master Yi, why did you find a small fry like me at this? Yi Qinyu did not respond and sat back down on the sofa, lazily reclining. He cast a faint glance at Gao Chong, exuding an oppressive aura, and slowly spoke. I once watched a TV series about a fishmonger who gradually rose to become a powerful underworld boss. And you resemble him. You were once a fishmonger too, and your names are quite similar. Gao Chong merely forced a smile in response. Young Master Yi, you're joking. I'm just a small-time thug. How could I be someone like that? You're overestimating me. Yi Qinyu extended a finger and shook it side to side. No, maybe you aren't yet, but if you follow, I have high hopes for you. Are you interested in working for me? After a moment, Gao Chong gritted his teeth and shook his head, refusing. Young Master Yi, I'm sorry, I can't follow you. Golden Snake is my boss, and he has been good to me. I can't betray him. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinyu smiled slightly, holding Gao Chang's loyalty in higher regard. He took out a USB drive from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table, saying lightly, "Do you know who was responsible for the death of your parents when you were little? That's right, it was Golden Snake, who needed people like you to secretly cultivate for the Chui family and work for them." Hearing this, Gao Chang's pupils constricted, muttering, "Impossible, Boss Jean would never do such a thing." Yi Qinyu casually glanced at the USB drive on the coffee table and said, "Believe it or not, all the evidence is in there. There's a computer over there, go check it yourself." Gao Chang quickly grabbed the USB drive, hurried to the computer, plugged it in, and began to check it quickly. Meanwhile, Yi Qinyu, sitting on the sofa, leisurely played with his phone. He glanced at his contacts, unsure of who to chat with. At this hour, they were probably already asleep, so he simply closed WeChat and scrolled through Douyin, watching dance videos. Indeed, the old man was right, watching beautiful girls could lift one's spirits. After another half hour, Gao Chang finally closed the computer. Clutching the USB drive tightly, his expression was gloomy. "Young master Yi, what do you want me to do?" Yi Qinyu reluctantly closed the beautiful dance video and replied, "Secretly instigate the San Shi Wei." "All right, I agree." Yi Qinyu looked at Gao Chang in surprise and asked, "You believe so easily that what I gave you is real?" Gao Chang grinned. "With young master Yes status, there's no need to deceive a small fry like me. I am not worthy of that." Upon hearing this, Yi Qinyu laughed heartily, stood up, and took out a bank card. "This card contains 100 million. Bribe who needs to be bribed, don't hold back, and if it's not enough, come find me later." "Okay, boss." Gao Chang accepted the bank card and nodded in response, even changing his address from young master Yi to boss. "Congratulations, host, for spending 100 million and earning 100 points. Remaining points, 81000. Yi Qinyu drew a yellow vial from his pocket and placed it upon the tea table. "Use this." At the sudden admonition, Gao Chang felt his heart drop. Apparently, he could not evade the infamous 7-day death powder. He weighed the pros and cons. Even if he refused to drink, he realized he could not simply walk out that door. Tonight was a matter of life and death. Resolute, he clenched his teeth. Gao Chang, face solemn, approached the tea table and extended his trembling right hand to take the vial. Gulp. Staring at the dingy yellow elixir in his hand, he swallowed with effort. His lips quivered as he stammered, "Young master Yi, from now on I will serve you with all my heart. Please remember to give me the antidote on time. Don't forget someone like me, Gao Chang. If you forget me, you'll be finished." Yi Qinyu blinked in bewilderment, as if astonished at the implication that he intended to poison him. Feeling misunderstood, he explained, "This is not a poison. It is a G-energy elixir designed to increase the base energy within your body." At that, Gao Chang's lips ceased trembling and his hand steadied. He straightened immediately and forced a laugh. "Aha, boss, you should have said so earlier. You gave me quite a fright. How do I use it, boss?" "Just jab it into your body, anywhere, 3 seconds, and it takes effect," Yi Qinyu said with a faint smile. No sooner had he spoken than Gao Chang plunged the needle into his own rear. Yi Qinyu watched in silence. The elixir seeped into the skin, and 3 seconds later, Gao Chang felt a surge of strength, subtle yet undeniably present. His eyes widened to full moons, his face awash with disbelief. He knew all too well that he had trained in secret within the Chui family for 10 grueling years to attain his present prowess. He also knew that once one had broken the Genelok, advancing further was extraordinarily difficult. A decade of inhuman regimen had brought him this far, and yet now a single small vial seemed to equal years of cultivation. Had anyone told him before that such a potion could propel him onward, he would never have believed it. Now, having seen it with his own eyes, he looked anew at the perpetually composed youth before him, a mingled tide of reverence and fear swelling within. Whoever possessed such a thing must have terrifying backing. The Chui family could not begin to compare to this young man. If he attached himself to this youth, his fortunes would surely ascend. This was his opportunity. He must cling to this benefactor with all his might and serve diligently. With that thought, Gao Chang dropped to one knee and respectfully declared, "Boss, from now on I will be your faithful subordinate. I will devote myself entirely to serving you." Yi Qinyu chuckled softly, pleased by Gao Chang's demeanor. He stepped forward and helped him to his feet. "We are brothers now, no need to kneel. It is the 21st century, such things are unnecessary." "Yes, boss." A personal profile flash named Gao Chang once made a living selling fish known in the underworld as Fish Brother, identity enforcer of the San Shi Society's pedestrian district, a trusted aide of Jean. She currently turned G-energy, 12 loyalty 90. Gao Chang hesitated for a moment and then said, "Boss, it's getting late and the situation is delicate. I've been gone so long. I'm afraid someone might become suspicious." Yi Qinyu nodded. Go back and remember what I told you tonight." Gao Chang scratched the back of his head and replied, "Don't worry, boss. I've been in this line for years, so I know what to say and what not to say. I'm clear on it." He nodded toward the door and said, "Boss, he'll be going now." Yi Qinyu raised a hand to stop him. "Wait." He rose and walked to the bookshelf as though searching for something. Gao Chang was puzzled by his boss' odd behavior and did not dare to ask. He stood there foolishly. Found it. Yi Qianyu's excited voice echoed through the room as he pulled a book from the shelf and tossed it to Gao Chang. Take this book with you and study it thoroughly. It will help you greatly. Gao Chang looked down at the volume in his arms. Suanzi, Bing Fa, The Art of War. Ahem, very well, boss. I will read it carefully. He'll be going now. As he turned, Yi Qianyu called after him, Xiao Dao, bring him back. Gao Chang, huh? The door opened, and Dao Gu re-entered with the men from before. Without a word, they struck Gao Chang with a single muffled blow, slipped the sack over him, and carried him out of the VIP room. The whole operation took no more than 3 seconds. So practiced, it was almost pitiful. Gao Chang. No but. First, I haven't offended any of you. Second, I haven't offended any of you. Lastly, I haven't offended any of you. He sobbed miserably. Once matters were settled, Yi Qianyu finally lay back comfortably and drifted into a delightful sleep. The only imperfection was the absence of a radiant beauty in his embrace. At 10 in the morning, a phone call rudely roused Yi Qianyu from his pleasant dreams. Hello? Who is this? What is it about? A tentative voice spoke through the line. Hello, is this young Master Yi? This is EXIN. Yi Qianyu frowned, and after a moment's thought recalled who it was. Oh, Mr. E, what can I do? He asked. Are the tailored garments I commissioned ready? EXIN replied with due deference. Yes, young Master Yi. All of your garments are complete, and we have prepared an additional prized ensemble as a gift. It has already been delivered to your villa. I am simply reporting this to you. Zin's tone was even more obsequious than before. His superiors had briefed him on the newcomer's identity. This enigmatic youth had acquired 25 of Gucci's shares, instantly becoming the second largest shareholder. What does a 25 stake mean? It amounts to some 33.8 billion. Gucci is on an upward trajectory. To secure so large a holding, one would surely have paid a market premium of 20 to 30%. This young man had effectively become Zin's ultimate boss. As an employee, he must offer him the utmost reverence. Oh, if you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten. All right, I understand. Well done, Yi Qianyu said casually, then hung up. He recalled that he also possessed a prized penthouse in Tangong, one a reward the system had granted earlier. He got up, washed and dressed in the outfit he had prepared, nibbled at the breakfast on the table, and took the elevator down. On the way, he ran into Chun Jin, chatted briefly, then boarded the He Yi Yaoying and departed in style. The hotel maidens watched their new boss taillights fade and could not help exclaiming, "Our boss is simply breathtaking. Isn't he exactly the domineering CEO from a romance novel? I envy the boss partner. What fortunate woman could be with him? I'm so jealous." Tangong No. 1 is situated at 555 Qingxi Road, Chongning District, Modu. The estate comprises only 18 manorial villas, each a distinct European-style residence, each spanning 1500 to 1800 square meters. One must present proof of 300 million in assets merely to view a property. It is lauded as one of Asia's 10 grandest residences. There is an old saying in Modu: wealth belongs to the Bun nobility to the suburbs. Many suppose it to be Lecheng Huangpu Bay or Tangshan Yiping. Wrong. The true pinnacle of luxury homes is Tangong. Each villa is owned by magnates whose names dominate the wealth lists. In both fortune and influence, they are beyond ordinary competition. Yet Tangong No. 1 of the crown property remains unsold, partly because it's 1.2 billion price tag Dieter's buyers, and more importantly, because the patron behind Tangong forbids its sale. Many believe the owner of Tangong to be Zheng Jifeng. In truth, the true backers are the Shin family, and Zheng Jifeng is merely their public figurehead. Although the Cui family are real estate giants, they build housing for the masses rather than mansions. Luxury homes are dear but difficult to move. Sometimes only 1 or 2 sell in a year, sometimes it takes years to shift a single unit. The Shin family did not develop this project for profit alone. It was intended to cultivate familiarity with national and even global tycoons, to expand connections and lay groundwork for other enterprises, a long-term strategy. That they agreed to sell to Yi Qianyu must surely be the system's doing. Yi had little ambition for it himself. Since the system provided it, he would treat it as a temporary abode. Yi Qianyu drove the He Yi Yaoying to the Tangong gates. A guard standing rigid on duty saw the vehicle approaching, hurried from his booth, presented a crisp military salute at the car window, and asked politely, "Good day. May I see your entry credentials?" Yi Qianyu lowered the window. The guard, slightly sun-darkened, looked every bit a discharged soldier. Yi produced the key to Tangong No. 1 and smiled faintly. "Yes, I do." The guard took the key, his eyes narrowing as he noted the bespoke engraving and the Tangong No. 1 emblem. He hastily returned it, saluted again, and said, "Mr. Yi, please enter." Yi thanked him, closed the window, and eased the car into Tangong. Watching the taillights recede, the guard muttered, "The long vacant crown villa's owner is of all things a young man, not yet 20. He suddenly remembered and grabbed his radio. Butler Wu, young master, Yi has arrived. A woman's voice crackled back, understood. Since Yi Qinyu took possession of Tanggong No. 1, headquarters had alerted all on-duty staff at Tang. Yi drove slowly along the estate's lanes, praising the landscaping. No wonder this enclave of 100 million villas commands such prices, its worth is evident. Soon the car drew up before the largest villa at the center. Staring at the majestic iron gate bearing the character, Yi murmured, "This must be it." The gates parted, and a woman not yet 30 emerged. With her hands modestly folded over her abdomen, she hurried to the car and offered a precise 45-degree bow. "Young master, Yi, welcome home. I am your personal housekeeper. My name is Wu Lan." Yi rolled down his window and studied her, a tailored women's suit, waist-length purple hair pinned at the nape, a slanting fringe that often shadowed those dark eyes, stern yet elegant. On looks alone, Yi would score her 80 out of 100. In the world, she would be regarded as goddess level. Above all, her bearing was a quality few women possessed. But for Yi, the impression was merely pleasing. Compared to Mu Zairu and the others, she still fell short. He smiled faintly and asked, "You are my personal housekeeper?" Wu Lan answered with composed seriousness, "Yes, young master Yi. Every owner of a Tanggong villa has a dedicated housekeeper." Yi asked again, "And what exactly are your duties and how much is the monthly salary?" Wu Lan replied earnestly, "Young master Yi, I am chiefly responsible for household cleanliness, managing the household budget, maintaining facilities, and so on. Salaries are handled entirely by the operations department." Yi considered for a moment and said, "If you perform well, I will personally add 1 million to your monthly pay." Wu Lan, who had always been stern, was visibly moved. As a top housekeeper, she already earned over 100,000 a month. If she did well, she could be making 1 million monthly, 1 month's pay equaling a year's. The man before her was not only handsome and young, but generous. No wonder he had bought Tanggong No. 1. Yi paid little heed to Wu Lan's thoughts. He quietly said, "Inspect personal profile." As his personal housekeeper, her background had to be spotless. Name: Wu Lan. Position: Tanggong Gold Rank Housekeeper. Specialties: Household Management, Financial Management, Level 1 Sommelier, Level 3 Tea Art Master. Loyalty: 70. Having reviewed Wu Lan's profile, Yi felt satisfied and smiled. "Let me go in first. Standing at the gate is no good." On hearing this, Wu Lan stepped aside and offered a gloved hand in invitation. Yi restarted the car and, guided by Wu Lan, parked it in the garage. He killed the engine, closed the windows, and stepped out. Yi looked at the near 300 square meter garage and was slightly astonished. This space could probably hold close to 100 cars. His gaze drifted to another corner where a blue Lamborghini rested quietly. He remembered it was the system's reward. The Lamborghini Blue Flame. If he had never come to Tanggong, it would have been gathering dust here. He stepped closer and found no dust, likely cleaned by Wu Lan. Having a housekeeper, he thought, was decidedly convenient. The Lamborghini Blue Flame lived up to its name, an all-blue coat, blackened red flames on each flank, headlights like the twin eyes of a beast, sleek and dazzling. Even the license plate was striking, Lu S66666. Though it paled beside Lu S88888, it was still worth over 50 million. At first sight, Yi fell for the car and decided he would drive it next time. He turned and casually set aside the 90 million Yi Yaoing, favoring the new over the old. After admiring it a while, he approached Wu Lan, produced a bank card containing 10 million, and said, "Here is 10 million, the rest is the pin. For future villa expenses, draw from this account. Just send me the receipts." He was not afraid Wu Lan might abscond with the funds. On one hand, he cared little for the sum. On the other, he had the system. No one could escape its tracking. Wu Lan accepted the card and replied earnestly, "Very well, young master Yi." Yi Qinyu followed Wu Lan's lead and took a general tour of the entire villa. The understated yet magnificent decor, rich in connotation and luxury, stirred a slight admiration within him, realizing that the furnishings were quite acceptable and did not appear particularly unattractive. It's a joke. With a renovation price of 100 million, even a hut could be made to look like something ordinary people cannot afford. The entire building, No. 1, excluding the garden, spans 3,000 square meters. When including the garden, the total area exceeds 4,000 square meters, making it the largest villa in the entire Tang Palace. The main building has a total of 5 floors. The first floor is a reception hall, while the second and third floors are guest rooms. Yi Qinyu estimated that there are about 10 rooms on each floor. The main room is on the 4th floor, and the top features a balcony that offers a panoramic view of the entire Tang Palace. In addition to the rooms, there is also a wine cellar. There is a tea room, a cinema, 2 terraces, an indoor swimming pool, a gym, an esports room, a game hall, a study of about 300 square meters, an indoor elevator, and a large garden facing south. The auxiliary buildings on either side of the main building consist of 2 3-story structures with approximately 30 rooms available. These auxiliary buildings are typically provided for the residence of housekeepers, cleaners, chefs, servants, and security personnel, but they have yet to be hired. After roughly touring his villa, Yi Qinyu sat down on the living room sofa with a hint of disinterest. Wu Lan quickly brought a cup of hot tea and placed it on the coffee table, then stepped back to await Yi Qianyu's instructions. Yi Qinyu took a light sip and said, "Sister Wu, you should hire some people to work at the villa." Hearing the new master refer to her in this way, Wu Lan felt quite pleased. She asked young Master Yi, "Do you have any requirements for the hired personnel?" Yi Qinyu pondered for a moment, cleared his throat, and slowly replied, "First, hire some maids with attractive appearances, clean backgrounds, no educational requirements, and a strong work ethic." These words sounded rather suggestive in Wu Lan's ears, and she shot her young master a peculiar glance, though she dared not express her thoughts. She clearly understood that most rich young men behaved in this manner unless they were incapable. Yi Qinyu also noticed the strange look in Wu Lan's eyes, and his mouth twitched. What the heck? Misunderstood. Am I that kind of person? Should I have men serve me, or let some odd-looking people do so? Is it wrong to want some beautiful and charming ones to serve me? As that old saying goes, looking at beautiful women is for physical and mental pleasure. I certainly don't want to wake up to a lineup of lotus faces offering me a wake-up service. Oh, wouldn't that scare me to death? Yi Qinyu said earnestly, "Sister Wu, don't think too much. I am a gentleman." Wu Lan's expression turned serious as she replied, "I understand, young Master Yi." Do you really understand? What do you even understand? Yi Qinyu decided not to explain further and continued, "Second, hire some top chefs." "Okay, young master, do we need to hire some security personnel as well?" Wu Lan took out a notebook, recording as she inquired. Yi Qinyu thought about having dark night security, then waved his hand and said no need. Wu Lan asked again, "What about salaries?" "For the maids it's 50,000 a month plus extra bonuses, and for the chefs it's 5 times the market price." "All right, young Master Yi." Wu Lan responded, inwardly astonished. The monthly salary for a maid is 50,000, let alone the extra bonuses. Who would believe that after struggling for over a decade in school, earning a master's or doctoral degree, they still wouldn't make more than a maid's salary? Wu Lan hesitated for a moment and asked young Master Yi, "Do you have any other instructions?" "Help me register the license plates. From now on, register every new car, and there's nothing else you can go about your business." After speaking, Yi Qinyu stood up and walked towards the elevator. "All right, young master." Wu Lan slightly bowed and went off to do her tasks. Yi Qinyu took the elevator to the 4th-floor master bedroom. Upon opening the door, he found a spacious 1,200 square meter room with a Tunter-Fivalong bed and 2 bathrooms. He walked to the wardrobe and casually pulled open one of the doors. Inside were the custom outfits previously sent by Gucci. Yi Qinyu randomly picked out a set and put it on. Then he walked in front of the full-length mirror to assess himself. Looking at his handsome reflection, he couldn't help but praise himself, thinking he truly lived up to the role of a wealthy heir, effortlessly outshining all the young heartthrobs. The upper body was dressed in a simple white shirt. The snow-white collar was very crisp with no other embellishments, only a prominent Gucci logo that stood out strikingly. On the lower half, he wore a pair of black casual trousers which highlighted his long legs even more. His handsome features combined with his calm eyes made him even more striking. Yi Qinyu admired himself in the mirror for a bit, then took out one of the 2 custom suits. After putting it on, his demeanor transformed from that of a friendly neighbor to that of a domineering CEO. The light blue shirt paired with the black suit offered a comfortable feel in terms of softness and detail overall, reflecting a relaxed, casual, and romantic French style, perfectly showcasing his tall figure and outstanding temperament. Afterward, Yi Qinyu tried on several other outfits, but found that this custom clothing was just average. Aside from being well-fitted and comfortable in material, it was no different from what could be bought in regular stores. As long as one is handsome, anything looks good. He returned the clothes to the wardrobe and put back on the first outfit he had tried on before heading downstairs. It was now nearly noon, and the hunger pangs reminded him that he had seemingly not eaten lunch yet. As Yi Qinyu walked downstairs, he saw that Wu Lan had neatly arranged the meal on the dining table. There weren't many dishes, but there were 5 dishes plus a soup. Spicy stir-fried pork, steamed yellow fish, spicy chicken, mapo tofu, stir-fried green beans, and a bowl of pigeon soup. Seeing Yi Qinyu come down, Wu Lan respectfully said, "Young Master Yi, I prepared these dishes quickly, so please don't hold it against me." Yi Qinyu waved his hand and smiled, "Sister Wu, there's no need to be so formal. Just treat me like family. These dishes are enough for me alone. We should avoid waste." After saying that, he pulled out a chair and sat down, picking up a bowl of rice and beginning to eat heartily. Wu Lan watched Yi Qinyu devour his food and was slightly taken aback. This new employer was somewhat different from her preconceived notion of a rich heir. "Sister Wu, you haven't eaten yet. Come sit and eat with me." After finishing half a bowl of rice, Yi Qinyu looked at Wu Lan standing to the side and pointed to a seat. "No, young master." Wu Lan was somewhat flustered and touched, but still refused. There are distinctions between master and servant, and no matter how well the employer treats her, she must maintain her position and do her own duties without overstepping. All right then. Yi Qinyu didn't insist further and continued to eat. In the following days, Yi Qianyu lay idle in the Tangong villa like a salted fish. Sigh, this boring and lazy life is truly dull. On the rooftop terrace, Yi Qianyu, dressed in a loose bathrobe, lounged on a chair admiring the distant scenery and couldn't help but exclaim, "Ding dong." The sound of a WeChat message rang out. Yi Qianyu leisurely picked up the nearby phone to check. It was a message from Shangwan Qianyu. "Yi classmate, you've skipped class for several days now, and several professors have asked me about you. Are you really not planning to come to class?" Yi Qianyu then remembered that he was still a freshman and slowly replied, "Ahem. I've been busy these past. You'll definitely be on time for class next time." Busy stealing some leisure. What could a freshman be so busy with? Shangwan Qianyu didn't believe his nonsense. Busy doing business. Yi Qianyu replied cheekily. Uffed. Shangwan Qianyu let out a light breath and said, "Let's set that aside for now. Today is Friday, and there's a welcome party at the campus tonight. Don't forget, as a member of your class, you need to report what performance you'll be doing. I need to submit it now." Ahem. Oh, it's Friday already. Yi Qianyu's mouth twitched as he finally remembered that it was indeed Friday, secretly lamenting how fast time flew. "You didn't forget, did you?" Shangwan Qianyu asked. "How could I? I'm preparing to go to school." Yi Qianyu replied earnestly. "So have you thought about what performance you will do?" "He'll perform a piano piece." "You can play the piano?" Shangwan Qianyu was surprised, half in disbelief. "A little." Yi Qianyu replied nonchalantly. "All right, I'll report that the event starts at 7 and you need to arrive by 6:30. Don't be late." "Okay, no problem. I'll hang up now." Yi Qianyu didn't wait for a reply, directly shutting off his phone and tossing it aside, continuing to lounge lazily. Just a few minutes later, the phone notification sound rang again. Yi Qianyu picked up his phone, glanced at the message and smiled. "Ro Bao, what's up?" "Qianyu, what are you doing?" "I'm studying hard." Yi Qianyu blurted out. "You're working hard just like before," Muziru replied. She actually believed it. Yi Qianyu felt a guilty conscience being trampled on the ground. He quickly changed the subject. "Ahem, our school is holding a welcome party tonight, and I will be performing on stage." "Ah, you are also going on stage. What will you perform?" "Piano." Muziru typed back asking, "You can actually play the piano? How come I didn't know before? Can I come watch?" "Of course. Don't you have a welcome party to host?" "We finished 2 days ago, he. What time does it start?" "I'll bring my roommates to cheer for you." "At 7. All right, see you then, Mua." Mua. Yi Qianyu ended the conversation with Muziru. Time passed second by second. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Jin Pengzi called to urge him. You don't be late for the welcome party." Yi Qianyu finally woke up from his slumber, his eyes still bleary, as he got up to tidy himself. Thinking about the performance tonight, Yi Qianyu searched through his wardrobe for a suitable outfit. It wasn't anything formal, just a long-sleeved white shirt and black pants. After getting ready, Yi Qianyu walked into the garage, started the Lamborghini Blue Flame, and headed towards the school. At 6:30 in the evening, the 2023 welcome party from Magic City University was held in the auditorium. At this point, the auditorium was already packed, with both the upper and lower levels completely full. Around 3,000 freshmen from the 2023 class, along with some older students from the same school or nearby schools who came to join the fun, and many invited guests, filled the auditorium, which could accommodate over 10,000 people. The sound of conversation rose and fell, creating a lively atmosphere. "I heard this year's freshmen are really good at entertaining. I wonder if it's true. Whether or not they can entertain isn't the main thing. I have a friend in the student council who said that Goddess Shun will be the final performer on stage. I wonder if it's true or not." "No way, dude. Goddess Shun is the most beautiful girl in our school. If we can see her perform, that would truly be an honor." "Exactly. When I was a freshman, Goddess Shin also performed on stage once, and since then I've been completely captivated." Meanwhile, on the other side, a group of girls huddled together holding glow sticks, and some even raised a banner that read, "A 100-member cheering squad to cheer for our idol Yi Qianyu." Ever since Yi Qianyu's explosive popularity after beating Cui Xiaodong, coupled with his ridiculously handsome looks and dominant aura, he instantly attracted many female students from various schools. After the arts department announced the list of performance members, these girls quickly organized and formed a group to cheer for him. This made some boys feel sour, consumed with envy and jealousy. But there was nothing they could do. They couldn't compare to Yi Qianyu, who had the ability to beat Cui Xiaodong and come out unscathed. Jin Youqian, Yi Xiaoyan, and Xian Nanxing sat among the finance students next to Muziru and her 3 roommates. Muziru craned her neck like a giraffe, eagerly looking around, but after searching for a long time, she still didn't spot the figure she longed for. Beside her, Yujian teased. Oh, what is our beautiful Mu looking for? Let me guess, is it your brother?" "Ha. You little girl, why are you saying such a big truth?" Muziru blushed and shyly thumped her small chest. Jin Youqian, on the other hand, was fawningly chatting with Lin Ruishi, often asking her, "Are you thirsty? Are you tired? Is it hot? Do you want some hot water? I can go get it." These utterly unnutritious questions. Lin Ruishi felt like she was collapsing inside, but still perfunctorily answered a few, which made Jin Yuqian even more excited. She actually talked to me. She noticed me. Looks like I might get her WeChat today. Let's go. Watching Jin Yuqian become even more enthusiastic, Lin Ruishi felt speechless. At this moment, 4 glamorous girls sitting there instantly made the finance students' eyes light up, becoming another focal point. The 4 girls each had their own merits, with looks scoring above 9 points, not falling behind the school beauty, making all the boys present feel infatuated. Some self-aware boys approached to ask for contact information, but they all returned empty-handed. Meanwhile, Yi Qinyu, who drove to school, was stuck in traffic. It was precisely 7 o'clock in the evening. The freshman welcome gala had officially begun. Melodious background music filled the grand hall, and the previously bustling auditorium fell into instantaneous silence. The lights dimmed gradually, and the curtain parted smoothly to either side as a pair of radiant hosts, a young man and a young woman, stepped gracefully onto the stage from backstage. Good evening, fellow students and esteemed faculty. We are truly delighted to welcome you to this year's Freshman Welcome Gala. After delivering their polished opening remarks, the hosts announced the first performance. First to take the stage were 8 performers, 4 dashing young men and 4 elegantly made-up young women, who ignited the atmosphere with an electrifying street dance. Under the spotlight, their charisma blazed, drawing wave after wave of thunderous applause from the audience. One act followed another, singing, rapping, sketch, comedy, magic, illusions, and more. Midway through the show backstage, Shangwan Xinyu paced restlessly, glancing repeatedly toward the entrance, but still saw no sign of him. She pulled out her phone and dialed. The moment the call connected, she launched into speech without waiting for a reply. Yi Qinyu, you promised to arrive punctually at 6:30. Just look at the time now. Your performance is scheduled next. You'll face formal reprimand from Class 3 of the Finance Department. Yi Qinyu lifted the phone to his ear, only to be met with a torrent of rapid-fire scolding. He instinctively pulled the device away. Only after Shangwan Xinyu finished did he sheepishly respond to him. According to my original schedule, I would have arrived on time. But as they say, heaven's will is unpredictable. Apologies, I'm stuck in traffic. Walking would take 10 kilometers. What? Shangwan Xinyu cried out in disbelief. Yi Qinyu winced as if his eardrum had exploded. He rubbed his ear absently and sighed, exasperated. Sister, please, no sudden shrieks. My hearing's already on the verge of collapse. I know you're anxious, but breathe first. How long until you arrive? Yi Qinyu watched his car inch forward, paused thoughtfully, then replied, traffic's finally clearing. I should be there in about half an hour. Hearing his answer, Shangwan Xinyu exhaled softly and said, then please make every effort to arrive within. Got it. Okay. She ended the call just as the head of the arts department entered, Lanning, the same senior who had guided Yi Qinyu during registration. Holding the performers roster, Lan Ying asked Qinyu, your class, Finance Department Class 3, is scheduled to perform in 20 minutes. Please prepare, Yi Qinyu. Shangwan Xinyu offered an awkward smile. Senior sister Lanning, Yi Qinyu is delayed by traffic. He may not arrive so soon. Could we possibly reschedule him to the final slot? Lanning frowned slightly. Qinyu, the closing act is Shun Qingshue's performance, the grand finale eagerly anticipated by the entire student body. Moving her to second to last might provoke serious backlash. Suddenly, Shangwan Xinyu snapped her fingers, then simply swapped their positions. Yi Qinyu's uncle is the university president. Any complications can be resolved directly with him. Rest assured. Well, very well. I'll follow your suggestion. Relieved, Shangwan Xinyu finally breathed easy and silently prayed that good-for-nothing Yi Qinyu would for once arrive on time. On stage. Next up is the Otakutham dance, Pure Land of Bliss, performed by Yi Ningxin of Class 5 Foreign Languages Department. The hosts retreated backstage as the curtain drew open, revealing a petite girl standing motionless, her features obscured in soft shadow. As the prelude began, a spotlight bathed her in golden light. She wore twin braids atop her head, a pristine Lolita dress, and glossy black Mary Janes. Her slender legs, sheathed in delicate white stockings, seemed sculpted from moonlight itself. Her flawless makeup accentuated her ethereal charm, rendering her even more enchanting. Her eyes remained closed, long lashes trembling faintly. Her porcelain cheeks flushed rose pink, her lower lashes glistening with dewy moisture, and her tender lips plump and supple as jelly stained a mesmerizing crimson. This whimsical, endearing aesthetic embodied the quintessential little lowly ideal cherished by otaku. And here she stood, vivid and real, before them all. Instantly, male students erupted in deafening roars that shook the very rafters of the grand hall. Holy crap. That's the real Loli. Brothers, let's Geo. She's my goddess incarnate. Ga. At Yi Ningxin's entrance, several acquaintances stared in stunned silence. No way. Old Lady Yi herself is performing. Must be specially for old Yi. Only he commands such prestige. Jin Yuqian murmured wistfully, eyes shimmering with envy. Xiaoxia. What happens when Mu Dage's fiancée meets Yi Xiaosa? Oh, and what about Shang Wansa? Mu Dage himself declared Mu Dage's fiancée as his official girlfriend, yet these two share palpable chemistry with him. When the three finally meet, will the harem ignite in flames? Yi Xiaodian whispered conspiratorially into Xian Nanxing's ear. Xian Nanxing shuddered involuntarily at the mental image of the three women clashing fiercely ahem. I'd rather not speculate. That, my friend, rests entirely on how old Yi chooses to resolve it. Mu Zairu gazed at the vivacious, lovely figure on stage, and tugged Lin Rueishi's sleeve. Rueishi, she's utterly kawaii. I could just pinch her cheek. Lin Rueishi nodded vigorously in agreement. Jin Yuqian. Yi Xiaodian. Xian Nanxing. Silence. Senior Sister Mu. If only you knew the ambiguous closeness between this girl and your boyfriend, you'd likely find her far less adorable. On stage, Yi Ningxin opened her eyes, her gaze darting playfully across the hall. Finding no trace of the beloved brother Yi, her lips pouted instinctively. A fresh wave of cheers rose from the audience as the iconic melody of Pure Land of Bliss swelled, and Yi Ningxin centered herself, moving in seamless rhythmic harmony with the music. A tremor rippled from her left fingertips to her shoulder, then cascaded to her right fingertips, the silver bangles on her wrists chiming softly. There was no artifice, no strain. Each gesture flowed with natural grace like a white lotus rising from clear water. The audience watched entranced, breathless hearts pounding, as her luminous eyes swept across them, as though meeting each person's gaze individually, stirring fluttering pulses in every chest. Cheers, whistles, ecstatic shouts. Every sound poured forth from enraptured fans. Tonight they surrendered completely, lost, spellbound, irrevocably enthralled. Shen Qingxue finished her dance. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Conversations buzzed among the spectators, mostly consisting of otaku and lecherous discussions. Wow, this little lowly dances so well. I love her. Is this little girl a freshman? Indeed, freshmen can be treasure girls. I think the three school beauties will become for he. While the little girl is still innocent, brothers, hurry and flatter her. The sooner you flatter, the sooner you'll succeed. Yi Ningxin bowed slightly towards the audience, but still couldn't find her brother Qianyu. Her face showed a bitter expression, lips pouting as she secretly cursed. Humph, stinky brother Qianyu, how could you not come? Humph, this was a performance, just for you. She angrily walked off the stage. Meanwhile, Yi Qianyu finally freed himself from the traffic jam and headed straight to Moda University. Thankfully, with his top-notch driving skills, he arrived at the school in just 20 minutes. He couldn't help but complain inwardly, damn, next time I must buy a helicopter to avoid traffic troubles. Who said driving a luxury car means you can force a way through traffic? It's all a lie. In front of traffic, everyone is equal. Yi Qianyu drove his Lamborghini Blue Flame through the school gate and into the parking lot. Some students who didn't attend the welcome party saw the flashy blue sports car and started taking photos. When they saw the person getting out, they were even more shocked. Wow, so handsome. Hey, isn't that the guy who was trending on campus, Yi Qianyu? Oh wow. No wonder he dared to beat up Cui Xiaodong and got away with it. It turns out his background is equally impressive. I just checked online to guess how much this car costs. I don't know, hurry and tell me. This sports car is called Lamborghini Blue Flame, limited to 88 units worldwide, with a price of $67 million. This license plate Who S66666. A license plate worth tens of millions. This is a big shot. Oh my. Holy cow. Damn you. Yi Qianyu didn't have time to listen to the excited crowd. He hurriedly made his way towards the auditorium. After walking for 2 minutes, he realized he was lost again, so he quickly grabbed a student who was searching for crickets in the grass for directions. The student finally begrudgingly said, Young master, we've arrived. Yi Qianyu thanked him and pulled out 500 red bills, saying, Thanks, I'll cover your smoking money for this month. The student immediately switched from a pained expression to a smiling one, thanking him repeatedly before bouncing back to find crickets. When Yi Qianyu arrived backstage, he found Shangwan Qianyu and cleared his throat, saying, Cough, cough. There was traffic on the road. I'm not late, right? Shangwan Qianyu, seeing him, finally felt relieved. She rolled her eyes and said irritably, You almost missed it. Luckily you made it. You are the last to go on. Shen Qingxue is performing now. Wait for her to finish before you go on stage. Originally, Shen Qingxue was supposed to be the final act, but now it's your lucky day. The host on stage announced, Please welcome our school flower Shen Qingxue to perform the piece Caged Bird. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire audience shouted, School flower Shun. Goddess Shun, please give me a chance, let me be your dog. As the curtain rose and the spotlight shone, a stunning girl sat quietly at a piano. Yi Qianyu followed the spotlight to look at the girl. Even though he was used to beautiful women, he couldn't help but be captivated by her extraordinary beauty. The girl's skin was as white as snow, with a strikingly beautiful face, lightly arched eyebrows, spring-like eyes, and skin as smooth as warm jade, exuding a soft glow. 2 strands of hair fluttered gently with the wind, adding a touch of softness to her beauty. Compared to Shen Qingce's stunning beauty, what surprised Yi Qinyu the most was that she had white hair, both her eyebrows and lashes were white. It's no exaggeration that the average Chinese person has a preference for white-haired individuals. Just looking at the gleaming eyes of the LSP in the audience is proof enough. The applause was thunderous, surpassing that of Yi Ningxin. Seeing Yi Qianyu's unblinking gaze on Shen Qingxue, Shangguan Qinyu couldn't help but bite her lip, feeling a strange pang of jealousy, as she said, "What? Are you taken by her? Your eyes are about to pop out." Hearing this, Yi Qinyu snapped back to reality and smiled. Everyone loves beauty. Admiring beautiful women is a hobby for every guy. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Oh, who's jealous? I'm not. Stop talking nonsense. Shangguan Qinyu quickly turned her head to deny it, a hint of panic in her eyes. What's up with this girl? Why is all her hair white? Yi Qinyu pointed at the white-haired Shen Qingxue curiously. Shangguan Qinyu sighed deeply and said regretfully, "Alas. Her name is Shen Qingxue, daughter of the Shun family in Modu. She is the top talent in Modu, having completed all her high school subjects by the age of 15 and directly skipped to university. With her unique financial insights, the Shun family became the foremost family in Modu, and she deserves part." Hearing Shangguan Qianyu's explanation, Yi Qinyu secretly thought this girl was impressive and said, "So why are you sighing and looking regretful?" Shangguan Qinyu continued, "Perhaps she is too intelligent. Heaven opened a door for her, but also closed a window. She has been identified as having albinism since childhood, and what? And it is said that Shen Qingxue is the daughter of the Shun family's head, whom he met while traveling. After giving birth to Shen Qingxue, she left. For a family like the Shun family, they value marriage compatibility above all else. Therefore, although Shen Qingxue contributed significantly to the Shun family, they do not treat her well internally. She is quite a pitiful girl. So that's how it is." Yi Qinyu finally understood, nodding in agreement. He then silently recited in his mind, using the eye of inquiry, name Shen Qingxue suffers from albinism, identity daughter of the Shun family branch of the Kyoto Shen family, age 18, appearance 9. 5 purity, 100 base ability, 35 martial arts prodigy, special skills proficient in piano, level 10 finance, Go Gujing, 7 languages, combat sketching. Favorability 90, father Shun, 1 mother hidden. After reading Shen Qingce's profile, even Yi Qinyu had to praise her brilliance. At the age of 18, being proficient in 7 skills makes her a true prodigy. In ancient times, she would be the woman destined to be the empress. However, upon seeing the favorability score at the end, Yi Qinyu was completely dumbfounded.